Yo legends, welcome back to the channel. Grab your headphones and lock in because today's story is on another level. Want the next chapter? Drop a comment below, and if the legend continues, I'm bringing it straight to you. Disclaimer, I do not claim ownership of this story. All rights belong to the original creators. Note, I'm constantly tweaking the settings to make it as immersive as possible. Hokage, reunited at the start, borrowing Tsunade 30 million. Chapter 1, Dongfang Mao. Big brother, they're pursuing us. In the damp, moss-covered cave, a burly man, his body completely wrapped in bandages, rushed in. On an uneven stone platform, a youth who looked no more than 14, with disheveled hair and covered in blood, suddenly jolted awake from his sleep. Opening his bloodshot, crimson eyes, Dongfang Subaru looked at the burly man kneeling on one knee before him, swallowing hard as he let out a hoarse voice. How many people came? 3. Dongfang Subaru paused for a moment. What do you mean? The government troops didn't follow. It's those 3 brats wearing headbands, and that so-called special Jonin isn't here either. Dongfang Subaru listened, his brows furrowing instinctively, but then he relaxed. Our stronghold has already been destroyed by them, so that group of ninjas' mission is considered complete. Those 3 brats must have acted on their own and followed us secretly. Upon hearing this, the burly man was immediately filled with indignation. These ninja are looking down on us too much? We still have over 100 brothers here. Do they really think they can wipe us all out with just 3 kids who haven't even sprouted their pubic hair yet? All right, Yasuke, you should be thankful they look down on us. Otherwise, it's uncertain whether we could have gotten away. Dongfang Subaru comforted the burly man and then continued. Those 3 brats are wet behind the ears. Take the brothers, hide in the forest, and fire a few arrows to scare them off. They should retreat obediently. Don't fight them head-on. Also, be careful in case that Jonin is secretly following behind them. If you sense anything wrong, tell the brothers to scatter and flee immediately. Everyone that escapes counts. Yes, big brother. Yasuke acknowledged the order and retreated. After watching Yasuke leave, Dongfang Subaru lay back on the stone platform, feeling somewhat weak. His injuries were not light. He had even been hit by that group of ninjas ninjutsu earlier, the fireball jutsu. If not for his physique being different from ordinary people, he might have really been done for. He was not originally from this world. 14 years ago, he was a college student with clear eyes who had found his first love on campus. Under his girlfriend's hints, he was about to transform from a boy into a man, but inexplicably, he had a stroke of bad luck and collapsed on the way to buy the tools of the crime. Subsequently, he was born into a small mountain village called Hongyeli in the Land of Fire. As it turned out, even in a new world, he could not escape the fate of a lone star. In his past life, he was an orphan. In this life, his mother died in childbirth, and after his father raised him until he was 4, he also passed away. Fortunately, as he grew up, he discovered that not only had his memory become exceptionally good, but he could also remember everything he had seen and heard in his past life with perfect clarity. Even the suggestive videos he had glanced at casually in his daily life, or the small black mole on the side of a young lady's unfathomable cleavage, were still fresh in his memory. Moreover, his body seemed somewhat special. Even though he didn't eat much every day, just enough to fill his stomach, his strength grew incredibly fast. By age 4, he felt he was already stronger than he had been at 20 in his past life. It was a case of his younger self being able to hammer his older self to death. Just like that, relying on this talent, he successfully passed the newbie phase. However, good times didn't last long. That year, the small mountain village suffered a severe drought with no harvest at all, and he became a refugee. Eventually, by a stroke of fate, Dongfang Subaru turned to banditry, and relying on his own talent, he successfully ascended to the position of the leader. Relying on the memories of his past life, he developed the bandit stronghold quite well. Furthermore, he secretly reached an agreement with the town magistrate of Songfeng Town at the foot of the mountain. The other party provided money and food, and he helped them clean up trouble. Both sides cooperated quite happily. However, recently, for some unknown reason, that guy suddenly fell from power. the newly appointed town magistrate began purging the old faction extensively and even went to Konoha to issue a mission, bringing troops into the mountains to suppress the bandits. Fortunately, Dongfang Subaru's information network was quite reliable. He had made preparations in advance and managed to escape with a portion of his men. But even so, they were still chased around, hiding here and there. By his estimate, they were already nearing the border of the Land of Fire. "Big brother, we've caught those 3 little brats." Just as Dongfang Subaru was reminiscing and feeling a bit dazed, Yasuk's excited shout rang out from the cave entrance. He instantly lost all sleepiness. Then, he saw Yasuk walk in with a few people, throwing 3 children who had been tied up tightly in front of Dongfang Subaru. Good, good, good. Dongfang Subaru was pleasantly surprised. "How did you catch them?" "Hee, big brother, don't look at how majestic these 3 brats were when they were following that so-called Jonin earlier, killing our people with such relish. Turns out, once they came on their own, a few arrows fired from the shadows panicked them. Then, after we drove them into the tiger trap, we caught them all in one fell swoop," Yasuk said with a smug laugh. Dongfang Subaru nodded, then cast his gaze on the 3 disheveled little Konoha ninja, examining them carefully. Among the 3, there were 2 boys and 1 girl. The 2 boys were slightly older, probably around 10 years old, while the girl was the youngest, seemingly only 6. Her hair, which should have been smooth and shiny, was now messy and scattered. That small, cute face was now covered in dust and clay, and a pair of very special crimson eyes were currently revealing panic and helplessness. Obviously, it seemed the process of being captured just now hadn't been very pleasant. Dongfang Subaru felt that this little girl looked somewhat familiar, so he asked instinctively, "What is your name?" The girl looked up at the sound, looked at Dongfang Subaru, and was stunned. The other person clearly didn't look much older than them. His face was exceptionally handsome, his features exquisite, his skin as white as porcelain and snow, his eyebrows like ink, and his nose high and elegant, as if he were a person from a painting. Although he looked somewhat disheveled at the moment, covered in uncleaned blood, his ink-black hair disheveled and loose. But in those pure, unadulterated black eyes, a sense of wildness and sharpness radiated from time to time, making him look like an alluring, dangerously evil flower blooming in a pool of crimson blood. For a moment, she almost forgot her own situation, her mind drifting into a trance. But she quickly snapped back to reality. This person was the leader of this group of heinous bandits, so she immediately spoke with a fierce, albeit cowardly, tone. "You detestable bandits, just you wait. Teacher will catch up soon, and when that happens, none of you will be able to escape. Yasuk, teach them how to speak." Dongfang Subaru had been chased the whole way and was full of resentment. He had no mood to trade barbs with this little girl, so he handed it directly to Yasuk. He was the professional. "Hee, big brother, leave it to me." Upon hearing this, Yasuk's face immediately twisted into a grin as he pulled a bone-carving knife, still stained with dark red spots, from his waist. Yasuk's appearance, combined with the dim light in the cave, made him look like a demon crawling out of hell in the eyes of the 3 little ones. After all, the 3 of them were just children. Where had they ever seen such a scene? They immediately broke down, wailing and sobbing with snot and tears running down their faces. The little girl was also frightened pale at this moment. She had been strong-willed since she was young. Upon hearing that a genius in the same grade at the Ninja Academy named Kakashi had passed the Genin exam at just 6 years old and started carrying out missions, she, unwilling to admit defeat, had asked her father to arrange an early exam for her as well. She eventually passed, joined this ninja squad, and after handling a few months of trivial, minor commissions, she finally waited for this opportunity to leave the village and carry out a dangerous commission. Everything had been going very smoothly at the beginning. Under the care of a special Jonin, they and the Land of Fire's government troops had successfully wiped out the bandits entrenched in Yashino Mountain. They had even been preparing to return to the village to submit the mission. But she felt there were still fish that had slipped through the net, and the mission wasn't completed perfectly. So, while that Jonin mentor was resupplying and resting in a nearby town, she secretly incited her two little teammates to track the trail of Dongfang Subaru and the others as they retreated, leading them here. She had never expected such a result. Hehe, cry, you brats. You won't have the energy to cry later. Because of you, over 100 of my brothers died. I'll make sure to carve a cut for each of those brothers. As Yasuke approached step by step with a strange laugh, the three little ones' bodies trembled even more violently. Finally, one of the kids with an afro and a round face couldn't take it anymore and cried out loudly. Woo, don't hurt me. My name is Yuno Deki. The other two children were infected by Yuno Deki's crying, and their fear completely shattered their last line of defense. My name is Nara Lujin. I am Kurenai Yuhai. Chapter 2, Tsunade and Shizune. Night fell, and the inky darkness, like a surging tide, wantonly churned and spread through the forest. As all sounds faded, a faint, rustling sound of footsteps quietly broke the night's stillness. Immediately after, two figures slowly emerged from around a winding path deep within the forest. Under the moonlight, it was clear that one of the girls was about 6 years old, wearing a simple blue-black robe that reached her ankles. Her neat short hair looked clean and sharp, and her complexion was fair. Despite her tender features, she exuded a very gentle aura. However, the girl was currently holding a cute pink ninja pig in her arms, looking at the mature woman beside her. Her cheeks were a soft oval shape, and the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead shimmered with a cold, glazed light. Her brilliant golden hair glistened under the moonlight. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, and her skin was porcelain white, surpassing snow in fairness. Under the cool moonlight, it gained an even more captivating luster. She wore a tea-green long jacket, which appeared quite loose, but the astonishingly full mountains on her chest pushed the fabric high up. Her slender waist, easily grasped, swayed like a willow branch in the wind, forming a stark contrast with her ample bust, yet perfectly complementing it, outlining a captivating and voluptuous curve. At this moment, her steps were a bit unsteady due to some intoxication. The girl beside her, quick-eyed and quick-handed, immediately steadied her. She came to her senses, rubbing the back of her head, and spoke with a hint of apology. Haha, little Shizune, I'm sorry. I just wanted to satisfy my craving while traveling, but I didn't expect to keep drinking. Now you have to take care of me. Upon hearing this, Shizune's mouth twitched slightly. She really wanted to say that it wasn't just when she was drunk. Shizune took care of her even when she wasn't. However, Shizune dared not say it so directly. But seeing her current, somewhat intoxicated state, Shizune couldn't help but ask the question that was on her mind. Lady Tsunade, are we really leaving Konoha just like this? Tsunade froze upon hearing this, memories surging in her mind. Then, a hint of pain and numbness flashed in her hazy eyes. How could she possibly want to leave the place where she had lived for nearly 23 years, from childhood to adulthood? But what reason did she have to stay? The Second Ninja World War had just ended, and her younger brother had died on the eve of the war. Her clansmen, the true core of the Senju clan, all those bearing the Senju surname, had all perished in the war. And the lover who had confessed his feelings to her before the war, stirring her heart for the first time, had also died in the war. What had she gained from the war? A vague title of Sannin, bestowed by the enemy. For this, she had lost almost everything, leaving only an empty, desolate Senju mansion. So, she didn't know what reason she had to remain in that village, filled with memories, yet bearing all her sorrow. She left Konoha, trying to numb herself with drinking and gambling, attempting to forget those sorrowful past events. However, she wouldn't tell Shizune any of this. Haha, what, isn't it good to travel to other countries with your master? Or are you homesick, little Shizune? Tsunade quickly composed herself, a carefree smile as usual appearing on her face, and rubbed Shizune's head as she spoke. No, it's not that. I'm just afraid that the people in the village will be dissatisfied with Lady Tsunade. Oh, so little Shizune is worried about me. How cute. With that, Tsunade pulled Shizune into her embrace. All right, let's hurry. We're almost at the border. Then, I'm going to sweep through the casinos in the land of rice fields and utterly defeat the people of the land of rice fields. Yes. Shizune sighed helplessly and agreed. Tsunade and Shizune continued along the path. The moonlight, like water, spilled onto their shoulders. The night wind blew, rustling the roadside grass. They hadn't walked far when Tsunade's steps suddenly halted. The sake flask she had just raised was also lowered, and her delicate brows furrowed slightly. "It's a chakra trace," Tsunade murmured, initially not wanting to bother. But after taking only 2 more steps, she saw the traces left by Yasuke and others when they captured the Konoha junior ninja. Tsunade unconsciously stopped. Looking at the scorch marks on the ground and some trees, her expression involuntarily becoming solemn. "Great fireball jutsu, it's a Konoha ninja. Are the villages ninja performing a mission here?" Shizune asked curiously upon hearing this. However, Tsunade shook her head. "No, these chakra are very weak. They're likely recently graduated academy students." "What?" Shizune covered her mouth in surprise. How could academy students be on a mission so far from the village? And where is their Jonin instructor? Tsunade shook her head, then her gaze fixed on the traces on the ground. "And it looks like these academy students have already met with misfortune. Shizune, let's go take a look." Although she was disappointed with Konoha, that was directed at the higher-ups. If Konoha's children might be in danger, Tsunade couldn't stand by and do nothing. "Yes, Lady Tsunade." Shizune nodded, her hand unconsciously pressing on the ninja pouch at her lower back. "Nara Luzhin. Kurenai Yuhai." Dongfang Subaru looked at the 3 children in front of him with interest, not expecting such unexpected gains. Kurenai Yuhai was a well-known figure, apparently with high talent in genjutsu. However, compared to Kurenai Yuhai, he was more interested in Nara Luzhin. The Nara clan in Konoha village, it was said that every member of this family possessed extremely high intelligence, with the potential to become a Hokage's assistant and govern a region. But shouldn't this family be linked with 2 other families? How did Nara Luzhin end up entangled with ninja from other families? Though a little confused, Dongfang Subaru had no mind to investigate at the moment. Instead, he looked at the 3 menacingly, speaking in a slightly threatening tone. "Can you write down all the ninjutsu you know?" At this moment, they were already terrified and had no courage to refuse. They eagerly agreed, some even impatient to write down all the ninjutsu knowledge they possessed. Seeing the 3's reactions, Dongfang Subaru's heart was filled with anticipation. Knowing where he was, how could he not be interested in ninjutsu? He had inquired around in previous years, and there was indeed information, from the underground exchange next to the fire temple. But the problem was the price was too exorbitant. The basic chakra refinement technique, which was more useless than useless to ordinary ninja, cost a whopping 1 million ryo. And some powerful ninjutsu were actually relatively cheaper. Clearly, someone was deliberately raising the threshold for becoming a ninja. Although Dongfang Subaru could afford this sum, he still had hundreds of people under him to support. These people were his foundation in this world, so he naturally couldn't go bankrupt to buy the most basic introductory ninjutsu. He had planned to save more money for a few years, but unexpectedly, a blessing in disguise, he caught these 3 Konoha junior ninja. Konoha's ninjutsu was much more advanced than those circulating outside. Forcibly suppressing his inner excitement, Dongfang Subaru then instructed Yasuke. "Find a few people to watch these 3 brats, then tell the other brothers to quickly rest. We must leave the land of fire first thing tomorrow morning. We can't stay here anymore." "Yes, big brother." Yasuke was about to agree, but before he could finish speaking, someone suddenly ran in from the cave entrance, reporting, "Lord Mao, 2 women have come down from the mountain and say they want to see you." Chapter 3, First Encounter. 2 women, Dongfang Subaru's brows couldn't help but furrow slightly. "Yes, one big, one small." After listening to the messenger describe the appearance of the 2 people, Dongfang Subaru's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. A blonde, busty woman wearing a green coat, and a little girl with short black hair holding a pink pig in her arms. Isn't this the Tsunade and Shizune duo? Why are they here? Dongfang Subaru's mind went blank for a moment. He had just captured Konoha ninjas, and now Tsunade had shown up. It was hard not to suspect that the other party had discovered something and come for revenge. With Tsunade's strength, She could probably split this small hill they were currently occupying in half with one punch, right? Was it possible they really couldn't leave the land of fire alive? However, after a brief panic, Dongfang Subaru quickly calmed down. According to the information he had previously obtained, the Second Ninja World War had just ended not long ago, and Tsunade should already be suffering from hemophobia. The fact that she didn't attack directly, but sent someone to announce her presence was likely due to this reason. Go invite those two up, and remember, do not be negligent. Yes. After the man left, Dongfang Subaru still felt restless. He looked down at his clothes, which were covered in bloodstains, and felt it wasn't safe enough. After all, it had already dried, the blood wasn't fresh. Would Tsunade faint if she saw it? After pondering for a moment, Dongfang Subaru stood up abruptly. Yasuk quickly, carry all the injured brothers into the cave, and then remove their bandages. Hearing Dongfang Subaru's order, Yasuk was instantly dumbfounded. Don't ask, just go do it. Seeing Yasuk's hesitant expression, Dongfang Subaru waved his hand. Yes. Yasuk muttered as he walked out of the cave. Although Yasuk didn't understand Dongfang Subaru's decision, he acted quickly. Before long, the cave was filled with injured men lying everywhere. For a moment, the cave was filled with wails, but to Dongfang Subaru, it sounded like celestial music. The rich smell of blood permeating the air was fragrant, simply filled with a sense of security. Tsunade followed the sentry into the cave, and a thick, almost impenetrable stench of blood rushed towards her. Before she could react, what came into view were the injured men lying scattered on the ground, wailing. They had no bandages on them, and their gruesome wounds were exposed right before Tsunade's eyes, along with the foul-smelling black blood flowing on the ground, almost forming a stream. Tsunade's vision went dark, and she felt dizzy. Her body trembled uncontrollably, causing her chest to heave violently. Dongfang Subaru, who had been staring intently at Tsunade since she entered, felt his heart completely settle upon seeing this. However, he didn't push his luck and quickly stood up to greet her. The famous Sanin Lady Tsunade, to be able to see you today, I am truly honored. At this moment, a very fawning smile hung on Dongfang Subaru's handsome face. Perhaps he could ignore others, but Tsunade's strength was undeniable. Moreover, people who came from Konoha were always a bit tricky. If he caused trouble and Tsunade went berserk, causing her to overcome her hemophobia prematurely, wouldn't he be left crying without tears? However, Tsunade had no time to pay attention to Dongfang Subaru's attitude at the moment. After giving Shizune a look, she turned her back, refusing to look at the bloody scene in front of her. Shizune immediately understood, holding the little pink pig, and stared vigilantly at Dongfang Subaru in front, acting as if facing a great enemy. If anything went wrong, she would immediately warn Tsunade. Since you know my name, then hand over the Konoha children you just captured. I will not pursue what you did before. Although Tsunade was proficient in taijutsu, she also knew a thing or two about low-level genjutsu. Back at the foot of the mountain, she had already figured out the general situation here from that sentry. Since Lady Tsunade has spoken, I will naturally comply, but... As Dongfang Subaru spoke, his gaze unconsciously landed on the graceful curves of her back, and he couldn't help but click his tongue inwardly. But what? Tsunade's voice became somewhat sharp. But I ask Lady Tsunade to wait for a while. I need to ask the 3 young ninjas for a small favor. I can guarantee that the 3 young ninjas will return unharmed afterwards. Dongfang Subaru quickly withdrew his gaze. The cooked duck was about to fly away. He had no heart to think about messy things. He definitely had to return the people, but he would drag it out as long as he could. At the very least, he had to let those 3 kids write down the chakra refinement technique first. What if I say no? Although Tsunade didn't know what Dongfang Subaru was planning, she knew it wasn't anything good. HMPH, if Lady Tsunade were in her prime, naturally whatever you said would go. But from the moment Lady Tsunade entered until now, your condition doesn't seem very good. So, is Lady Tsunade willing to wait a little while? Or are you insistent on clashing with the long swords in the hands of my 100 brothers? Seeing that Tsunade was unmoved, Dongfang Subaru couldn't help but snort coldly. Bastard, After hearing Subaru's words, Tsunade was instantly enraged. Since she was a child, even the third Hokage wouldn't dare to threaten her so blatantly. And now, she was being threatened by such a petty thief. Suddenly, Tsunade's blood surged, and even her hemophobia seemed to be temporarily suppressed. She turned around abruptly, and on her exquisite face, anger sliced through the air like a blade. Dongfang Subaru couldn't sense that massive amount of chakra, but he could feel the surrounding air being sucked away in an instant, as if he had fallen into the deep sea in an instant. An invisible pressure threatened to crush his entire body. He widened his eyes in shock. He couldn't understand. Clearly, when Orochimaru had dragged her ex-husband out from the underworld right in front of Tsunade, she fainted immediately. How come with him, after saying just one sentence, Tsunade went berserk? Was this a bit too sensitive? Dongfang Subaru regretted it inwardly, and quickly wanted to speak up to return those 3 plagues to Tsunade and be done with it. However, before he could speak, the terrifying pressure around him suddenly disappeared. In an instant, it was calm, as if nothing had ever happened. Dongfang Subaru was stunned, and then he realized that Tsunade, who had been on the verge of rage just now, was now staring straight at his face. In her almond-shaped eyes, light swirled, as if thousands of emotions were surging. Dongfang Subaru subconsciously touched his face. Could it be that because he was too handsome, Tsunade withdrew her killing intent? What is your name? Tsunade's voice at this moment was no longer as strong and sharp as before, filled with pressure. Instead, it had an inexplicable tone. And this made Dongfang Subaru even more certain of his guess. Although it was a bit sudden, he quickly reacted. He hurriedly grabbed his messy hair, tilted his head up slightly, and tried to show off his handsome face as much as possible. Then he revealed a smile he considered perfect, and using a low, raspy voice, said his name. After all, the chance to woo a rich woman was right in front of him, and he had to grasp it. Whether his brothers could live the good life in the future all depended on this one move. Dongfang Subaru. However, after hearing his answer, Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then seemed to have realized something and continued to ask. Is your father's name Yusuk? This question from Tsunade completely dumbfounded Dongfang Subaru, who was currently showing off. How did his deadbeat old man have anything to do with this? Chapter 4, Origins, the 2 of you know each other. Dongfang Subaru asked cautiously. Seeing Dongfang Subaru's reaction, Tsunade suddenly burst into loud laughter. Good, haha. The laughter was filled with surprise, but it quickly turned into bitterness. At the same time, a glint of moisture welled up in the corners of Tsunade's eyes. Dongfang Subaru was completely bewildered by Tsunade at this moment. He quickly turned to look at Shizune, only to find that her face was also full of confusion, and she seemed even more at a loss than he was. Just as Dongfang Subaru was wondering whether to dodge further away to avoid getting hit by Tsunade, who seemed a bit mentally unstable, her laughter suddenly stopped. She reached out to wipe away the moisture from the corners of her eyes, opened her slightly reddened eyes, and then forcibly controlled the surging emotions within her heart, squeezing out a smile. Kid, I'll call you Subaru. Let's go somewhere else first. I need to have a proper talk with you. Tsunade's sudden gentleness actually gave Subaru a creepy feeling, and he looked hesitant. Seeing this, the corners of Tsunade's mouth twitched. The emotions she had just brewed in her heart were completely ruined by this oblivious kid. Immediately, she couldn't be bothered to pretend anymore. She wrapped her arm around him and clamped Dongfang Subaru's head under her armpit. She didn't mind the dirtiness of Dongfang Subaru's hair at the moment and reached out to vigorously rub it, saying irritably, You brat, if I really wanted to do something to you, do you think that mob behind you could protect you? However, at this moment, Dongfang Subaru had no time to pay attention to what Tsunade was saying. He only felt as if he were buried in a ball of cotton candy. Even through that layer of tea-green coating, he could feel the density, softness, and fragrant scent. It was just that because the weight of the cotton candy ball was a bit too heavy, Dongfang Subaru also felt a deep sense of suffocation. Big brother. Whether Dongfang Subaru felt more suffocation or more happiness at this moment, no one else could know. In any case, from Yasuk's perspective, His big brother had been seized in an instant by this damn ninja woman. His eyes widened in anger, like copper bells. He grabbed his long sword and, leading the brothers beside him, surrounded them from both sides, instantly blocking Tsunade and Shizune in completely. "Oh, you are quite loyal to this kid, aren't you?" Tsunade looked at Yasuke and his group, her expression somewhat amused. At the same time, Tsunade had to admit that this kid indeed had some skills. Calculating the time, he should only be about 14.5 years old, yet he had so many people willing to risk their lives for him. Dongfang Subaru heard the commotion, and immediately he could no longer care about any cotton candy ball. He struggled in the gap, and fortunately, Tsunade did not continue to restrain him, allowing Dongfang Subaru to break free successfully. Phew! He took a deep breath, and the sense of suffocation finally dissipated. Then he looked ahead. Yasuke, stand down. She's right. If she really wanted to harm me, she wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. Yes, big brother. Yasuke did not hesitate at all, and immediately led his men to clear a path. Although he was still somewhat uneasy in his heart, since Dongfang Subaru had spoken, he would execute it unconditionally. However, he didn't foolishly stay in place. Instead, he led his men to slowly follow behind Tsunade and the others, at least to ensure with his own eyes that his big brother was safe and sound. Phew! Leaving the foul-smelling cave, Tsunade looked up, using the mountain breeze to let out a long sigh. Although she had barely managed to suppress the outbreak of her hemophobia due to her emotional excitement earlier, the environment specifically arranged by Dongfang Subaru still made her feel very uncomfortable. Now, she finally felt much fresher. Afterward, she took Dongfang Subaru and Shizune, found a nearby forest, and walked in. In the forest, after finding a decent place to rest, Shizune sat on a rock while holding the small ninja pig. Her gaze silently swept back and forth between Tsunade and Dongfang Subaru, and in her mind, she had already guessed hundreds of possibilities regarding their relationship. Dongfang Subaru couldn't help but ask at this moment, "Lady Tsunade, what do you want to talk to me about?" Tsunade did not answer immediately, but asked in return, "Subaru, how much do you know about your father?" "My father." Dongfang Subaru scratched his head upon hearing this, and then subconsciously said, "A commoner from the land of fire, with no surname, who inherited a bit of my handsomeness." The corners of Tsunade's eyes twitched immediately. "You are truly filial, be serious." After flicking Dongfang Subaru on the forehead, Tsunade couldn't help but sigh again. A commoner with no surname, it seems he was truly desperate at that time. Dongfang Subaru stood up from the ground, covering his forehead. Listening to Tsunade's words, his eyes were full of inquiry, but he did not speak, waiting quietly for the rest of what she had to say. After sighing with emotion, Tsunade looked at Dongfang Subaru with a complicated expression and said in a soft tone, "Your father's original name was Senju Yusuke. He was once a member of the Senju clan in Konoha, and even before Konoha was established, he made outstanding contributions to the clan. He was a true elite of the Senju clan back then." Dongfang Subaru listened and nodded silently. He had actually had some guesses in his heart before, based on the change in Tsunade's attitude, but hearing Tsunade say it herself was a completely different feeling. Then why did he? Tsunade knew Dongfang Subaru wanted to ask why his father had fallen into such a state, so she shook her head and sighed again. That was in the 18th year of Konoha. The Hokage at that time, who was also the head of the Senju clan, Senju Tabarama, my great uncle, was vigorously pushing for the civilianization of the Senju clan. The original intention was good, thinking of the development of Konoha, but change requires a price. The beneficiaries support and cheer for it, while those whose interests are damaged oppose it with all their might. It seems my father was one of the opposition back then, right? Before Tsunade could finish her sentence, Dongfang Subaru had already figured out the gist of the matter. Tsunade choked on her words upon hearing this, then looked at Dongfang Subaru with some surprise. "I didn't expect you, kid, to be quite smart." Dongfang Subaru grinned. He was, after all, a mountain bandit chief who had managed hundreds of people at most, so he naturally understood that maintaining the status quo was easy, but making changes was very difficult. Back when he first sat on the top chair, in order to implement some systems, he had killed quite a few people, and stained that mountain-top blood red before things could gradually get on the right track. Tsunade also understood that although this kid didn't look old, his experiences were different from ordinary people, so she didn't find it strange and continued. Your father was indeed a member of the opposition, and even one of the most vehement ones. Your father had been a core member of the clan since he was a child, growing up listening to the elders talk about the glory of the Senju clan. Therefore, Great Uncle's decision was something your father could not tolerate no matter what. At the same time, his reputation within the clan was not small, and he caused quite a stir at the time. He failed. Dongfang Subaru couldn't help but shake his head as he listened. Given Senju Tabarama's personality, unless his cheap old man directly staged a coup to take power, it would be impossible to persuade Senju Tabarama. Of course, the premise was that he had the strength to stage a coup. Chapter 5. Lady Tsunade, my life is so miserable. That's correct. At the time, second grandfather used a hardline stance to suppress all voices of opposition, and the people around your father were completely scattered. So my father was purged and exiled from Konoha. Dongfang Subaru looked up into Tsunade's eyes. No. Tsunade shook her head. The commotion at the time was quite significant. Second grandfather just wanted to quell the unrest as quickly as possible, and he also understood your father's mindset, so he only temporarily placed him under house arrest. However, later on, the Hidden Cloud Village suddenly launched an attack against Konoha, and second grandfather led troops to the front lines to confront them, marking the outbreak of the First Ninja World War. At that time, Konoha's defenses were weak, and your father seized the opportunity, took care of the guards watching him, and defected from Konoha. Speaking of this, Tsunade paused, her expression showing some hesitation, but she continued anyway. After your father defected, he was filled with resentment not just towards second grandfather, but toward the entire Konoha. He likely felt that without Konoha, the Senju clan would still be the premier family in the ninja world as it was before, rather than being torn apart like it was within Konoha. Therefore, he began frantically attacking merchants traveling to and from Konoha. Furthermore, some of these caravans were carrying supplies destined for the front lines, which caused immense pressure on Konoha's logistics at the time. Dongfang Subaru listened, a strange look appearing on his face. The old geezer was that strong. You people in Konoha couldn't do anything about him. This time, it was Tsunade's turn to be surprised. Although she could understand the mindset of Senju Yasuke at the time, she absolutely could not condone the actions he took against Konoha afterward. While recounting the story, her tone involuntarily carried a hint of resentment. Dongfang Subaru, however, had almost no reaction. His tone when asking was merely mixed with curiosity, as if he were listening to a story that had nothing to do with him. You brat, he's your father. How can your reaction be so dull? Don't you care at all? Tsunade felt a bit depressed. He's been buried by my own hands for who knows how many years, so what is there to worry about? Besides, judging from what you said, even if the old man hated Konoha, it seems he didn't suffer any losses, right? Dongfang Subaru shrugged. True, he didn't suffer any major losses, but Konoha was in a miserable state back then. Tsunade's mouth twitched, but knowing that Dongfang Subaru didn't care at all about Konoha village, she couldn't be bothered to dwell on that issue and continued. Your father was a pillar of the Senju clan, far stronger than the elite Jonin currently assessed in the village. Early on, he even researched the Flying Thunder God technique created by second grandfather. Although he didn't fully master it, he created a space ninjutsu unique to himself based on the principles of the Flying Thunder God technique, which was extremely powerful. The ninjas left behind in Konoha at the time were completely helpless against Yasuke. It wasn't until later, after the First Ninja World War ended and the elite ninjas from Konoha's front lines returned, that Yasuke completely disappeared. As for what happened to Yasuke after that, you are likely the only one who knows. As she spoke, Tsunade glanced at Dongfang Subaru. Dongfang Subaru listened and nodded unconsciously. No wonder the old man had been acting like he was depressed all day back then. His demeanor clearly didn't look like that of an ordinary person without a surname, but every time he was asked about it, the old man would have a triggered reaction, shouting that his ancestors were farmers for 18 generations, telling him to focus on farming and stop thinking about nonsense. So that was the past. It seems the old man really hated the Senju clan during the Konoha era so much that he would rather claim to be a farmer than admit his own background. However, Dongfang Subaru suddenly seemed to think of something, looking at Tsunade with some confusion in his eyes. Lady Tsunade, logically speaking, the old man was just a missing nin. After so many years, how were you able to recognize me right away? Upon hearing this, a faint, ambiguous smile appeared on Tsunade's face. If, when you were young, your grandfather was a rigid and mean guy that everyone around feared, and suddenly someone dared to point at his nose and call him out for forgetting his roots and acting against the natural order, would you have a deep impression of him? Not to mention that he later caused such a huge commotion in Konoha, and you look quite similar to him, so naturally, I could recognize you at a glance. Dongfang Subaru nodded in deep agreement, just like that weird uncle he met when he first left the village who said he wanted to take him to see a big goldfish. Even though Dongfang Subaru had smashed the guy's head like a bursting watermelon with one punch, with blood splattering everywhere, he could still recall it occasionally and feel it wasn't satisfying enough, thinking about digging up the guy's grave and whipping his corpse hundreds of times. People always keep fresh memories of things that left a deep impression during their childhood. But since your father was such a powerful ninja back then, why haven't you learned any ninjutsu at all? As Tsunade spoke, she seemed to think of something, changed the subject, and looked at Dongfang Subaru with confusion in her eyes. Dongfang Subaru's mouth twitched. This really hit the nail on the head. This old man, he could hate Konoha all he wanted. He could hate the Senju all he wanted. At worst, they could just drop the surname Senju. The surname he was using now, which he'd come up with while pointing at the house on the east side of the village, was working out just fine, wasn't it? But not passing down his livelihood to him was really going too far. Was the old man really cutting ties with his past and treating himself as a farmer? If it weren't for the fact that his younger self was smart and clever, plus naturally gifted, he really would have been screwed over by this unreliable father. However, Tsunade's words also served as a reminder for Dongfang Subaru. If he remembered correctly, after the Second Ninja World War ended, Tsunade should have been the only one left on her family register. And even if he was the orphan of a Senju missing nin, wasn't he still Tsunade's last clansman? Dongfang Subaru's eyes rolled around, and then he entered character in a second, his face filled with sorrow, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. He sat straight down on the ground, wrapped his arms tightly around Tsunade's round, slender, jade-like legs, and began to wail, leaving Tsunade and Shizune dumbfounded. Lady Tsunade, my life is so miserable. That irresponsible father of mine didn't leave a single word behind and just abandoned me, leaving me all alone in this world, struggling, and I was even almost abducted by a weird uncle. I finally managed to scrape a living on the mountain, only to be chased like a dog by those officials. You must help me. I want to learn ninjutsu so badly. As long as I learn ninjutsu, they won't be able to bully me anymore. Upon hearing this, Tsunade was both angry and amused. This brat was the leader of hundreds of bandits. He could even capture a Konoha ninja, and even before they had acknowledged each other, he had dared to threaten her. She had never seen anyone so audacious, and he claimed to be bullied. Brat, get off me right now. Don't you feel ashamed saying that? Chapter 6, A Touch of the Soul, Shy. Dongfang Subaru sneered inwardly. He had been a bandit in the mountains for so many years that he had long since forgotten where he'd thrown away any sense of shame. Not to mention that he was currently holding onto Tsunade's fragrant, fair, and beautiful legs. As long as the benefits were sufficient, he wouldn't mind holding onto Udatane Koharu's legs either. What is the flower language of a peony? Endurance. So upon hearing Tsunade's words, Dongfang Subaru remained silent, only tightening his grip on her fair legs. Feeling the unusual sensation from the base of her thighs, Tsunade's porcelain white, pretty face gradually flushed with a rosy hue, causing ripples of a different kind to stir in her heart. Although she was usually a bit free-spirited and careless in her behavior. But regardless, she was still just a woman in her early 20s and had never had such intimate contact with the opposite S*X. Even with Kato Dan, it was only on the night he confessed his feelings to her that they held hands and walked a short distance under the moonlight before they both departed for the battlefield. She had never encountered anyone like Dongfang Subaru, who would just grab her without a word, nearly pulling her pants off in the process. Tsunade suppressed the strange flutter in her heart, looking at Dongfang Subaru with her mouth twitching uncontrollably and a line of black dots appearing on her forehead. She desperately wanted to use her super strength to kick him flying. But Tsunade also understood that although Dongfang Subaru was talking nonsense, one thing was true: the misery of his childhood. Tsunade truly couldn't imagine what kind of situation his childhood, which Dongfang Subaru had brushed off with the 4 words lonely and helpless, had actually been like. Back then, Dongfang Subaru wasn't a bandit leader commanding hundreds of men, but a helpless child, full of ignorance and confusion about this cruel world. What kind of hardships had he endured to survive in this world? At the thought of this, Tsunade felt as if her heart had been pierced by a needle, hurting so much she could hardly breathe. In fact, there were many children like Dongfang Subaru in the world, and there were even many who had suffered worse fates than him. Tsunade was no sheltered young lady who never stepped outside. She was one of the Sannin who had made a name for herself in the Ninja World Wars. She was well aware of some of the situations in the ninja world. But because Dongfang Subaru was a child of the Senju clan, and because he appeared before her suddenly, just as the Senju clan had been completely erased from Konoha and the world, and even she herself had abandoned the Senju surname. This allowed a glimmer of light called hope to once again shine into Tsunade's world, which had originally been completely dark. This made Dongfang Subaru's plight particularly vivid in Tsunade's heart. Even with just those 4 words from Dongfang Subaru, Tsunade had imagined a whole slew of tragic, horrific scenes in her mind, deeply touching the soft spot in her heart. Suddenly feeling emotional, Tsunade's nose tingled, and she rubbed her reddened, moist eyes. She then bent down, opened her arms, and pulled Dongfang Subaru into her embrace, her hand constantly stroking the back of his head as if he were a long-lost treasure. Caught off guard, Dongfang Subaru's head was pulled into the narrow mountain gap. The milky white mist of the mountains obscured his vision, and his face was even squeezed out of shape by the tight pressure between the twin peaks. He was completely bewildered at this moment. What was up with Tsunade all of a sudden? Her mood changed so fast. Wasn't she calling him shameless just a second ago? Why was she suddenly handing out benefits? Could she have imagined something strange? Just as Dongfang Subaru's brain was crashing, Tsunade loosened her hands, releasing him from that suffocating confinement. Tsunade then leaned forward, pressing her forehead against Dongfang Subaru's, her vermilion lips close to his ear, moving slowly as her warm, orchid-like breath brushed against his cheek. Immediately after, a soft, whispering voice, like melting snow in a spring stream and tinged with a slight choke, reached Dongfang Subaru's ears. "Subaru, don't worry. From now on, I'm here. I will teach you ninjutsu. I will teach you every ninjutsu I know. From this day forward, no one will ever be able to bully you again." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Subaru was confused, but deeply shocked. Could it be that his skill at spouting nonsense had reached such a pinnacle? Had he really moved Tsunade that much? However, although the location was a bit off, the atmosphere was just right. Despite some self-doubt, Dongfang Subaru wasn't stupid enough to say anything that would ruin the mood. He lay peacefully in Tsunade's arms, enjoying the gentle caress of her smooth, tender hands and sniffing the fresh, milky breeze constantly wafting from her towering mountains, his face full of intoxication. Meanwhile, Shizune, who had been secretly peeking from the side, watched Lady Tsunade, whose behavior kept refreshing her understanding, and her expression had long since gone from initial shock and surprise to complete numbness. "Big brother, you're really something." After clearing up the misunderstanding, Yasuk led his men to clean the cave, rebandaged the wounded, and settled them in before coming before Dongfang Subaru. He first secretly glanced at the entrance of the simple cave, just excavated to accommodate Tsunade and Shizune, then looked at Dongfang Subaru, speaking with admiration. He had been guarding outside the woods earlier and hadn't heard clearly what Tsunade and Dongfang Subaru were talking about. He only saw the two of them talking, then hugging each other, heads leaning together. He didn't know if they had started kissing or not. At that time, Yasuk was amazed by Dongfang Subaru's maneuvering. So, crises could be resolved like this. A powerful, menacing female ninja had fallen in just such a short time. At that moment, Dongfang Subaru's image was directly mythologized in Yasuk's heart. Seeing Yasuk's ambiguous look, the corner of Dongfang Subaru's mouth twitched slightly. But he couldn't be bothered to explain the complex relationship between him and Tsunade to Yasuk, so he turned and asked, "How did those three brats do with their writing?" Upon hearing this, Yasuk quickly took out a stack of yellowed, wrinkled papers from behind his waist, stepped forward to hand them to Dongfang Subaru, and chuckled. "These three brats were probably scared out of their wits. I had them write separately, and then collected them all to compare. I found that every word in all three copies was the same. No one tried to pull any tricks." Dongfang Subaru nodded upon hearing this, and took the papers, recording the Konoha chakra refinement technique. Previously, this chakra refinement technique, if not exactly something he dreamed of, was at least something he had been longing for. But now, with Tsunade's promise seeing this, Dongfang Subaru's heart didn't stir at all. After glancing through it briefly, Dongfang Subaru returned it to Yasuk and said, "Keep it yourself and try practicing it." Yasuk's body trembled slightly. This burly man, raised by Dongfang Subaru over the years to be as strong as an ox, had a face full of nervousness and confusion on his rugged, fierce features. "By Big Brother me, practice it," Yasuk asked, stammering. Dongfang Subaru looked at Yasuk's appearance, narrowed his eyes, and said with a half-smile, "What, is there a problem with you practicing it? Or can't you read the words on it? Did you slack off when I told you to learn to read a few years ago?" No. Yasuk shook his head repeatedly, then hurriedly took the papers from Dongfang Subaru's hand, holding them in his hands and flipping through them endlessly, as if he had obtained a precious treasure, the surprise and joy on his face evident. But then, seemingly thinking of something, Yasuk's smile faded slightly, and he looked at Dongfang Subaru with some worry. "Big brother, do you think someone like me can become a ninja too?" "Why not? A ninja has one head, don't you have one too? If you don't watch it and it falls off your neck, you'll die just the same." Dongfang Subaru sneered, stood up, then patted Yasuk's shoulder and explained to him. "In this world, everyone has an energy called chakra in their body. The difference lies in the amount of chakra in the body and whether it can be controlled, and all of this needs to be verified through this chakra refinement technique. You go and try it first. If you succeed, it's a happy outcome for everyone. If you don't, we'll just live like we did before. We won't lose anything." "Big brother." Hearing Dongfang Subaru's comfort, Yasuk suddenly felt his nose tingle, and his voice choked up a little. However, when Dongfang Subaru saw Yasuk's maudlin behavior, he instantly felt a chill and quickly kicked him hard in the butt, cursing. "Stop being such a sissy with me, get lost. I've been holding on since yesterday and haven't slept yet." Dongfang Subaru's scolding immediately made Yasuk feel that his own performance as the former wild tiger of Yashino seemed a bit inappropriate at this moment. He quickly rubbed his moist eyes, gave Dongfang Subaru a dry laugh, and hurried out of the cave. Arriving outside the cave, Yasuk peeked inside again, then looked at the papers in his hand recording the chakra refinement technique, his smile fading. He was originally a farmer, but that year his hometown suffered a disaster, and he became a refugee, living like a walking corpse. In order to fight for a mouthful of food, he was beaten by 6 or 7 people. If Dongfang Subaru hadn't appeared and saved him back then, he would have been dead long ago. Later, he followed Dongfang Subaru up the mountain. He gave him food, gave him a surname, and taught him how to read and write. In his heart, Dongfang Subaru was like a brother and a father. However, earlier, When the government troops entered the mountains, he could only watch with Dongfang Subaru as the mountain stronghold they relied on for survival was burned to the ground. This made him deeply feel his own uselessness, as well as guilt towards Dongfang Subaru. But Dongfang Subaru not only didn't blame him, but even gave him this ninja cultivation method that ordinary people regarded as a treasure. This left Yasuke even more bewildered and lost, not knowing how he could ever repay Dongfang Subaru's great kindness of giving him a new life. For a moment, looking at the papers in his hand, Yasuke's eyes couldn't help but moisten again. But thinking that Dongfang Subaru didn't like people acting all teary-eyed, he hurriedly stopped his overflowing emotions. Carefully tucking the papers into his clothes, Yasuke's eyes gradually became firm and sharp. He was powerless about the past, but with this chakra refinement technique, he would definitely cultivate hard and become a powerful ninja. When that time came, no matter what Dongfang Subaru wanted to do, he would clear away all obstacles for him. He wouldn't let anyone who stood against Dongfang Subaru go. Chapter 7, Subaru must have been led astray. Lady Tsunade, the Jonin instructors for those 3 Konoha ninja, are already waiting at the foot of the mountain. The next day, Shizune, who had rushed back from the foot of the mountain, woke up Tsunade, who was still fast asleep. "Miss, I know." Tsunade responded groggily, letting out a sweet, lazy, and delicate nasal sound, like sticky honey. Her eyelashes fluttered a few times, and she reluctantly opened her sleepy eyes. She stretched her arms, gave a long yawn, and then sighed while yawning, sleeping on this rock is really uncomfortable. I feel like my waist has aged dozens of years in just one night." Tsunade grumbled and complained while rubbing the back of her neck, but the corners of her mouth curled up uncontrollably. Her eyes were bright and spirited. The whole person seemed to have been injected with new vitality. Shizune stood on the side, feeling genuinely happy for Tsunade's current state. After all, compared to the decadence and confusion after every drinking binge before, this Tsunade was like a completely different person. And this was indeed the most peaceful sleep Tsunade had had since the end of the Second Ninja World War. The appearance of Dongfang Subaru, while not completely healing the scars in her heart, had dispelled a large part of the gloom. If not for considering that Dongfang Subaru's body was now no different from a normal young man, and adding the subtle palpitation that emerged in her heart when Dongfang Subaru hugged her thigh and threw a tantrum yesterday. Tsunade would have wanted to pull Dongfang Subaru into her arms and use him as a body pillow. That way, they could not only strengthen their bond, but she also wouldn't have to worry about him running away. "Let's go, Shizune. We'll take those 3 naughty little ones down. Don't let their Jonin instructors get impatient." Rubbing her still aching waist, Tsunade led Shizune out of the stone chamber, one after the other. The morning breeze in the mountains, carrying the fresh scent of grass and trees, blew against their faces. Tsunade took a deep breath, and the stagnant air that had been pent up in her chest for some time seemed to be exhaled along with it. Then, just as she was about to head to Dongfang Subaru's cave chamber, a glance from the corner of her eye made Tsunade's footsteps pause slightly, and her gaze turned to the open space not far away. At this moment, Yasuke was directing the 70-odd uninjured people to move supplies, preparing for their departure. Looking at this scene, a flash of surprise crossed Tsunade's eyes. She had already figured out that this group of people led by Dongfang Subaru had their mountain stronghold breached by the Land of Fire's government troops, and had been chased all the way here. Logically speaking, having experienced so many days of fleeing, their morale should be extremely low. However, these people in front of her, apart from a hint of fatigue on their faces, showed no obvious fear or worry. They were busily working in an orderly fashion, sorting medicine, dry rations, and weapons one by one, before loading them onto carts. Tsunade was also someone who had been on the battlefield and experienced cruel campaigns. She knew deep down in her heart how rare it was for a team to be defeated but not broken. Tsunade crossed her arms and quietly watched the busy crowd in the open space, forming a new opinion about this group of bandits in her heart. But immediately, Tsunade shook her head again, a cold glint flashing in her eyes, her golden hair swaying slightly in the morning breeze. Bandits were bandits after all, living by killing and plundering. If it weren't for Dongfang Subaru, she would have already wiped these people out. More importantly, Tsunade's gaze unconsciously turned toward the direction of the cave chamber, where Dongfang Subaru was. He carried the last bloodline of the Senju clan and was her last emotional anchor. In the future, he would have to carry on the legacy of the Senju family, which had once looked down upon the ninja world. How could he spend his days mingling with this group of looting bandits? Tsunade subconsciously avoided thinking about the fact that Dongfang Subaru was the leader of these bandits, and also directly ignored the evil deeds Dongfang Subaru might have committed in the past, directly attributing all these faults to the group of people around him. Her slender fingers tapped gently on her arm, and she kept calculating in her heart how to get Subaru out of this environment and sever ties with these bandits who were leading him astray. While deep in thought, Tsunade had already arrived at the entrance of Dongfang Subaru's cave chamber. As soon as she walked in, Tsunade saw Dongfang Subaru. The morning light spilled through the cracks in the stone, casting a soft halo over him. Having cleaned himself up, he was no longer as dirty and disheveled as when they first met yesterday. His jet-black long hair was tied up high with a plain white hairband, revealing his well-defined and handsome profile. Those eyes, bright like stars, flickered. Upon seeing her arrive, he showed a look of pleasant surprise at just the right time, took a big step forward, and called out, "Sister Tsunade, you're awake." In that instant, Tsunade felt as if her heart had been filled with something, a long-lost warmth rippling through her chest. Tilde. Tsunade's voice was softer and sweeter than at any other time. She suppressed the corners of her mouth that kept wanting to curl upward, and suppressed the impulse in her heart to pull Dongfang Subaru into her arms and ravish him fiercely. She just reached out her hand and rubbed the top of Dongfang Subaru's head. It was just that the feeling of the hair sliding through her fingers instantly reminded her of when she was a child, coaxing Nawaki to sleep. It's just that now, only a cold black and white photograph of Nawaki remained. Yet for the boy in front of her, the warmth from the top of his head transmitted to her palm was so real that it made her heart tremble. "Please, are you Lady Tsunade?" Just as Tsunade was lost in memory and feeling dazed, a weak voice suddenly came from the side. Hearing this, Tsunade instantly returned to her senses, only then discovering that behind Dongfang Subaru, those three little ones were still following, shivering. That's right, I am Tsunade. Don't worry, you are safe now. I will take you to find your Jonin instructors right away." Tsunade gave an awkward cough. She had been bewitched by Dongfang Subaru just now and had actually forgotten the important business. Kurenai Yuhai, who had spoken up, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. But she didn't run over immediately. Instead, she timidly glanced at Dongfang Subaru. Yesterday's experience had completely shattered the pride she had held since childhood, and Dongfang Subaru's image was deeply imprinted in the depths of her soul. Even knowing that the person in front of her was the famous Sannin Tsunade of Konoha and the entire ninja world, who could protect her safety, she still dared not act rashly without Dongfang Subaru's consent. Dongfang Subaru felt the gaze cast upon him and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Why are you looking at me? Could it be that you don't want to go back and want to stay and be my bandit wife?" Upon hearing this, Kurenai Yuhai was so scared that her face turned pale. She shook her head like a rattle drum and whooshed directly behind Tsunade, her slender fingers tightly clutching the corner of Tsunade's clothes, revealing half of her small face from over Tsunade's shoulder, like a frightened little rabbit. And Tsunade took in this scene, and immediately her eyes turned somewhat dark. In her view, Dongfang Subaru was far too deeply influenced by those bandits. His every action made others terrified. It seemed she had to help Dongfang Subaru get rid of that group of bandits as soon as possible. Just as Tsunade was deep in thought, she suddenly discovered that there were only two people walking over. There was still one child who remained standing by Dongfang Subaru's side, motionless. Chapter 8, I am the Hokage. What are you doing? Tsunade looked at the dark-haired, slightly thin child and couldn't help but be stunned. Sister Tsunade, this child hasn't had it easy in your Konoha village. Although his family is a noble clan, he was born to a maid and is heavily ostracized within the family. So, He doesn't really want to return to Konoha village, but instead plans to follow me in the future. Dongfang Subaru stepped forward to explain for the youth, who was currently at a loss when faced with Tsunade's questioning. Really? Tsunade was somewhat skeptical. Although she thought Dongfang Subaru was great in every way, it was undeniable that Konoha village was the most prosperous place in the ninja world. Even if one were ostracized there, it was still happier than for most people in the world. Moreover, this child was a ninja. Why would he leave Konoha village to follow Dongfang Subaru, who is currently just a mountain bandit and not even a ninja? Why yes, Lady Tsunade, I have decided to follow Lord Mao. Lejin answered with a stutter, though a hint of hesitation crept into his voice midway through. But soon, he made the decision that would change his life. At the same time, he recalled the scene from yesterday when Dongfang Subaru came to find him after forcing him to write down ninjutsu. Lejin hadn't expected that this bandit leader would ask if he wanted to follow him. At first, he was naturally resistant. For a ninja like him to follow a bandit leader was ridiculous no matter how he thought about it. If not for the intimidation, he would have laughed out loud. However, the next moment, Dongfang Subaru's words struck right at his core. Dongfang Subaru had exposed the fact that he was heavily ostracized in Konoha and within his family with a single sentence. After all, as a member of the Nara clan, Lejin lacked the standard Ino Shika Cho setup, and his teammates were actually two civilian ninjas. The answer was really quite obvious. Subsequently, Dongfang Subaru began to paint a grand picture for the naive Lejin, describing the various benefits of following him: eating and drinking well, and living freely. What broke Lejin's defenses the most was that Dongfang Subaru finally brought up Tsunade, stating that Tsunade would stay by his side in the future, and Lejin could follow Dongfang Subaru to continue learning ninjutsu from Tsunade. Just like that, Lejin's heart began to struggle violently. After all, he had come out to execute this mission with great determination. He wanted to make his family look at him with new eyes and improve his situation within the family. This was also why, despite his usually sharp mind, he had chosen to agree with Kurenai Yuhai's ridiculous pursuit plan earlier. He wanted to improve too much, he couldn't calm down at all. But things went against his wishes. Now that this had happened, after returning to the village, the family would only be more dismissive of him, perhaps even considering him a stain on the family. He had originally prepared himself for even more severe oppression upon returning to the village. But Dongfang Subaru's words had reopened his train of thought. If he had Tsunade as a mentor, then besides not being able to practice the family's inherited shadow ninjutsu, it seemed to be all gain and no harm. Just like that, the scales in Lejin's heart began to tilt, until finally, they completely tipped to Dongfang Subaru's side. Hee, Sister Tsunade, look, he genuinely wants to follow me. Upon hearing Lejin's words, Dongfang Subaru's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. He patted Lejin's shoulder while smiling at Tsunade. Tsunade's mouth twitched slightly. This Dongfang Subaru was always able to stir up some unexpected trouble for her. However, since Lejin had already said so, she would no longer ask. One could only say, as expected of someone from the Nara family, his eyes were so sharp. He immediately discovered that her Subaru was no ordinary person, believing that following Subaru would lead to great achievements in the future. Since that was the case, let him stay. It was just an unfavored child of the Nara family anyway. If Konoha asked, she could just write another letter. It wasn't a big deal. You really are a pitiful child. Just follow Subaru well from now on. After saying this to Lejin, Tsunade took the other two little ones and walked out of the cave. However, Kurenai Yuhai, who was following behind Tsunade, had an unnatural expression. Her pace was slow, and she turned her head back every few steps, constantly looking at Lejin, her eyes filled with confusion and incomprehension. She didn't understand when this previously reticent boy in the team had been approached by Dongfang Subaru, or why he had made such a decision. At the same time, a sense of resentment rose in her heart. What was so good about this Lejin? Why did Dongfang Subaru want to keep him but ignore her? This kind of ignoring was a heavy blow to the naturally proud Kurenai Yuhai. At this moment, She even had an impulse to speak up and say she wanted to stay too, to prove to Dongfang Subaru that she was definitely no worse than anyone else. But the words stopped at her lips. She wasn't like Lejin. In Konoha, her father was still waiting for her, and she also lacked the courage to choose to step into an unknown future. She could only lower her head and follow behind Tsunade, slowly walking away. Konoha Village, Hokage Building. Inside this landmark building of Konoha, a tower-style structure with a huge circular plaque on the top, engraved with a giant fire character. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind a large desk, the wisps of smoke rising from his pipe swirling before his furrowed brows. "You mean to say you encountered Tsunade?" Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the special Jonin who had come to report after returning with Kurenai Yuhai and another student. His eyes, hidden under the Hokage hat, narrowed slightly. "Why, yes." The special Jonin standing in front of the desk couldn't help but swallow his saliva upon hearing this, and then proceeded to recount the sequence of events. After listening, Hiruzen Sarutobi's mouth twitched violently. He then took off the Hokage hat from his head, placed it on the table, and rubbed his temples with 2 fingers, looking slightly exhausted. In fact, there had been many incidents in the village where students, not knowing the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth, acted alone without telling their mentors and ended up in danger. Usually, such matters were left to subordinates to handle, and Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't be bothered to ask. But since this report involved Tsunade, he had called the person to his office to ask. He hadn't expected it to be such a ridiculous matter. He really didn't want to say anything more about Tsunade. She spent her days dragging a little girl around the world, drinking and gambling, ruining Konoha's reputation, and occasionally sending back large bills. That would be one thing. Now she was actually mixed up with a group of bandits. If the outside world found out, wouldn't they all be standing together laughing at Konoha? This gave Hiruzen Sarutobi a massive headache. By the way, does the Nara clan have any reaction to this matter? He only just remembered that there was another Nara clan child left behind by Tsunade's side, so he asked. When I went to notify the Nara clan, they just said they knew about it." After hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. The Nara clan wasn't a Kekkei Genkai clan, and since they didn't have any reaction themselves, he couldn't be bothered to worry about it. After signaling for the Jonin to withdraw, he leaned back in his chair and slowly closed his eyes to relieve his exhaustion. However, just at this moment, with a click, the office door was pushed open directly. Yet Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't even open his eyes. In this Hokage building, the only person with the guts to walk in without knocking was that old partner of his. And he also knew that when Danzo came to find him, other than talking about some unrealistic ideas, there was absolutely no serious business. He was still worrying about Tsunade's affairs, and now he had to deal with Danzo. This left Hiruzen Sarutobi feeling physically and mentally exhausted, and he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. "Hiruzen, Tsunade is being too outrageous this time. I think we should immediately send people to bring her back to the village. Otherwise, before long, our Konoha will become a laughingstock in everyone's mouths." As soon as Danzo entered, he pointed his spear at Tsunade. Apparently, he had been standing outside the office door for quite some time, listening to the conversation inside word for word. Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed, opened his eyes, and slowly sat up straight. After taking 2 big puffs from his pipe, he looked at Danzo and said, "Let's not talk about these things anymore. Konoha owes Tsunade too much, just let her be for now. HMPH, it's precisely because of your indulgent attitude that Tsunade is like this, completely disregarding the village, leaving whenever she pleases," Danzo said with great dissatisfaction. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi just smoked his pipe on his own, not answering, waiting quietly for what came next. Now that the Senju clan was in name only, he didn't believe Danzo would be idle enough to come and target Tsunade, who had already left the village. With Tsunade's prestige as one of the Sannin, if they really brought her back, it would be Danzo who would be crying. Seeing that Hiruzen didn't speak, Danzo snorted in dissatisfaction, his cane striking the floor heavily. Since you insist on shielding that disciple who corrupts the village's customs, I won't waste any more breath, but... His tone shifted abruptly, and his withered fingers pushed a document across. You must approve this funding for me today. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobai's eyelids twitched, and he secretly thought, as expected. This guy always picks an unimportant matter to blame him for first, and then gets straight to the point. However, Hiruzen Sarutobai still took the document. He also wanted to see what kind of unrealistic dream Danzo was having today. However, when he finished reading the document in his hand, his expression turned gloomy in an instant. Danzo, who told you to go and monitor the Uchiha clan. He slammed the document heavily in front of Danzo and asked loudly, his voice mixed with anger. Now that the war had just ended, and the matter of the Senju clan hadn't yet completely settled in the village, Danzo actually wanted to target the Uchiha clan. Was he crazy? Hiruzen, now that the Senju clan is in decline, those people in the Uchiha clan are all restless. Do you really have to wait until the village is in crisis before you are willing to face this problem? Facing Hiruzen Sarutobai's anger, Danzo stepped forward with his cane, responding without showing weakness. Enough, Danzo. It is impossible for me to approve this funding. At the same time, your route needs to behave itself. I don't want to hear any more unfavorable news about you recently. The Uchiha clan could be dealt with, and should be, but absolutely not at this time. Hiruzen Sarutobai didn't want to talk about such issues with Danzo anymore, and shut down the conversation directly. Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobai's attitude was so firm, Danzo's heart was filled with unwillingness. Why couldn't Hiruzen see the danger of the Uchiha clan? Why was he so weak? Why did Lord Tabarama choose him to be the Hokage? One question after another lingered in Danzo's heart, as if forming a thick barrier that made him unable to breathe. Hiruzen, you will regret this. His body trembling with anger for a moment, Danzo finally growled through gritted teeth. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobai sat upright in his seat, his face serious, fingers crossed in front of him, staring at Danzo with sharp eyes. The twilight afterglow shone in through the circular Hokage window behind him, spilling onto his body, unexpectedly making his already aged figure appear somewhat magnificent again. Such a scene made Danzo feel suffocated, and he roared frantically in his heart. It's this sentence again, why? With an extremely ugly expression, Danzo could finally no longer endure it. He turned around angrily and stormed out, slamming the door. Chapter 9, The Situation in the Land of Fields. As Kurenai Yuhai and the others returned to Konoha, Dongfang Subaru and his party gradually arrived at the border of the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire possessed the most fertile land in the ninja world and had always been strict with vetting those entering, but it was much more relaxed regarding those leaving. After greasing some palms to streamline the process, the group finally arrived at the border checkpoint. However, the scene before them was completely different from the desolation Dongfang Subaru had imagined. Along the border line, nearly 100 well-equipped soldiers from the Land of Fire were patrolling tightly, and a cold iron fence separated the inside from the outside into two different worlds. On the other side of the fence, the crowd surged. Countless gaunt and ragged refugees were squeezed against the border, gazing longingly toward the Land of Fire, their eyes a mix of numbness and longing. Inumaru, go find out what's going on. Watching this scene, Dongfang Subaru spoke to a young man beside him who had a plain appearance, a thin build, but exceptionally bright eyes. This person was extremely clever, good at socializing, and was a small scout in the stronghold. It was precisely because of him that, back at the foot of the mountain, he had sensed something amiss and ran back in time to report to Dongfang Subaru. This allowed Dongfang Subaru to preserve a portion of his strength and successfully escape when surrounded by the officials and ninja of the Land of Fire. Understood, big brother. Upon hearing this, Inumaru quickly scanned the crowd at the border and nodded. He followed a caravan that was also leaving the country toward the guard post. Before long, Inumaru returned. Big brother, I found out that these people are all refugees from the Land of Rice Fields. The Land of Rice Fields hasn't been doing well these years, there have been severe droughts or floods everywhere. Many people can no longer survive, so they came here to try their luck, hoping to sneak across, or perhaps be spotted by passing merchants and taken in as slaves just to survive. Dongfang Subaru was stunned upon hearing this. With Tsunade as his backer, there would actually be no problem at all if he wanted to continue staying in the Land of Fire. But the Land of Fire was too stable. Like before, when he occupied a mountain with hundreds of men, he had already reached his limit. If the officials simply went to Konoha and called a few ninja, they could beat him until he had no temper left. That was why he decided to follow the original plan and head to the more turbulent land of rice fields to see if he could develop there. But he hadn't expected the internal problems of the land of rice fields to be so severe. To him, this seemed like a good thing. But immediately, Dongfang Subaru shook his head. He only had a rough understanding now. How to proceed in the future would still require entering the land of rice fields to see the specific situation before coming to a conclusion. Just at this moment, Tsunade, who was bored in the carriage, heard the conversation between Dongfang Subaru and Inumaru, so she brought Shizune down. When she saw the scene at the border, she was stunned at first, and then a look of pity flashed in her eyes. Shizune, who was beside her, had never seen such a scene in the Land of Fire. She was startled at first, but then she realized what was happening, and her eyes turned slightly red. "They look so pitiful. Lady Tsunade, can we help them?" Tsunade glanced at Shizune upon hearing this, sighed, and shook her head. "Shizune, our medical ninjutsu can save people, but it cannot save them. They have no injuries and no illnesses. What they need is not us, but someone who can allow them to survive." Tsunade's words were profound, and 6-year-old Shizune found it hard to understand. Her young face filled with confusion. On the contrary, Dongfang Subaru, who was standing nearby, heard this, his eyes flickering slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. After comforting the dejected Shizune, Tsunade turned around and saw Dongfang Subaru's dazed expression. She walked up to him, first reached out to rub his soft hair, and then asked curiously, "Subaru, what are you thinking about?" "Nothing." Dongfang Subaru came back to his senses, shook his head, and asked instead, "By the way, Sister Tsunade, do you know the situation in the land of rice fields?" "I have a rough understanding of it." Tsunade nodded, after thinking for a moment with her finger on her chin. The environment in the land of rice fields is poor, with frequent natural disasters. Moreover, its geographical location is somewhat awkward. It borders the land of lightning to the west and the land of fire to the north, serving as a buffer zone between the two. Once they go to war, the land of rice fields is the first to suffer. However, because of this, the land of rice fields is also able to trade with both countries during peacetime and earn substantial profits. Dongfang Subaru listened and nodded thoughtfully. It seems the land of rice fields is not as precarious as he had imagined. Since they have money, it proves that the land of rice fields is quite resilient. It seems he will continue as before, occupy a mountain, develop slowly, and fish in troubled waters. "Big brother, it's our turn." Just after Dongfang Subaru finished thinking, Yasuk's voice came from behind. Dongfang Subaru turned to look and saw that the caravan in front of them had already left. Now it was their turn to enter, so he said to Tsunade, "Sister Tsunade, we are about to enter the land of rice fields. You should take Shizune back to the carriage to rest." "And what about you?" Tsunade glanced at Dongfang Subaru. When they left, Dongfang Subaru had specifically gotten a carriage for her and Shizune. It was originally quite good, as traveling would be easier, but Dongfang Subaru insisted on walking outside with this band of bandits. No matter what Tsunade said, he wouldn't listen, which made her so angry she was gnashing her teeth. "Sister Tsunade, don't worry. When I get tired, I will naturally go to the carriage to rest." Dongfang Subaru smiled, then turned around directly and walked to the very front of the team. Seeing this, a touch of helplessness appeared on Tsunade's face. Subaru was good in every way, but he was just too stubborn. This made Tsunade doubt whether she could help Dongfang Subaru get rid of this group of bandits. Soon, the group crossed the border and entered the territory of the land of rice fields. The team walked on a flat road, and on both sides of the road lay many refugees, sprawled out in disarray. Some of them were too hungry to stand up, while others had fallen into a deep sleep, never to wake up again. There were others who looked up, staring at Dongfang Subaru's caravan, their eyes emitting a greedy green light. But leaving Dongfang Subaru aside, the fierce expressions and the baleful aura exuded by Yasuk and the others made these people, who were harboring restless thoughts, shrink back. As the team continued to move forward, Dongfang Subaru discovered that this wave of refugees still exceeded his imagination. What he saw along the way almost reached 10,000, and there was still no end in sight. This situation made Dongfang Subaru shake his head unconsciously. These people clearly knew that the Land of Fire would not accept them, yet they still kept running there. They would rather wait in front of that cold fence for a slim, illusory chance, only to starve to death in the end, than pick up swords and spears to turn around and fight to the death with the land of rice fields. No wonder this country, which was full of problems everywhere, could still maintain such stability. Chapter 10, The Legendary Fat Sheep. Big brother, there's an abandoned village at the foot of the nearby mountain. It's quite large. Hearing Inumaru's words, Dongfang Subaru nodded. They had been in the land of rice fields for half a day, and were currently less than 10 li away from the nearest town, Tsukimiura. However, it was already late, and after their long journey, everyone was exhausted, so they decided to just find a place to rest first. The scale of the abandoned village was slightly larger than Dongfang Subaru had expected. Inside the collapsed walls, an overgrown stone path extended toward dozens of houses that were largely still intact. It was more than enough to accommodate their group of over 100 people. After settling everyone in, Dongfang Subaru noticed the dark, imposing mountain behind the village. After pondering for a moment, he asked Tsunade, who was beside him. "Sister Tsunade, do you think this mountain could serve as my future base? The location looks quite good." Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately had black lines on her forehead. This guy, was he planning to go up the mountain again? "Subaru, you." Unable to bear it, Tsunade intended to properly persuade Dongfang Subaru not to keep thinking about being a lousy mountain bandit, and that learning ninjutsu from her properly was the right path. However, no sooner had she spoken than she was interrupted by a voice from behind. "Lord Subaru." Dongfang Subaru turned his head and found that it was Luzhin, who had come running over, so he asked curiously, "What is it?" Although Luzhin was young, after some testing by Dongfang Subaru, it was discovered that he indeed possessed the unique talent of the Nara clan. His brain was surprisingly sharp, and he learned things very quickly. So he was temporarily appointed as the accountant to manage the various supplies of the team. In these past few days, Luzhin had done a very good job, keeping all sorts of supplies organized and the numbers clearly tallied. It was unclear what problem he had encountered now that made him seem so hurried. "Lady Tsunade." Luzhin first greeted Tsunade respectfully, and then looked at Dongfang Subaru. "Lord Subaru, we are running out of food. We can only hold out until the day after tomorrow at most." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Subaru's expression turned slightly grave. He had actually noticed this problem before. After all, the situation had been urgent, and the food supplies they had brought from the stronghold were not much to begin with. Later, when they fled to the border of the Land of Fire, it was sparsely populated and there was nowhere to resupply, so they had to grit their teeth and keep moving, which led to the current food shortage. How much money is left? 730,000 ryo. Dongfang Subaru thought for a moment before saying, "All right, go get 300,000 ryo in banknotes for me. I'll take Yasuk to Tsukimiura to buy some food, and I'll try to be back by tomorrow." "Yes, Lord Subaru." Luzhin tucked away the account book and then hurried off. Dongfang Subaru then looked at Tsunade. "Sister Tsunade, you've worked hard accompanying us on this journey these past few days. Since I'm heading to Tsukimiura, let me treat you to a good meal." Upon hearing this, Tsunade gave a knowing smile. 730,000 ryo. You little guy are actually quite wealthy. Dongfang Subaru heard the strange tone in Tsunade's voice, and immediately remembered the other nickname Tsunade had besides the 3 legendary ninjas. the legendary big fat sheep. Immediately, his expression changed slightly, his eyes darting around. He muttered to himself, surely this unlucky gambler wasn't planning to borrow money from him, right? Seeing Dongfang Subaru silent, Tsunade was stunned for a moment, but then remembered something, and her gaze became somewhat unfriendly. You haven't heard anything else about me, have you? Cough, Sister Tsunade. Your other nickname from when you traveled through the Land of Fire is actually more famous among us commoners than the title of 3 legendary ninjas. Dongfang Subaru gave a dry laugh. Upon hearing this, the corners of Tsunade's mouth twitched. A rare blush stained her porcelain white face. She coughed awkwardly twice, then, feeling a bit embarrassed and annoyed, she vigorously ruffled Dongfang Subaru's hair. Subaru, I am your elder. How dare you mock me? And what was that expression just now? Are you afraid I'm going to ask to borrow money from you? Dongfang Subaru silently endured Tsunade's torment without a word. The answer was obvious. He had so many people under his command to feed, he couldn't dare give money to Tsunade and let her squander it at the casino. You little brat, you're really not cute. Do you think I'm the kind of woman who would borrow money from a junior I cherish? Tsunade felt very dissatisfied with Dongfang Subaru's reaction. She gave up on his messy hair, which was about to turn into a bird's nest, and extended her demonic claws toward Dongfang Subaru's delicate little face. Hard to say. Dongfang Subaru thought to himself. If he remembered correctly, it seemed that when Senju Nawaki was still alive, the commission fees he earned had all been borrowed by this fairy sister, using various methods, right? However, at this moment, his face was already distorted and deformed under Tsunade's claws, and he didn't dare to say any more hard truths. How could that be? I just thought that a woman as gentle and beautiful as you, Sister Tsunade, couldn't possibly be a degenerate gambler. The rumors outside must be a bit too biased. Hearing the first half, Tsunade was secretly delighted, so she had such a wonderful image in Subaru's heart. But hearing the latter part, her expression became increasingly unnatural. However, she thought about it again. The term degenerate gambler was generally used to describe someone who had lost everything due to gambling. And her. She hadn't lost everything. Her bills were generally sent directly back to Konoha. The money she earned from practicing medicine outside hadn't really been spent much at all. The more she thought about it, the more confident Tsunade became. She straightened her back and nodded in strong agreement. You're right. Your sister Tsunade only treats gambling as a hobby. A little gambling is just for fun. The outside world is just spreading rumors. You can't believe them. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Subaru's face twitched. He really didn't know where Tsunade got the confidence to say such things. However, he couldn't be bothered to dwell on this issue. As long as Tsunade didn't set her sights on his brother's food money, everything was fine. Just then, Lejin came running over with the money, allowing the matter to pass. After taking the thick stack of banknotes from Lejin, Dongfang Subaru went to call Yasuk, and also brought along a dozen more people to help transport the grain. Tsunade also went to call Shizune. After the group gathered at the entrance of the village, they set off on the path to Tsukimiura by the light of the moon. This time, the group traveled light. Without the burden of grain and other supplies, they soon arrived at this border town of the land of rice fields. As twilight gathered, a towering city wall stood abruptly at the end of the wilderness. The torches on the city walls formed a line, standing out remarkably in the deepening night. At the city gate, the crowd was thick, with merchants rushing to enter the city before the curfew. What was even more eye-catching were the lights shining from within the city, which illuminated half the night sky into an orange-red hue, forming a stark contrast with the desolate scene outside the city. Chapter 11, Feeling Jealous. It's so lively. Looking at the brightly lit town and the winding, dragon-like queue at the city gate, Shizune couldn't help but exclaim. That goes without saying. Tsunade crossed her arms, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Although Tsukimiura isn't large, as the first stop for caravans after crossing the border, it's naturally well-developed. It has everything, from taverns to casinos. As she spoke, Tsunade's gaze began to wander. These past few days of traveling day and night with Dongfang Subaru had really stifled this gambling addict. Her slender fingers tapped unconsciously against her arm as Tsunade calculated in her mind that she would head straight to the casino for a few rounds once they entered the city. Seeing this, Shizune helplessly covered her forehead. She knew Lady Tsunade was about to revert to her old ways. Meanwhile, Dongfang Subaru was silently calculating the supplies they needed to purchase after entering the city and didn't join the conversation. Just then, Yasuk lightly nudged his arm. "Big brother, look over there." Yasuk lowered his voice, pointing toward the city gate. "Those soldiers." Dongfang Subaru followed Yasuk's gaze, and his eyebrows couldn't help but arch slightly. He saw that the guards stationed at the city gate had sallow complexions, dull eyes, and completely lacked any sharpness. Among them were even a few old soldiers with white hair and beards, their armor covered in obvious rust, and their weapons decrepit and worn. This didn't look like how the guards of a major border town should appear. This group of old, weak, sick, and disabled people looked exactly like those left behind to make up the numbers after someone had embezzled their military pay. "In Yumaru, take 2 people with you and go find out what's going on after we enter the city." After some thought, Dongfang Subaru pulled out about 30,000 ryo from his pocket and handed it to Inumaru, who was traveling with them. "Understood, big brother." Inumaru took it efficiently and then gestured to those behind him. His 2 companions immediately understood, and the 3 of them expertly blended into the bustling crowd. "Subaru, what are you all dawdling for?" Just then, Tsunade's impatient voice came from ahead. Her hands itching to gamble, she had already paced to the city gate, her golden hair shimmering under the lamplight. Coming, Dongfang Subaru hurriedly led Yasuk and the others to catch up. Upon stepping through the city gate, the scene before them made them involuntarily slow their pace. Lanterns hung high on both sides of the long street, illuminating the entire thoroughfare as bright as day. Vendors were hawking their wares enthusiastically. Wealthy merchants in fine silks, sated with food and drink, strolled with beautiful companions, glasses clinked in the taverns, and decadent music drifted from the red light district. It was a scene of unbridled luxury and prosperity. It stood in stark contrast to the road Dongfang Subaru had traveled earlier that day, which had been littered with the starving and dead. And that road was barely dozens of miles from Tsukimiura. "Subaru, is this an eye-opening experience for you? Do you want Sister Tsunade to take you to some good places to broaden your horizons?" Just as Dongfang Subaru's thoughts were surging, Tsunade suddenly walked to his side, her jade-like arm wrapping around his neck, her red lips close to his ear, and she spoke with an ambiguous expression. The sudden, untelegraphed face-to-face approach caught Dongfang Subaru off guard, and his cheek was once again impacted and deformed by one of her fleshy projectiles. He said helplessly, "Sister Tsunade, although I am a bandit, I haven't spent my whole life on the mountain. In the land of fire, there are plenty of places like this." That's true. Seeing that she hadn't teased Dongfang Subaru, Tsunade gave a dry laugh. But suddenly, as if she had thought of something, her face fell, and her arm holding Dongfang Subaru tightened. The immense pressure made Dongfang Subaru feel as if his face had completely sunk into them. For a moment, a milky fragrance assailed his nose, faintly carrying a dangerous scent. "You honestly tell me, have you been to those kinds of places before?" Hearing Tsunade's interrogation, Dongfang Subaru couldn't help but grumble inwardly. "She just said she wanted to take me to broaden my horizons, but now that I've actually seen them, she's unhappy." Seeing Tsunade's gloomy expression, as if she would suffocate him in her ample bosom if she weren't satisfied, Dongfang Subaru had to quickly explain. "Sister Tsunade, don't overthink it. How old am I? I only occasionally took the brothers there. After all, back then there were only a few old cooks in the stronghold. I couldn't let the brothers get stifled, could I?" "You better be." Tsunade snorted coldly and finally let go. It wasn't that she believed Dongfang Subaru's words, but this was something she couldn't verify, so she had to let it go. However, her expression still wore a look of displeasure. Just thinking about the possibility of Dongfang Subaru having the scent of another woman's perfume on him made her feel a wave of irritation. At the same time, she felt a bit of self-pity, regretting that she hadn't met Dongfang Subaru sooner, which meant she couldn't be involved in or intervene in the first half of his life. For a moment, the enthusiasm Tsunade had just felt upon arriving in Tsukimiura completely vanished. Looking at the prosperous street before her, she suddenly had the urge to jump up, use her heavenly foot of pain, and stomp everything here into ruins. Dongfang Subaru keenly noticed the change in Tsunade's expression. The slightly furrowed brows and tightly pressed lips signaled that a storm was brewing. He made a prompt decision, gently grasped Tsunade's wrist, and said, "It's getting late. We should find a place to settle down first." The wrist in his palm stiffened slightly at first, but ultimately did not pull away. Dongfang Subaru breathed a sigh of relief, took the opportunity to take hold of her slender hand, and led her forward. Although Tsunade still kept a straight face, her feet followed involuntarily, and her tense shoulders gradually relaxed. As for Shizune, Yasuke, and the others behind them, they exchanged glances, then silently followed the two, not daring to make a sound. After turning 2 corners, a 3-story wooden inn came into view. Although not luxurious, it was clean and grand. The bronze bells hanging under the eaves chimed in the evening breeze, possessing a unique charm. "Let's stay here," the group filed in. Tsunade walked straight toward the cypress wood counter, while Dongfang Subaru, seeing this, took the opportunity to pull Yasuke aside and handed him 20,000 ryo. "Yasuke, you all are tired after the long journey these past few days. Go relax for a while and come find me here tomorrow morning." "Thank you, big brother." Yasuke immediately chuckled and turned back to wink and gesture at the dozen or so brothers behind him. They had been together for a long time, so they naturally understood Yasuke's little signal immediately. Their eyes suddenly became subtle, and they all looked somewhat restless. "All right, get lost, and don't cause any trouble for me in the city." Dongfang Subaru waved his hand impatiently. After Yasuke and the others left, Dongfang Subaru turned and stepped into the inn's inner hall. Under the dim, yellow light, Tsunade was putting the pen back on the counter and then stretched. Her extended waistline outlined breathtaking curves under the light. She lazily stretched her neck, and a few strands of golden hair fell from her bun, shimmering with a honey-like luster in the candlelight. Chapter 12, Tsunade's Teachings. The fullness unfolding under the light was dazzling. Dongfang Subaru couldn't help but take a few extra looks. Dongfang Subaru's gaze was frank, without the slightest concealment, and was immediately noticed by Tsunade. Feeling that direct gaze from behind her, Tsunade couldn't help but hum lightly, her red lips curling into a smug arc, a strange sense of satisfaction rising in her heart. But the next second, she felt a bit annoyed. This kid didn't even know how to be subtle when peeking. That direct gaze made her heart flutter. Immediately after, she remembered what happened earlier, and an unknown anger flared up. Her eyes shifted, and a plan formed in Tsunade's mind. Since this kid said he hadn't been to that kind of place, she would test his mettle. It just so happened that the front desk manager had gone inside to get the key, and there was no one else around. Tsunade pulled at her collar, revealing a dazzling expanse of white and that abyss-like cleavage, then covered her mouth and sighed. "Huh, such a hot day, and I haven't bathed in so long. I must take a good hot bath later." As she said this, she looked at Dongfang Subaru, revealing a smile like a gentle older sister. "Subaru, do you want to bathe with me later? I can scrub your back. I heard this can improve our relationship, Tilda." Dongfang Subaru was slightly stunned upon hearing this. "There's such a good thing." "Is that okay? Then I'll trouble Sister Tsunade." "Of course, not." The next second, Tsunade's gentle smile vanished, replaced by a blank expression, and she brought a hand chop down on Dongfang Subaru's head. "Ouch!" Dongfang Subaru let out a miserable cry, grimacing in pain. However, there was no pity in Tsunade's eyes. She even coldly reached out, grabbed Dongfang Subaru's ear, and said sinisterly, "You little pervert, how could you agree so confidently? You must have seen plenty, right? And you still dare to say you haven't been to that kind of place." Dongfang Subaru heard this, and hurriedly offered a dry laugh in explanation. Just heard of it. I just usually hear the brothers chatting and felt a bit curious. Just now, I thought you were going to teach me, Sister Tsunade." "I teach you, you wish." Tsunade spoke instinctively, but suddenly realized something. Her voice stopped, and her expression suddenly became serious. She felt it really needed attention. She had to give Dongfang Subaru proper guidance. If ignored, she feared Dongfang's Subaru would develop in a direction she didn't want to see. For example, that guy who sticks his butt out and lies at the entrance of the women's bathhouse every day to study materials. He's been caught several times, beaten into a pig's head by a mob, and still refuses to repent. It's simply a headache. Tsunade certainly didn't want Dongfang's Subaru to become like that in the future. I really do need to teach you properly. Hearing Tsunade's words, it was Dongfang Subaru's turn to be dumbfounded. She's actually going to teach me. Dongfang Subaru suddenly wanted to raise his hand to say he was already self-taught, but looking at Tsunade's serious expression, he didn't dare to speak. Just then, the manager brought the key. Tsunade grabbed the key and simultaneously seized Dongfang Subaru by the collar. So urgent. Dongfang Subaru was caught off guard. Wait, I'm not ready yet. However, before his voice fell, he was dragged stumbling forward by Tsunade. When the bang of the closing door sounded, Dongfang Subaru finally came to his senses and found himself in a room filled with the faint scent of sandalwood. Is it starting? Although he hadn't eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. He knew how many people grew old only to look at women and weep in vain. One by one, online, their resentment was heavier than Sadako's. So in this life, for the sake of his body, he wanted to wait until he was 18 before starting to let loose. But now it seemed there was no room for maneuver. It seems everything will end today. Dongfang Subaru couldn't help but take a deep breath, his heart beginning to slowly accept reality. But suddenly, his gaze shifted, and the corner of his mouth twitched violently. Then he pointed to Shizune on the side and asked, Sister Tsunade, in this situation, having Shizune here isn't quite appropriate, is it? Tsunade raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Why not appropriate? It's just right to let Shizune stay on the side and learn too. Dongfang Subaru was stunned, then muttered to himself. Letting a little girl watch from the side, he didn't know if it would affect his performance. All right, don't dawdle, let's start now. So fast. Dongfang Subaru sighed inwardly, then helplessly reached for his belt. Just as he was about to undo it, he suddenly realized that Tsunade's movements were a bit off. He saw her take a backpack from Shizune, then take out a book. Dongfang Subaru's expression froze, and his hand reaching for his belt paused in midair. Tsunade pulled his hand and sat on the edge of the bed. Under Dongfang Subaru's dazed gaze, Tsunade opened the book, pointed at the content, and said seriously, Subaru, tonight I will teach you the difference between boys and girls. Hearing this, the heart Dongfang Subaru had been holding finally died completely. The next day, Dongfang Subaru had faint dark circles under his eyes. Last night, he had been dragged by Tsunade to attend a dry biology lesson without illustrations, which really overwhelmed him, and he hadn't slept well due to frustration. He couldn't be bothered to go out on the street, so he gave the money to Yasuk, who arrived at the inn early in the morning, and after letting them go buy food themselves, he returned to the room to study the ninjutsu practice he had put aside due to traveling. Tsunade had already categorized some basic introductory ninjutsu and given them to him. Among them was the chakra refinement technique unique to the Senju clan. Such basic chakra refinement techniques were already very perfect in the ninja world. It relied more on the ninja's own understanding of ninjutsu and physical aptitude. However, big clans like the Senju had enough resources, so they would adjust and adapt the chakra refinement technique based on their clan members' physiques to make it more compatible. Although compared to the ordinary version, the effect didn't reach the level of a qualitative change. But the training speed was more or less improved, and the flow of chakra in the body would be more rapid and smooth. This could be considered one of the benefits of having a big clan behind you. Absorb the life energy contained in the body's cells and the spiritual energy formed through training. Combine the two through hand seals and form chakra. At this moment, Dongfang Subaru sat cross-legged on the bed, slowly closed his eyes, and recited the content clearly in his memory. At the same time, his hands quickly formed seals in front of his chest, his movements fluid and smooth. This was the result of his practice snatched from his busy schedule over the past few days. At first, the room was silent, with only his own breathing clearly audible. Did I go wrong somewhere? A trace of doubt flashed in his heart, but soon, a strange feeling emerged quietly from the depths of his lower abdomen. Boom! As if a spark had fallen into dry wood, hot energy suddenly erupted. His lower abdomen seemed to be ignited by an invisible flame, scorching but not painful, instead carrying a surging vitality. Before he could react, this heat flow swept through his whole body like a prairie fire. Blood, muscles, bones, every inch of his body was trembling and resonating at this moment. At the same time, deep in his brain, a cool and vast force began to surge, like a lake that had been silent for many years being suddenly stirred. Chapter 13, Dongfang Mao's Talent. Under the balance of the hand seals, these two energies gradually fused, eventually transforming into an entirely new form of energy. This chakra. At this moment, in the room next door, Tsunade, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly awoke with a start. A flash of chilling, killing intent surfaced in her eyes, and she slammed her fist into her bedside table. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the wall separating the two rooms collapsed instantly, and debris and dust flew everywhere. However, when Tsunade rushed into Dongfang Subaru's room, she discovered that there was no one else there, except for Dongfang Subaru, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed forming hand seals. Her originally murderous expression instantly froze, turning into one of astonishment. It wasn't just Tsunade who was confused. Dongfang Subaru, still holding his hand seals, was also dumbfounded as he looked at Tsunade, who had suddenly smashed through the wall. Sister Tsunade, what are you? After a moment of silence, Dongfang Subaru asked cautiously. Haha, sorry. I was just stretching my body after waking up this morning and accidentally used too much force. Tsunade rubbed the back of her head, laughing awkwardly, her beautiful eyebrows comically twisted into the shape of the character 8. You certainly have a lively way of living, Sister Tsunade. Dongfang Subaru's mouth twitched. His gaze swept over the ruined wall before finally landing on Tsunade. Haha, that sort of thing isn't important. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, brushing off the awkwardness. She then took 2 or 3 strides to the bedside, suddenly leaned in close to Dongfang Subaru, and examined him from head to toe. Dongfang Subaru felt unnerved by Tsunade's stare. Just as he was about to get goosebumps, Tsunade finally spoke up to ask, Was that chakra from just now created by you? It should be. Is there a problem? Dongfang Subaru nodded. Tell me in detail about the process and feelings you had while refining that chakra just now. Seeing Tsunade's slightly serious expression, Dongfang Subaru took the matter seriously as well. Fearing there might be a problem, he quickly recounted his experience. However, as Dongfang Subaru spoke, Tsunade was stunned at first. And then, as if she had thought of something incredible, her entire body trembled slightly. Sister Tsunade, is there a problem with my cultivation? Seeing that Tsunade was acting a bit strange, Dongfang Subaru asked quickly. No, you're cultivating very well, too well. Tsunade's voice was tight, and, somewhat losing control of her emotions, she pulled Dongfang Subaru into her arms and hugged him tightly. Caught off guard, Dongfang Subaru felt the familiar sensation of suffocation wash over him again. Fortunately, he had plenty of experience with this and knew how to find a chance to breathe in the cracks. After a good while, Tsunade's emotions finally calmed down, and she slowly released Dongfang Subaru. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade looked up again. Dongfang Subaru noticed that her eyes were shimmering with a complex light, surprise, relief, and also longing. Just as Dongfang Subaru was feeling confused by this, Tsunade finally opened her mouth to explain. You don't need to worry. Most of us in the Senju clan are born with a massive amount of yang release chakra. Therefore, it is normal for your body to feel a burning sensation when you refine chakra. That is a sign of the yang release chakra being activated. However, at this point, Tsunade paused. Her gaze toward Dongfang Subaru suddenly became extremely gentle, and the smile on her face was as refreshing as a spring breeze. Bathed in the sunlight, she was breathtakingly beautiful. As she said this, Tsunade's eyes suddenly became extremely soft, like snow melting in early spring, carrying a heart-trembling tenderness. Her lips curled slightly upward. The sunlight from outside the window happened to fall on her profile, setting off this faint smile in a breathtaking way. This breathtaking scene left Dongfang Subaru somewhat dazed, and he only reacted when Tsunade spoke again. However, your Yang release chakra is simply astonishing. Your talent is extremely rare within the Senju clan over the last few decades. Although I don't know if you can awaken great-grandfathers would release because of this, but Tsunade's voice gradually became serious, and her eyes revealed anticipation. As long as you can master the 5 elemental ninjutsu, you might be able to recreate the glory of second grandfather from back in the day. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Subaru pondered for a moment, and his eyes lit up. Sister Tsunade, are you saying that I could also be like the second Hokage and cultivate water release into sea release? And that it's even possible to awaken wood release? Hearing Dongfang Subaru's words, Tsunade couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sea release? What an apt description. So, outside of Konoha, is that what others call second grandfather's ninjutsu? She then nodded. That's right. However, the reason second grandfather's water release was so powerful was that his massive Yang release chakra added a terrifying vitality to the water element. Therefore, you don't need to be fixated on water release. As long as you master any one of the 5 elemental ninjutsu, with your talent, you still have a very good chance of reaching second grandfather's level. Dongfang Subaru nodded. So, it turned out that the second Hokage's sea release was a bloodline limit of water plus Yang. No wonder it was so unreasonable. As for wood release, it is possible to awaken it, but don't hold your hopes too high. Although our Senju clan was the first family to give birth to wood release, no one has been able to awaken this bloodline limit since great-grandfather. Tsunade said with some regret. I understand. Dongfang Subaru also knew that wood release was a bit mysterious. Whether it was a bloodline elimination of water plus earth plus Yang or caused by Ashura's chakra, there was no consensus yet. But regardless of which condition it was, the difficulty of achieving it was extraordinary, and Dongfang Subaru couldn't be bothered to fantasize too much about it. Right. Tsunade suddenly slapped her forehead hard. I was so focused on your Yang release chakra just now that I forgot about your mental energy. Mental energy can be collectively referred to as the power of yin. According to your description just now, your power of yin is also very powerful, which is a bit strange. Logically speaking, only those Uchiha guys should be born with such massive power of yin. Could it be that your mother was a member of the Uchiha clan? As she spoke, Tsunade rested her chin on her hand, her gaze lingering on Dongfang Subaru's eyes, as if she were guessing whether 2 Sharingan would suddenly pop out the next moment. No, my mother was just an ordinary peasant woman. Dongfang Subaru shook his head. His mother had nothing to do with the Uchiha, and as for why he possessed this level of power of yin, Dongfang Subaru guessed it probably had to do with his transmigration and his photographic memory talent. Is that so? Tsunade scratched her head with a lack of interest and pouted, her face clearly expressing the word boring. She had already imagined a melodramatic story in her mind, where Dongfang Subaru's father, a member of the Senju clan, broke worldly taboos for love and married an Uchiha woman. Chapter 14, Ninjutsu Scroll. Afterwards, Tsunade returned to her room and took out a chakra test paper. Dongfang Subaru injected his chakra into the test paper. The paper first began to burn, and then it dried up and crumbled to pieces. Fire and earth attribute chakra, huh? It just so happens that Konoha is a village proficient in fire release, and there are many powerful fire release ninjutsu. I will organize the fire release ninjutsu you need to learn at each stage for you in a moment. As for earth release, although the ninjutsu I have here certainly isn't as good as Iwagakure's, it has the advantage of having a wide variety, which is enough for your current stage of learning. Tsunade rested her chin on her slender, jade-white fingers, her expression composed as she carefully planned for Dongfang Subaru. Dongfang Subaru's eyes lit up as he listened, but then he asked with some confusion. Sister Tsunade, did you empty out Konoha when you left? However, upon hearing this, Tsunade shot Dongfang Subaru a sideways glance and snorted coldly. These were all collected by the Senju clan after Konoha was founded. Now that the Senju are gone, why would I leave these family assets in Konoha? It was evident that Tsunade held a great deal of resentment toward Konoha. If, in the future, he could truly stand shoulder to shoulder with the second Hokage of the past, he would definitely help Tsunade avenge the destruction of her family and clan. However, that was not something he should be considering right now. His attention was focused on Tsunade's last sentence, the Senju clan's assets. Sister Tsunade, isn't there something in Konoha village called the Sealing Scroll? Was it collected by the Senju clan? After hearing this, Tsunade's expression became strange. You brat, where did you hear about this? You're quite well informed, aren't you? I used to dream of learning ninjutsu, so naturally, I liked making friends with ninja and heard it from them. Dongfang Subaru bluffed without batting an eye. Tisk, you little brat. Tsunade tapped Dongfang Subaru's forehead with her finger in a doting manner, then shook her head apologetically. The Senju family did indeed collect some forbidden techniques created by my granduncle in his early years. But after my granduncle became Hokage, all the ninjutsu he created later were placed in the Sealing Scroll and not brought back to the family. And the Sealing Scroll is currently kept in Konoha's Hokage building under strict supervision, so I have no way to satisfy your curiosity. Ninjutsu created in his early years. Although he was a bit disappointed, Dongfang Subaru immediately discovered a blind spot. Is the Flying Thunder God technique in there? Tsunade was stunned upon hearing this and looked at Dongfang Subaru with surprise. You even know about the Flying Thunder God technique. Afterwards, she touched her chin to think for a moment, then nodded. It really is there. The Flying Thunder God technique was a ninjutsu created by my granduncle during the Sengoku period to deal with the Uchiha clan. It has a record of killing Uchiha Izuna, the younger brother of Uchiha Madara, the ninja world Shura, who was as famous as my other granduncle back then. Such a brilliant ninjutsu was naturally collected by the family at that time. But unfortunately, it seems that the Flying Thunder God technique, like my other granduncles would release, has some kind of curse. Apart from my granduncle, no other clan member has learned it. As she spoke, Tsunade glanced at Dongfang Subaru. Your talent is very high, but the difficulty of the Flying Thunder God technique is too great, so I cannot teach it to you now. Wait until you have mastered these fire release and earth release, as well as my medical ninjutsu first. No problem. Dongfang Subaru nodded obediently. Anyway, the ninjutsu was with Tsunade and wouldn't run away. When the time came, Tsunade would naturally teach it to him. Thinking about the opportunity to master such a powerful space-time ninjutsu like the Flying Thunder God, Dongfang Subaru's mood was somewhat surging uncontrollably. Seeing that Dongfang Subaru wasn't being overly ambitious and trying to learn the Flying Thunder God immediately, Tsunade also nodded with some satisfaction. She then turned around, crossed the dilapidated wall, returned to her room, and after tidying up, walked back carrying 2 scrolls. This is a space scroll containing the fire and earth release ninjutsu you will need to practice later. As for medical ninjutsu, I will teach you personally. Tsunade handed the scroll to Dongfang Subaru, but as if thinking of something, a hint of regret appeared on her face. It's a pity I didn't meet you sooner. If you had practiced ninjutsu since childhood, you would probably have reached the level of a jonin by now. However, upon hearing this, Dongfang Subaru didn't feel any regret. Chakra isn't like cultivation. It's not that if you don't practice when you're young, the account is wasted. To put it bluntly, this thing is about extracting energy from within one's own body. If you practice from childhood, when various parts of your body haven't fully developed, and you start squeezing your body's potential, it definitely puts a significant burden and has an impact on yourself. This is also why most ninja do not live long. It's just that in the previous era, the entire ninja world was very chaotic. Children had to pick up swords and go to the battlefield before they were 6 years old, so naturally, ninjutsu training started as early as possible. Although it is peaceful now, this habit has been preserved. And Dongfang Subaru certainly wanted to live longer. so starting to practice at his current age was actually just right. Taking the scroll from Tsunade's hand, Dongfang Subaru's attention was quickly drawn, but not to the ninjutsu inside the scroll, but to the scroll itself. He suddenly realized how great the utility of this kind of scroll was. "Sister Tsunade, how much can this scroll hold?" Seeing Dongfang Subaru staring intensely at the space scroll in his hand with fiery eyes, Tsunade felt a bit strange, but still answered. "About 50 Shi. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Subaru immediately started calculating in his mind. 50 Shi, which is 10 cubic meters, could hold 10 tons of grain, 1,000 weapons, and over 100 sets of armor. This scroll is simply an extremely portable granary and arsenal. Even more importantly, the concealment of the scroll means one could completely launch a medium-sized battle silently. Sister Tsunade, how many more of these scrolls do you have?" Thinking this through, Dongfang Subaru suddenly looked up, staring at Tsunade with burning eyes. Never having been watched by him with such a longing gaze, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. She subconsciously tightened her legs, then quickly coughed and said, "This scroll is a high-level scroll. I did bring quite a few when I left, but they are all filled with things brought from the clan, so there are no extras. Otherwise, a few days ago, I would have helped you pack up all the things you were transporting. Why would we have needed to dawdle on the road for so long?" Upon hearing this, Dongfang Subaru didn't feel regretful and stood up to proactively hug Tsunade. "I see. Still, I have to thank you, Sister Tsunade. This scroll is very important to me." This sudden action by Dongfang Subaru made Tsunade instantly stiffen, her pupils slightly contracting. She could clearly feel her cheeks heating up in an instant, her earlobes burning, and her heart beating violently in her chest. This feeling was completely different from the feeling of her usually pulling Dongfang Subaru into her arms. Chapter 15, Making a Decision. Tsunade's mind was blank at this moment. That body, which clearly possessed the strength to collapse mountains and split rocks, felt extraordinarily weak, numb, and soft right now. Her fingers unconsciously clutched at the hem of her clothes. Tsunade did not dare to move while in Dongfang Subaru's arms, and only when he let go did she instantly snap back to her senses. You look at those ninjutsu first. I'm going downstairs to discuss the compensation with the shopkeeper." Tsunade pointed flusteredly at the broken wall to the side, then turned and strode away, looking rather like someone fleeing in a panic. Dongfang Subaru, however, felt a bit strange. Usually, this Tsunade was always touching him unscrupulously, and from time to time, she would drag him into the mountains to admire the towering peaks and enjoy the breeze and pine waves, and he had never seen her feel the slightest bit shy. How come today, when he just gave her a light hug out of gratitude, it actually made her react like a startled cat? Dongfang Subaru scratched his head in confusion. After all, in his previous life, he was just a college student who died on the way to first base. How could he possibly fathom a woman's mind? Simply deciding not to think about it anymore, he refocused his gaze on the space scroll in his hand. His gaze was focused, filled with an inquisitive look. Just as Dongfang Subaru was about to study it carefully, the room door was suddenly knocked upon. "Big brother." Hearing that it was Inyumaru's voice, Dongfang Subaru tucked the scroll into his robe, his expression turning stern. "Come in." The next moment, Inyumaru pushed the door open and entered. "Big brother, I've managed to scout out the general situation." He walked quickly to the table, took out an oil-stained map of the land of rice fields from his robe, and pointed to the bottom right corner. "This is the location of Tsukimiura. Because it is located in a remote area bordering the land of fire, the land of rice fields Daimyo's court does not have strong control over Tsukimiura. The castellans here are usually elected by local families. However, since Tsukimiura is an important commercial hub with massive profits, the price to be elected as castellan is not small. Therefore, after taking office, castellans usually scrape money together desperately to recoup their costs, sucking the marrow from the bones of the people." Upon hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in Dongfang Subaru's eyes, and his fingers tapped the tabletop unconsciously. Even the officials in Sakaki City, near our old stronghold, didn't dare to go this far. This Tsukimiura is truly one of a kind. After sighing with emotion, Inumaru continued. Besides the castellan and the officials, the military officers in the city are equally unscrupulous, not only indulging in nightly revelry in the pleasure districts. They even take the fine equipment just issued by the Daimyo's court and immediately sell it to traveling merchants, tossing discarded junk to the soldiers below to make do. That is why the city guards looked the way they did when we first entered the city. Hearing this, Dongfang Subaru's mind began to race. In Inumaru's description, Tsukimiura was simply like a piece of rotten wood eaten hollow by pests, needing only a gentle push from an external force to collapse completely. It was truly thriving in its own way. And if he could topple and take control of this decaying city, wouldn't that be far better than hiding in the deep mountains and forests? The more he thought in this direction, the more Dongfang Subaru's heart raced. But at the same time as his heart stirred, problems followed one after another. That was manpower. If it were back when the stronghold was still intact, Dongfang Subaru felt he might have been able to give it a shot. After all, the money he spent raising those men back then was not spent in vain. Every one of them was armored and armed, trained daily, and followed orders strictly. They could absolutely be called elite soldiers. If this were in the ancient times of his previous life, Dongfang Subaru would have dared to raise an army directly. However, that was in the land of fire, which had great national strength. Those people didn't play by the rules. They called in ninja, who beat him until he was practically paralyzed. Now, excluding the wounded, Dongfang Subaru had only 70 men under his command. So even if Tsukimiura was rotten to the core, wanting to seize the city was still a bit out of reach. At the thought of this, Dongfang Subaru could not help but frown. Inumaru, who was to the side, keenly sensed the change in Dongfang Subaru's mood and tentatively asked, "Big brother, have you encountered some difficulty?" Dongfang Subaru did not hide anything and pointed to the location of Tsukimiura on the map. Inumaru, look, this land of rice fields has limited land and a poor population, and its strength has long been weak and stagnant. And this Tsukimiura is located on the border, making it difficult for the Daimyo's court to control. Even if something happened, they would be beyond their reach. Combined with what you just said about the situation in Tsukimiura, it makes me want to take over Tsukimiura as our base, so we don't have to go back into the deep mountains and forests. Unfortunately. At this point, Dongfang Subaru could not help but sigh. Upon hearing this, Inumaru did not speak immediately, but rolled his eyes around then, having thought of something, chuckled. "Big brother, have you forgotten what our status was before we went up to Mount Yashino?" "Refugees, what about it?" Dongfang Subaru replied subconsciously, but before his words had completely faded, his expression froze. After a moment, his eyes immediately lit up, and he slammed his left fist into his right palm. "That's right, refugees. From here to the border, there are so many refugees along the way, all of them nearly starving to death. If we bring out food, why would we worry that they wouldn't risk their lives for us?" Dongfang Subaru stood up from the edge of the bed excitedly and patted Inumaru's shoulder heavily. "You're really something, Inumaru. You truly are our #1 scout on Mount Yashino. Your brain is just sharp." "Big brother, you overpraise me." Inumaru accepted the compliment modestly, then added a reminder. "Big brother, although manpower can be supplemented by refugees, the more critical things are money, food, and equipment. The money and food we brought out from the stronghold were not much to begin with. If this group of refugees joins, I'm afraid it will be another significant expense." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Subaru's expression became somewhat grave. Money and food were indeed a big problem. The little money he had on him now was barely enough to maintain the status quo, let alone raise a larger army. Should he go back to his old trade? But this thought had just arisen before it was rejected by Dongfang Subaru. Tsukimiura was a necessary thoroughfare for merchants, and with refugees gathering outside the city, there must be people watching the road to ensure the safety of these merchants. So he could forget about robbing the rich to help the poor. If he accidentally alerted the enemy, it would be more trouble than it was worth. Dongfang Subaru thought about it again in his heart, then took out all the remaining money in his pocket and gave it to Inumaru. Do this, take this money, go find Yasuke, and exchange it all for food. First, return to that village and start recruiting some refugees. As for the remaining gap, I will find a way. Understood. After Inumaru took it, he left, leaving Dongfang Subaru alone in the room. At this moment, his expression began to change, showing signs of struggle. He stood up somewhat agitatedly and paced back and forth in the room. After a long while, he slowly sighed, his tense expression relaxing, as if he had made up his mind about something. Forget it, those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. Since I decided to cling to a powerful thigh back then, I might as well see it through to the end. Isn't it just asking for another bowl of soft rice? Let's do it. Chapter 16, Tsunade's Aspirations. After thinking it over, Dongfang Subaru finally decided to set his sights on Tsunade's assets. Having inherited the Senju family fortune, Tsunade was clearly not as destitute as he had initially guessed. With time pressing, he could no longer worry about a man's pride. Besides, he wasn't really a man yet, just a 14-year-old kid. Was it really so wrong to ask a distant relative for some pocket money? Thinking of this, Dongfang Subaru's confidence suddenly surged. 10 million ryo, what do you want to do with that? Having returned to the room after negotiating the compensation with the innkeeper downstairs, Tsunade asked suspiciously, looking at Dongfang Subaru, who was currently hitting her up for cash. Although 10 million ryo wasn't much to her, it was just the cost of treating a few patients, not even enough to cover her gambling sprees in the Land of Fire's largest casino for half a month. It was a huge sum for an ordinary person. Why did Dongfang Subaru suddenly need so much money? We've been drifting for a while now. It's time to find a place to settle down. I think the environment behind the village we were at before is quite nice. Clear springs winding around rocks, deep woods filled with birdsong. I've decided to set up camp there. That way, we'll have a new home. We'll live together. Sister Tsunade, you can teach me ninjutsu during the day, and in the evening we can sit on the veranda and watch the sunset. If you feel bored, the casino in Tsukimiura is right here, only 10 miles away. It'll be convenient whenever you want to go. Hearing Dongfang Subaru's words, Tsunade was slightly stunned. A picture of peaceful pastoral life began to emerge in her mind. Just as the corners of her mouth began to lift involuntarily, Dongfang Subaru suddenly changed the subject. However, you're short on money, right? Watching Dongfang Subaru's fawning expression, rubbing his hands together like a fly, Tsunade couldn't help but snort softly. Yet her heart couldn't help but stir. Although she really disliked Dongfang Subaru mingling with that group of bandits, she had to admit, the picture he had just painted for her was truly heart-stirring. After she left Konoha, there was no such thing as a home for her in this world. Before meeting Dongfang Subaru, she had been wandering around the ninja world without a fixed abode. Although she didn't show it on the surface, she was deeply longing for stability. And wasn't what Dongfang Subaru just said exactly the life she yearned for in her heart. As for those bandits, on second thought, it wasn't really a big deal. Moreover, with them gathered together, didn't that just form a brand new village? They were the villagers, and Dongfang Subaru was the leader of the village. She could lead Dongfang Subaru to build the village of her dreams, one without killing, without death, without conflicts of interest, and without political maneuvering. Thinking of this, Tsunade's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Her palms clenched, and she looked at Dongfang Subaru, saying with a solemn expression, "Subaru, 10 million is a bit too little. It will affect the construction of the village. How about this? I'll give you 20? No, 30 million. You must build the village properly for me." Tsunade's words left Dongfang Subaru slightly stunned. What village? Weren't they talking about the bandit stronghold? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Stronghold or village, it's all the same as long as there's money. Sister Tsunade, don't worry, I will definitely build the village perfectly. Dongfang Subaru forcibly suppressed his inner excitement. He was already silently calculating how much grain he could buy, how many weapons and armor he could collect, and how many people he could arm with these 30 million. Tsunade nodded with satisfaction, then rummaged around, took out a scroll, and handed it to Dongfang Subaru. Here, take it. The 30 million you need is inside. Good guy, it even comes with a storage scroll. Good stuff. Dongfang Subaru's eyes lit up as he took the scroll, and he said to Tsunade impatiently, "Then, Sister Tsunade, I'll go recruit craftsmen first." Tsunade nodded, but then, feeling a bit uneasy, she called out to Dongfang Subaru, who had already run to the door. "Subaru, you must strictly supervise those craftsmen. Don't let them cut corners." "Don't worry, Sister Tsunade." Dongfang Subaru gave Tsunade a gesture over his shoulder, then turned the corner, and his figure disappeared into the hallway. "Lady Tsunade, are we going to settle down in the land of rice fields?" Shizune, who had been listening silently, asked curiously after Dongfang Subaru left, looking at Tsunade, who was still feeling lingering excitement. "That's right, Shizune. We are going to have a brand new home here, and not just a home, but a brand new village." At this moment, Tsunade's face was like the morning glow. The corners of her lips lifted in a heartfelt smile, and her crystalline eyes were filled with longing for the future. After leaving the inn, Dongfang Subaru made many inquiries and found a merchant from the land of iron who had come to the land of rice fields for business and was now heading to the land of fire, temporarily staying in Tsukimiura. The land of iron was a nation that revered the spirit of the samurai. There were no ninjas in the country, and samurai groups guarded the nation. At the same time, the country was rich in iron ore and had unique technology and traditions in weapon forging. The weapons it produced occupied a considerable share of the weapon trade in the ninja world. If Dongfang Subaru wanted to obtain a large number of weapons in a short period, he could only look for merchants from the land of iron. Arriving at the residence where the merchant was staying in Tsukimiura, Dongfang Subaru didn't waste any words and got straight to the point. After being announced by a servant, an old man with white hair and beard, but in very good spirits, walked out of the courtyard shortly after. Upon seeing Dongfang Subaru, the old man was taken aback. Obviously, he hadn't expected the person coming to do business to be such a young face. However, upholding the principle that the customer is king, he asked with a kind smile, "Young man, what kind of business do you want to do with me?" "I need a batch of standard weapons and armor. I'd like to know the prices first." Hearing what Dongfang Subaru said, the old man understood that the other party was here to do business in earnest, not to tease him, and immediately straightened his expression. "I am Yoshikawa Yasuhisa. This is the product catalog. Please take a look, honored guest." The old man immediately introduced himself, then handed Dongfang Subaru a small black booklet. Dongfang Subaru nodded and took it, examining it carefully. Spear, 6,000 ryo. Sword, 8,000 ryo. Seeing this, Dongfang Subaru nodded slightly. The price Yoshikawa gave was quite fair, even a bit cheaper than the weapons he had bought in the land of fire. But then, when he looked at the armor catalog, the corners of his mouth twitched immediately. Padded armor, 10,000 ryo. Leather armor, 30,000 ryo. Light iron armor, 80,000 ryo. While feeling the pinch, Dongfang Subaru began to calculate the quantity he needed. Finally, he gritted his teeth. Since he was going to do it, he would go all out. He closed the booklet and looked at Yoshikawa. "I need 300 swords and 300 spears, 300 sets of padded armor, 100 sets of leather armor, and 50 sets of light iron armor. I wonder if Mr. Yoshikawa has enough stock here. Can I take delivery immediately?" Chapter 17, Withdrawing Troops and Gathering Supplies. "Yes, of course I do." Yoshikawa's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected the seemingly very young Dongfang Subaru to have such a terrifyingly large demand. However, despite his surprise, he immediately agreed. After all, he still had a batch of goods on hand that were ready to be shipped to the land of fire. It was more than enough to satisfy Dongfang Subaru's needs. "Please follow me, honored guest." Yoshikawa then signaled for Dongfang Subaru to follow him and led him to a spacious backyard, where over a dozen carriages were neatly lined up, showcasing the scale of his operation. Yoshikawa reached out and pushed open the carriage door, revealing various weapons and armor neatly displayed inside, their cold light glinting menacingly. He stepped aside and chuckled, saying, "Feel free to inspect them, honored guest. I guarantee you will be satisfied with the quality of these weapons and armor." Dongfang Subaru nodded slightly. He picked out one piece of weaponry and one piece of armor from what he needed. After repeatedly inspecting them, he found that he couldn't find any faults with either the forging craftsmanship or the quality of the materials. Having reached a conclusion, Dongfang Subaru looked at Yoshikawa again and smiled. As expected of the land of iron. Mr. Yoshikawa, I have nothing to say about the craftsmanship of these weapons and armor. However, given the size of my order, this should count as a major deal for you, right? I wonder if you could offer a discount. Upon hearing this, Yoshikawa's eyes darted around. After calculating for a moment, he stroked his slightly sparse beard and said, Honored guest, you should be aware that goods exported from my land of iron generally only earn a modest crafting fee. However, seeing as this is your first time trading with the land of iron, I'll treat it as building a good relationship. For this batch of goods worth 18.4 million, I'll let you have it for 17 million. Although it wasn't much, saving any amount on the price was still a gain. Dongfang Subaru nodded and then took a scroll out from his robes. Mr. Yoshikawa, this is the payment. As for the goods, you can just have your servants move them onto the ground. Yoshikawa, meanwhile, was looking at the scroll Dongfang Subaru had laid out on the ground. He was no stranger to such things, and his eyes immediately lit up. A space scroll? Are you from a ninja village, honored guest? Heh, I'm just purchasing some goods for an elder. Dongfang Subaru replied with a chuckle, without giving a definitive answer. However, upon hearing this, the way Yoshikawa looked at Dongfang Subaru changed slightly. After struggling internally for a moment, he spoke again. How about this? I'll give you another 2 million off, a total of 15 million. Oh, if I do that, wouldn't you be losing money, Mr. Yoshikawa? Dongfang Subaru was overjoyed, but he remained calm on the surface. Yoshikawa, also very timely, revealed a look of heartache. Indeed, if it weren't for the fact that I felt an instant connection with you and found you very amiable, I would never make this kind of deal. If you feel satisfied after you return, please don't forget to come back to me for repeat purchases. These are some of my residential addresses in both countries. If you have any needs, you can send a message over. As he spoke, Yoshikawa took out a slip of paper and handed it to Dongfang Subaru. That goes without saying. As long as Mr. Yoshikawa's goods are of acceptable quality and easy to use, we will naturally continue to patronize your business. After smiling and taking the slip of paper, the two exchanged a few more polite pleasantries. Afterward, the servants in Yoshikawa's residence rushed over to unload the goods. Taking advantage of this gap, Dongfang Subaru looked around in boredom, but suddenly his gaze was drawn to something in the southwest corner. A long, tubular object cast from refined iron, dark and glistening. Dongfang Subaru was stunned. Isn't that a damn cannon? Mr. Yoshikawa, what is that? Hearing this, Yoshikawa looked a bit confused, but then followed the direction Dongfang Subaru was pointing. A look of realization flashed in his eyes. You mean this? I once went to the land of lightning to do business in the hidden cloud village. I was fortunate enough to see their village's armament, the chakra cannon. I was very interested in it, so after returning to my country, I tried to replicate it. The craftsmanship was up to par, but I didn't know how to combine this cannon with chakra. So this thing just became a craft piece. I brought it here this time just to see if anyone would be interested, but clearly, no one cared. Yoshikawa shrugged, his expression carrying a hint of helplessness. Dongfang Subaru listened with a strange expression, then replied, I'm quite interested in this thing. How do you intend to sell it, Mr. Yoshikawa? You want this? Yoshikawa was a bit surprised, then stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and said slowly, Although I built this mostly out of personal interest, I spent over 5 million ryo on it from start to finish. If you want it, I'll charge you 1.5 million to recoup some of my losses. Dongfang Subaru pondered for a moment, then nodded. That's acceptable. He certainly didn't want to mess with any chakra cannons. He didn't have the technology for that, and they had major limitations, as only a ninja could use them. He just wanted to try and see if he could create a gunpowder cannon. If he could succeed and then mass-produce them, his men would no longer be completely defenseless against ninjas. At the same time, this cannon would also be a powerful weapon for attacking and defending cities. But that was a matter for later. His strategy for dealing with Tsukimiura was sneak attacks, deception, and using small forces to achieve big gains. He didn't need to lay siege to a city, so this cannon would just have to gather dust in his scroll for now. After settling the payment and goods with Yashikawa, Dongfang Subaru left with the scroll filled with weapons. He then went to the next street and found a grain merchant from the Land of Fire. Due to the recent disasters in the Land of Rice Fields, grain prices had skyrocketed to about 15 ryo per jin. Dongfang Subaru had no other choice. He spent another 10 million ryo to purchase 670,000 jin of grain, enough to supply over 1,000 people. Even under high-intensity training, it would sustain their food needs for half a year. After setting aside the remaining 3.5 million for emergencies, Dongfang Subaru first returned to the inn to inform Tsunade, then left the city alone and returned to the deserted village. After returning to the deserted village, Dongfang Subaru saw Yasuk leading over 30 new faces, training in the open space at the village entrance. Dongfang Subaru walked up, didn't make a sound, and just stood to the side with his arms crossed, watching. Scatter. Assemble. Yasuk was standing in front of the formation, shouting loudly. This group of refugees, who had just eaten their fill, naturally had no concept of discipline. Following Yasuk's shouted commands, they immediately swayed and stumbled, falling into chaos. Seeing this, Yasuk snorted coldly. He stepped forward and slapped the few most outrageous ones, then kicked them hard to the ground. The surrounding people who had escaped punishment for only making minor mistakes looked on, their faces filled with panic and cold sweat streaming down. Dongfang Subaru, seeing this, did not stop him, watching coldly from the sidelines. Because back then, Yasuk and his men had been beaten into shape by him in this exact same way. He had even beheaded some of the obstinate ones to achieve the discipline they had today. Yasuk, at this moment, was simply carrying out his will. The Dongfang Subaru of the past was clearly not content with just being a rabble that only knew how to R***E, pillage, and plunder, so he enforced strict discipline. If one wanted strict military discipline, the first step was to make the subordinates obedient. To achieve that, one had to first use their fists to make them shut up and listen properly. This was what a retired veteran had told him when he happened to meet him at a bar in his previous life. Although this method was the dregs of military life, it had to be said that it was truly effective. Chapter 18, The Complaint Meeting. Listen up, all of you. You were nothing but stray dogs on the side of the road, on the verge of starving to death. It was Lord Mao's benevolence that allowed me to bring you back and feed you. But this comes with conditions. If you are still too stupid to understand such simple instructions, then each and every one of you can roll back to that fence and fend for yourselves. Yasuk berated the group. Below him, every person's face revealed expressions of fear. Just as Yasuk had said, they were indeed stray dogs on the verge of starvation, wandering between hunger and despair, until Yasuk brought them back and gave them a bowl of hot rice. When that first mouthful of hot rice entered their mouths, the steaming heat blurred their eyes. The plump, crystalline grains of rice, coated in fragrance, fell into their bellies with scalding heat, filling their empty stomachs and reigniting the nearly extinguished fire of life. It was a sense of happiness that spread from their throats to their very limbs, more precious than any treasure, allowing them to taste the flavor of life once again. If they were to be driven back to the cold iron fences at the border of the Land of Fire at this moment, forced to endure the hunger and cold of the past, they would rather die right here and now. Immediately, the recruits' expressions tightened, and they summoned their utmost focus, terrified that one careless mistake would get them kicked out of the team and sent back to that purgatory. Sure enough, under Yasuk's combination of scolding and threats, the recruits' formation, while still awkward, looked much better than before. Seeing this, Dongfang Subaru nodded, then stepped forward. Seeing Dongfang Subaru return, Yasuk's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly shouted to the recruits in front of him. "Stop, everyone stop. This is Lord Mao. It is he who gives you food and lets you survive." The group of recruits heard this and immediately focused their gazes on Dongfang Subaru, who had stepped forward. Although the other party looked very young, even a bit childish, no one dared to question him. Their faces showed expressions of gratitude, and some even had moist eyes, making a move to kneel. Dongfang Subaru naturally accepted this. After all, he had granted these people the grace of survival. However, a moment later, Dongfang Subaru raised his hand in the air, gesturing to the crowd kneeling on the ground, and said, "Get up, everyone. Since you have come here, we are all brothers from now on. There is no need for such grand gestures." At this moment, a recruit crawled out from the ranks and said to Dongfang Subaru with tearful gratitude, "We have no way to repay Lord Mao for the grace of saving our lives. In the future, we are willing to charge into battle and go through fire and water for you, my lord." With this person taking the lead, those in the back reacted instantly and shouted in unison, "We are willing to go through fire and water for Lord Mao." Dongfang Subaru looked deeply at this person, then waved his hands repeatedly, his face heavy, and sighed. "Actually, I, Yasuk, and the brothers in the village now were all in the same position as you in the past. There was a famine at home, and the fields yielded nothing. And those noble officials turned a blind eye or even made things worse, imposing exorbitant taxes and levies, forcing us to sell our land for a pittance, becoming refugees, our lives as cheap as grass, unable to guarantee our survival from one morning to the next." Listening to Dongfang Subaru's story, the crowd below had complex expressions on their faces. They hadn't expected that this Dongfang Subaru was not some young master who had run away from home as they had guessed. Instead, he was once a refugee who couldn't afford to eat, just like them. What touched them even more was that Dongfang Subaru's experience was 80% similar to theirs. A sense of identification grew in their hearts. At the same time, subconsciously, their fists under their sleeves clenched tight. For the first time, they began to think, why had they fallen into such a state, while those noble lords could revel in song and dance every night, with fine wine in hand and beauties in their arms? As Dongfang Subaru spoke, he wiped away non-existent tears from the corner of his eyes with his sleeve. Observing through the gap that everyone was moved, he took a deep breath and continued, "Fortunately, by chance, I gathered with these brothers. We supported each other, and that is how we earned a glimmer of hope. Now that you have joined here, I hope that people like us can work together and strive to survive in this cruel world. So, your words just now were a bit too heavy." "No, not too heavy." The person who spoke earlier stood out again, looking quite agitated, his face flushed. He turned to face the crowd behind him. "Everyone, some of you may recognize me. I am from Xiangzhou village, and my name is Takakairo. My family has farmed for generations. We didn't gamble, didn't drink, didn't avoid the wind or rain regardless of the weather. We worked from dawn till dusk, yet we could barely fill our stomachs. And that landlord, with just a few words, took away 70% of our annual harvest. This year, there was a great drought, and my family completely ran out of food. My family of 4 went to the landlord's gate, kneeling and begging him to give us some food, but he ordered his servants to beat us all out. I don't understand. He clearly lived in such a big manor, had so much land, and had wine and meat every day, yet he wasn't willing to give us even a little bit of food." As he spoke, Takakairo's eyes turned red, and his voice choked up. "Later, my grandfather, my father, my mother, all starved to death. And I, like everyone else, came to this border, looking for a way to live. As a result, those lords and passing merchants looked at us as if we were animals. In their eyes, we might not even be as good as animals. Only Lord Mao treated us lowly lives as human beings. If it weren't for Lord Mao giving us food, we would still be by that fence, near death. Lord Mao's kindness cannot be repaid. From now on, this lowly life of mine belongs to you, my lord." Takakairo's resonant words resonated with many people. They might have only been grateful for Dongfang Subaru's actions, but they empathized with Takakairo's words, and some even couldn't help but speak up. My situation is actually similar to Takakairo's. "Me too. I just can't figure out why it's so hard for us, who just want to survive." A group of recruits talked one after another. Not long after, someone reached a sad point and couldn't help but cry out. Infected by others, finally, more than 30 young men cried together. This left Dongfang Subaru stunned. Wasn't this just a grievance meeting? This Takakairo was truly a genius. He originally had this idea, thinking of finding an opportunity to stage such a scene, but he hadn't even prepared for it, and Takakairo had already done it for him. As the recruits cried and wailed, correctly recognizing the suffering they had endured, Lord Mao's kindness was instantly magnified infinitely in their hearts. Finally, everyone's emotions intertwined, converging into a loud shout that echoed across the field. "We are willing to die for Lord Mao, to repay your great kindness." Chapter 19, Night Watch. "Sai, since that's the case, I'll accept this gesture from the brothers." Dongfang Subaru shook his head helplessly, then looked at Yasuke beside him and said earnestly, "Yasuke, you too. The brothers have just joined and are still a bit unaccustomed, which is understandable. Don't be too harsh on them." "I understand, big brother," Yasuke replied with a submissive expression. Dongfang Subaru nodded with satisfaction, then looked at the new recruits in front. "I see everyone has been training for the whole afternoon, and I reckon you must be quite exhausted. Let's disperse for now and go take a rest." The people in front hadn't expected that Dongfang Subaru would not only provide them with food, but also speak up for them and show consideration for their exhaustion. For a moment, the sharp contrast between Yasuke's previous harshness and Dongfang Subaru's tolerance formed in their hearts. This made their hearts tingle. Dongfang Subaru was truly the first person in this world to treat them well since their families had all perished. "Lord Mao, although we are dull, we will definitely train twice as hard and will not let you down." They shouted in unison. At this moment, their gazes were no longer hollow and numb like they had been at the border, but carried a touch of fervent determination. Then I look forward to your performance." Dongfang Subaru waved his hand with a smile. After this group dispersed, Yasuke walked up to him. "Big brother, these people are not bad, right?" "Not bad. That Takakairo among them is also a talent, but he isn't suited to stay here. Train him for another 2 days, and if you feel there are no issues, have him come find me." Dongfang Subaru felt it was a pity to keep Takakairo training in this squad. He could set up a propaganda department for him, and when new recruits joined, they would all have to go experience Takakairo's grievance-airing session first. "By the way, are these people all on their own?" Yasuke nodded. "Yes, Inumaru said our funds and supplies were limited, so I didn't pay attention to those who brought their families along." However, Dongfang Subaru shook his head. If it were before, recruiting people while bringing along a bunch of burdens would indeed be unaffordable. But now, with his vast wealth, he didn't lack this bit of food. The issue of funds and supplies has been resolved. You can relax the criteria. For those who look to have a good physique and an honest face, even if they bring along some old, weak women or children, as long as it's not too excessive, you can take them in. The old, weak women and children also have their value. As long as they aren't decrepit, they can serve as auxiliary troops. Women are meticulous and can be placed in logistics. More importantly, what they were about to do was a life-threatening business. Having family and ties would make the new recruits have concerns in their hearts and prevent them from having wild thoughts. "Yes," Dongfang Subaru nodded and patted Yasuke's shoulder again. "Yasuke, you should know what I plan to do. Time is tight. You will have to work harder during this period to train these people and those who will join later into an army as soon as possible. Don't worry, big brother, I will train them ruthlessly. Within a month, I guarantee to give you a satisfactory answer." Yasuke's face was full of confidence, and he replied while thumping his chest heavily. "With that word from you, I can rest easy. All right, I'll go find Lejun first. You hurry up and get these people up for training. Don't waste time." Yasuke nodded, turned to look at the group of new recruits who had just sat down for a while, and revealed a malicious smile. Ignoring the complaints of the new recruits after he left, Dongfang Subaru arrived at the warehouse, took out a portion of equipment and food from a scroll, and handed it to Lejun. Seeing this, Lejun immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After all, with the food shortage these days, he had been overwhelmed. Dongfang Subaru saw this, thought for a moment, took out some ninjutsu scrolls, and placed them in front of Lejun. Lejin, you've worked hard these days too. Take a look and see if there are any you fancy. The ninjutsu Tsunade gave Dongfang Subaru were very comprehensive, covering almost all low-level fire release and earth release ninjutsu. Lejin hadn't been well regarded in Konoha before. Seeing so many ninjutsu piled up in front of him all at once, he suddenly felt a sense of daze. "Thank you, Lord Mao," Lejin shouted excitedly, then began to select from these ninjutsu. Very quickly, he picked out 2 C-rank fire release ninjutsu, clutching them in his arms, unable to put them down. Lejin also knew the principle that biting off more than one can chew is bad. Just as he was about to put these 2 ninjutsu away, he suddenly discovered that a notebook was mixed into the pile of scrolls in front of him. It didn't look like ninjutsu, and the handwriting was very fresh, written in the last few days. He picked it up with some confusion and looked at Dongfang Subaru. "Lord Mao, what is this?" "This is something compiled from what someone from overseas, whom I happen to meet, told me about events happening abroad. If you are interested, you can take it back to read as well." Dongfang Subaru rested his chin on his hand, looking at the notebook in Lejin's hand, his eyes somewhat intriguing. This was naturally not a story from some overseas visitor, but rather Dongfang Subaru having written down an overview of his past life's 5,000 years of history, as well as some cases particularly worth pondering. Giving it to Lejin was also because he wanted to see if this kid could figure out something different from so much experience. After all, Lejin could be considered the sharpest mind in his current team. Dongfang Subaru certainly wanted to cultivate him well and see if Lejin could grow into a dog-headed strategist who met his expectations. Overseas, Lejin only knew about matters concerning the ninja world. It was his first time knowing there were actually people overseas, so he felt some confusion, while at the same time, curiosity arose regarding the events happening in the unknown overseas. He nodded and put the notebook away, along with the ninjutsu. Just at this moment, Inumaru, who had been sent for by Dongfang Subaru, arrived. "Big brother." Dongfang Subaru nodded. "Lejin, allocate some funds and supplies to Inumaru." He then looked at Inumaru and said, "During this time, you should also follow Yasuke and the others to recruit people. Pick some who look sharp and improve your scout squad, but change the name. Let's call it the Night Walker Bureau. From now on, you are the chief of the Night Walker Bureau." Upon hearing this, Inumaru was overjoyed. Dongfang Subaru not only let him expand his manpower, but also changed the name of his scout squad to something so impressive. "Thank you, Lord Mao." "Don't rush to thank me. After the people are recruited, you'll have plenty to be busy with. You must bring the people up to standard as quickly as possible and then insert them into Tsukimiura. I need to know the situation inside Tsukimiura at all times." Dongfang Subaru's tone became more serious. Hearing this, Inumaru's expression also tightened. "Rest assured, big brother. If there are any mistakes, I, Inumaru, will accept whatever punishment you deem fit." Chapter 20, Bloodline Limits. After Dongfang Subaru arranged everything one by one, the sense of urgency in his heart dissipated a little. Returning to his residence in the desolate village, he was finally able to relax and study the ninjutsu he had just obtained. Taking out the most classic fire release, Great Fireball technique of Konoha Village, Dongfang Subaru opened the scroll, browsed through it, and after clearly imprinting all the steps into his mind, he began to attempt it. With Dongfang Subaru's mental power, he could clearly sense the flow of chakra within his body and control it precisely, like an extension of his own arm. This was simply something every genin and even chunin dreamed of. As standard hand seals appeared in Dongfang Subaru's hands, the chakra in his body began to flow swiftly along the pathways, while a scorching sensation began to surge into his chest. This is actually quite simple, isn't it? As this thought arose in Dongfang Subaru's mind, he subconsciously increased the speed of his hand seals. With his memory and control over his body, there was no chance of his hand seals becoming chaotic. Soon, a complete set of hand seals was finished. The scorching heat within Dongfang Subaru's body surged upward again, reaching his throat. Gulp! Only at this moment did he remember that he was inside his room, but it was too late. The itching and swelling sensation in his throat caused his cheeks to puff up instantly. The next moment, fire release, great fireball technique. Boom! A fireball as thick as a water vat spewed from his mouth, and the blazing waves of flame instantly drained the air from the room. The wooden window frames twisted and burst under the high temperature, brick and wood fragments splattered like a rainstorm, and the scorching fire waves rolled out, carrying dust and smoke. Big brother. Yasuke, who was currently leading a group of recruits to the canteen to eat, was stunned for a moment when he saw thick smoke and flames rising from Dongfang Subaru's house, and immediately rushed over with his men. However, before he could arrive, Dongfang Subaru kicked open the already overwhelmed wooden door and walked out of the scorching flames. Looking at the house behind him that was now completely uninhabitable, Dongfang Subaru pursed his lips and brushed a burning wood chip off his shoulder. Big brother, what are you doing? Seeing that Dongfang Subaru was fine, Yasuke finally relaxed, then approached him and asked with some confusion. I was practicing some ninjutsu and ended up losing control. Dongfang Subaru sighed helplessly, then looked at Yasuke. By the way, how is your progress with chakra? Hearing this, Yasuke scratched his head. Big brother, you know I've been so busy these past few days that I've barely had time to touch the ground, let alone study carefully, but... As he spoke, Yasuke raised his palm, and suddenly, a layer of pale yellow halo began to adhere to his hand. I've memorized those hand signs, and I can also sense chakra, and I can barely control it. Seeing this, Dongfang Subaru's eyes lit up, and he laughed and scolded. You rascal, Yasuke, you're even joking with me now. Although Yasuke was not as good as Dongfang Subaru, being able to master and use it in just a few days with limited time showed that Yasuke's talent was definitely enough to surpass a large portion of ninjas. This is your innate Earth Release chakra. This is Earth Release Ninjutsu. Remember to practice it when you have time. Dongfang Subaru took out 2 Earth Release Ninjutsu books and handed them to Yasuke, then added, by the way, take some time to give that chakra refinement technique to the brothers from the village to try. If there are many people with talent. Dongfang Subaru's mouth curled up slightly. I will have you lead the ninja troops. The 100 or so people who followed him from the Yashino village, including the wounded, were his foundation. They were the basis of his status and power, and they all obeyed him implicitly, so Dongfang Subaru naturally had to find ways to enhance their strength. Yasuke's breath hitched upon hearing this, ninja troops commanded by him. Thank you, big brother. The sudden surprise left Yasuke at a loss, and he could only kneel on one knee, his voice trembling with excitement. The recruits behind him, hearing the conversation between the two, were also somewhat incredulous at this moment. They had not expected that Yasuke and Dongfang Subaru, who were training them, were actually the legendary ninjas. Suddenly, the crowd began to stir, and their eyes turned from shock to even more fervent admiration. Facing the reaction of this group of people, Dongfang Subaru was also a bit stunned. He hadn't expected that one loss of control over ninjutsu would actually have such an unexpected gain, establishing his prestige once again in their hearts. However, upon second thought, he felt it made sense. With the means that ninjas possessed in the eyes of these refugees, they could indeed be considered gods. All right, get up. Take them to eat first and go back and practice well. If you don't meet my requirements by then, don't say I didn't keep my promise. Rest assured, big brother, I will definitely practice diligently. Yasuke scrambled up from the ground, promising with an excited expression. Afterwards, after Yasuke left with the crowd, Dongfang Subaru was planning to find another house to stay in, when he suddenly discovered that Lejin, who had come following the sound earlier, was standing blankly in front of the burned-down house, staring at the scorched marks without saying a word, his brows slightly furrowed. What's wrong, Lejin? Dongfang Subaru felt a bit strange. Lord Mao, I grew up in Konoha, and I know the great fireball technique better than anyone. But your great fireball technique seems a bit different from the usual ones. It seems there isn't just pure fire release chakra in it. It seems there is also Yang power. Dongfang Subaru instantly guessed something and raised his eyebrows. Lejun was stunned for a moment, then looked at Dongfang Subaru in disbelief. Lord Mao, are you saying that you combined fire release with yang power? Dongfang Subaru nodded, then shook his head. It shouldn't count as a combination, right? It seems like I just stumbled into it, causing the great fireball technique to have some characteristics of yang power attached to it. However, Lejun said with some excitement, no, Lord Mao, this is the characteristic before the combination of two attributes. In other words, you are very likely to become a ninja with a bloodline limit. Bloodline limit. Hearing this, Dongfang Subaru's heart was also somewhat unable to calm down. If Lady Tsunade knew that you, Lord Mao, actually tried to combine two attributes within these few short days, and one of them was even yang power, she would probably be overjoyed. Lejun looked at Dongfang Subaru with some envy. This was a bloodline limit. Aside from those weirdos in the Hidden Mist Village, who in the entire ninja world wouldn't want to possess one? Dongfang Subaru also nodded. He could almost foresee the scene where, after Tsunade learned this news, she would drag him into those two despair-inducing, firm, high towers and torture him severely. Don't spread the word about this matter yet. I will tell her myself. Go back and rest first. Dongfang Subaru waved his hand. Chapter 21, Reforming the Military System. As Dongfang Subaru's orders were gradually implemented, in less than 5 days, over 1,000 people had arrived to register and receive their bamboo identification tags. As for the elderly, weak women and children who followed, they were countless. The expansion of the troop not only made the originally empty, deserted village appear crowded, but most of the newly recruited soldiers could only sleep on the ground at the training field near the village entrance, using the sky as their blanket. At the same time, this made Dongfang Subaru realize that the system used to manage the less than 300 people in the stronghold was stretched thin today. After some deliberation, Dongfang Subaru decided to reform the military system. He organized them into groups of 10, selecting one person from the refugees who was literate or well-respected to serve as a squad leader. 10 squads made one company, with one captain and one deputy captain each, appointed from Dongfang Subaru's old companions from the stronghold. 5 companies made one battalion of 500 men. For now, there were 2 battalions. The positions of commanders were held by Yasuke and Kyuzo, another veteran from the stronghold, with each assigned a left and right deputy. At the same time, a staff group was established, composed of the old stronghold veterans who had recovered from injuries but were left with chronic conditions, making them unable to fight on the front lines. This group was led by Lejun. They were mainly responsible for the distribution of provisions and ordnance, as well as supervising discipline and recording merits and demerits. Rewards and punishments followed a collective responsibility system. If training performance was outstanding, the entire squad was rewarded. If there was any slacking off, the entire squad was punished. Among them, the squad leader bore the brunt of it. However, an appeal mechanism was added to prevent abuse of power. As for the newly created Night Walker Bureau, it had been supplemented to 100 people in these few days, led by Inumaru, reporting directly to Dongfang Subaru, just like Yasuke, Kyuzo, and Lejun. Furthermore, Dongfang Subaru renamed the entire force the Xinwu Army and proclaimed himself the Xinwu Grand Governor, meaning the supreme commander of the entire Xinwu force. He also ordered a great banner with red characters on a black background reading Xinwu to be painted, which looked soul-stirring. With this series of changes, the village, which had become somewhat chaotic due to the surge in population, finally calmed down and gradually became orderly. In the morning, each captain led their respective companies to train separately at the training field. In the afternoon, the companies gathered for joint training under the 2 commanders, Yasuke and Kyuzo. After dinner, a group of people would go to the temporarily constructed propaganda department to participate in the grievance venting meeting organized by Takahiro. This guy did not disappoint Dongfang Subaru's expectations. Relying on the art of language, he constantly amplified the new recruits' perception of their own suffering. This caused heart-wrenching wails to echo over the deserted village from dusk until late at night. and combined with the location of the deserted village, it terrified some passing merchants. After the crying, Tsukimiura would not forget to insert his own agenda, portraying those noble officials as hideous, emphasizing their actions and linking them to these people's suffering to heighten their hatred and anger. At the same time, he emphasized Dongfang Subaru's kindness and importance to them. These people, whose willpower had become somewhat fragile after a day of high-intensity training, were easily swayed by Tsukimiura's agitation. The image of Dongfang Subaru in their hearts instantly became even more imposing, as if he had transformed into the great sun, draped in 10,000 rays of light, illuminating their originally dark and cold world. Of course, although such grievance-venting meetings were very effective, they could not be held every day, otherwise, it would be counterproductive. They were generally held once on the day the new recruits enlisted, and then once a week thereafter. In this way, it would not cause annoyance due to excessive frequency, and it could ensure that their loyalty remained stable and did not deteriorate. After the grievance-venting meeting ended, these people still could not rest. They still had to go to Luzhin to learn basic literacy to ensure they could understand military orders and would not be easily deceived. Furthermore, when making this decision initially, Dongfang Subaru had a sudden flash of inspiration. Since these people didn't know many characters anyway, he might as well have them learn the characters from his past life. In any case, a large portion of the characters in this world were identical to the new ones, so people wouldn't find them too unfamiliar when they came into contact with them. Thus, Dongfang Subaru compiled a dictionary of commonly used daily characters, marked with pinyin, and handed it all to Luzhin. He believed that with Luzhin's intelligence, he would be able to master it easily. As for whether Luzhin would be too busy to manage the staff group, learn the new characters and their pronunciations, and conduct lectures, or whether he would have time to learn ninjutsu, that was not something Dongfang Subaru needed to worry about. While the entire Xinwu army was flourishing, he himself was not idle. He was now fully capable of controlling chakra, and the technique of attaching it to his feet was second nature. He could also travel by leaping and bounding just like an ordinary ninja. The distance of over 10 li from the deserted village to Tsukimiura was not even enough for him to warm up. He could arrive in 10 minutes. Therefore, for the next few days, he would go to Tsukimiura every day to build a relationship with Tsunade and learn ninjutsu. In the afternoon, he would rush back to the deserted village to inspect the training field. After all, he had put in so much effort, so naturally, he wanted to make sure everyone recognized who their boss was and deepen that impression. At night, he would be in the open space outside the village, listening to the melodious wails coming from the propaganda department while practicing his own ninjutsu. After about 2 months, Dongfang Subaru's strength had improved significantly. First was his chakra. If Dongfang Subaru's chakra was a bottle of water before, now it was overflowing to the point where a basin was needed to hold it. Furthermore, he had also mastered the standard entry-level ninja techniques, the 3-body technique, the Taijutsu Konoha whirlwind, and the Genjutsu demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. At the same time, he had mastered most of the basic fire release and earth release techniques. Dongfang Subaru felt that if he ran to Konoha now to take the Chunin exam, he might be able to crush everyone along the way. Of course, the premise was that there were no tailed beast Jinchuriki or cursed seal ninjas in this Chunin exam. Besides Dongfang Subaru's own improvement, the Xinwu army had increased to about 2,000 people during this period. They had expanded by another 10 companies and 2 battalions. Such a number had far exceeded Dongfang Subaru's initial expectations. Provisions were sufficient, but the ordnance seemed somewhat inadequate. There was no other way. Dongfang Subaru could only approach Yashikawa, who was still staying in Tsukimiura. He spent another 3.2 million ryo to purchase 400 long swords. Now he only had over 300,000 left, which was about to bottom out. At the same time, the training of the new recruits was beginning to show results, and they were gradually forming an effective combat force. Furthermore, the large-scale reduction in refugees seemed to have made some people aware. Everything seemed to be reaching the moment of truth. At this moment, walking on the road back to the deserted village, Dongfang Subaru looked back at the city that had blurred into nothing more than a silhouette, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Chapter 22, Get Ready to Act, Get Ready to Act. Reborn from blood and fire, using martial arts to stop the war. No land, no food, only blades, only our lives. The Xinwu army raises its banner. Blood debts must be paid in blood. If heaven does not provide for me, I shall open the heavens myself. Beneath the fluttering blood-red Xinwu army banner, the soldiers in their imposing iron armor roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. After Luzhen's tireless instruction during this period, the soldiers fully understood the meaning of the slogans they were shouting. A terrifying, ferocious light shot from their bloodshot eyes, and their punches were uniform, with every move bursting with fierce momentum. A biting, murderous aura rose from the military formation, feeling almost tangible, scaring away all the birds and beasts within a radius of several miles. If anyone from Konoha village were here right now, they would surely be dumbfounded. Because the moves these soldiers were wielding were none other than their Konoha basic taijutsu, the Konoha whirlwind. Taijutsu is different from ordinary ninjutsu. It does not rely heavily on chakra, but rather values tenacious will and arduous training. These two qualities are very precious, yet also very cheap. They are very suitable for this group of refugees who were lingering on the brink of life and death not long ago. In order to survive, they would not slack off. Dongfang Subaru had noticed this point earlier and directly modified the Konoha whirlwind into the Xinwu military fist before passing it down. Now, it is already showing initial results. Although it is clearly unrealistic for them to deal with ninja, one person can definitely easily take down 3 to 5 people of the same build outside. Their combat power is extremely fierce. Returning to the desolate village training ground, Dongfang Subaru saw this scene, and the corners of his mouth lifted unconsciously, a surge of heroic spirit rising in his heart. He then walked onto the training ground, interrupting the people currently drilling. Let's practice until here for today. Hurry back and rest and build up your energy. Dongfang Subaru then looked at the 4 commanders behind him. Yasuke, Kyuzo, Mateichi, Zenpachi, come with me. Yes, big brother. Yasuke spoke first, but he was glared at fiercely by Dongfang Subaru. How many times have I said it? Outside, use titles. Yes, Grand Governor. Yasuke smiled sheepishly. Dongfang Subaru nodded in satisfaction. Soon, Dongfang Subaru led the 4 of them to Inumaru's Night Walker Bureau. In the dim secret room, only a few bronze lamps flickered with a faint light. At Dongfang Subaru's signal, Inumaru took out a piece of parchment. With a soft swish sound, the map was spread flat on the table in front of everyone. This map was the layout of the Tsukimiura city defenses, detailing the locations of the city walls, arrow towers, grain and grass storage areas, and military camps. This was the result of the Night Walker Bureau's efforts over the past 2.5 months. Dongfang Subaru then took out 4 merchant passes for entering the city, which he had obtained from Yoshikawa, and tossed them to Yasuke and the others, saying, "In a while, each of you pull 100 men from your camps to stay and guard the village, just in case. Tomorrow, the rest of the camp will disguise themselves as a caravan and enter the city one after another using the merchant passes." Taking the passes, the 4 of them first looked at each other, then looked at Dongfang Subaru together, asking with excitement on their faces, "Grand Governor, is it about to begin?" Correct, the timing is about right. Furthermore, the number of refugees has decreased too noticeably recently. I'm afraid someone has already noticed. We cannot delay any longer, otherwise, it will be troublesome if it attracts attention within Tsukimiura. Understood. The 4 of them shouted in unison, their voices unable to hide their excitement. Dongfang Subaru nodded, his fingertip landing heavily on a certain spot on the map, and he said in a low voice, "After entering the city, everyone will first rendezvous with me in the slums, when it is completely dark." He looked sharply at Mateichi. "Mateichi, you are responsible for setting fires in the military camps to create chaos, while simultaneously intercepting and killing the city soldiers who come out to fight the fire. Understood. Mateichi cupped his hands in acknowledgement. I will personally lead 100 elites to take the magistrate's office directly and deal with the Castellan. As Dongfang Subaru spoke, his finger traced 3 sharp trajectories on the map. As for the 3 of you, he pointed to 3 residences circled in cinnabar. These are the mansions of the Watanabe, Tanaka, and Sato families, the largest noble clans in Tsukimiura. Take advantage of the chaos to break through them as quickly as possible. Anyone who resists with weapons is to be killed without exception. A cold glint appeared in his eyes, and the temperature in the room seemed to plummet. Understood, the 3 of them responded in unison, their momentum as strong as a rainbow. Dongfang Subaru suddenly slapped the table, causing the wooden desk to make a dull thud. Do not underestimate the enemy. The private soldiers raised by these 3 families are well-equipped and well-trained. They are absolutely not comparable to the old, weak, sick, and disabled in the city. His gaze swept over the 3 of them like a knife. Your mission is much more arduous than Mateichi's. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them did not shrink back. Instead, their eyes ignited with blazing fighting spirit. They knelt on one knee in unison, their armor clashing against the ground with a uniform, clanging sound. The 3 of us stake our lives on it. We will definitely break through the gates of the 3 families. Dongfang Subaru nodded with satisfaction, a flash of approval crossing his eyes. Very good. He stood with his hands behind his back, the candlelight stretching his shadow long. After it is done, Yasuk, the 3 of you come to the magistrate's office to find me immediately. Mateichi, you must control all the main traffic routes in the city at the fastest speed and block the north and south gates. Without my order, no one is allowed to pass. Anyone who tries to force their way through, kill them. Feeling the killing intent in Dongfang Subaru's words that seemed almost ready to condense into substance, the 4 of them felt a shiver in their hearts. Their expressions grew solemn, and they shouted in a low voice. We obey the Grand Governor's order. The next day, the night was as dark as ink, but inside the Tsukimiura magistrate's office, it was brightly lit, as if it were daytime. On the candlesticks, the candle shadows flickered. The Castellan leaned lazily on an exquisite soft couch, tipsy from alcohol. His right hand wantonly embraced a dancer, dressed in translucent gauze, his fingertips occasionally stroking the woman's delicate skin. His left hand held a wine cup inlaid with pearls. On the table in front of him, delicacies were piled up like a mountain, each dish intricately shaped and colorful, looking expensive. The surrounding dancers were scantily clad, their bodies vaguely visible beneath the light gauze as they danced to the music. The silver bells in their hair jingled, intertwining with the Castellan's loud laughter and the clinking of wine cups, forming a luxurious movement. However, just as the Castellan was sinking into indulgence, a middle-aged man dressed as a retainer rushed in, looking worried, and walked up to the Castellan, saying, Castellan, the number of caravans today is a bit strange. There are far too many compared to this time in the past. Upon hearing this, the Castellan's expression froze. He pulled his oil-stained palm out from between the fair, full breasts of the dancer in his arms, and looked at the retainer. Have you carefully inspected the goods of those caravans? Although Tsukimiura was rotten to the core, it was not hopelessly stupid. Except for some who had reported in advance, like merchants such as Yashikawa, Tsukimiura's control over ironware was still very strict. For some unfamiliar caravans, the inspections were very severe to prevent any threats. We have inspected them. There were only some grain and cloth. The retainer was stunned for a moment and replied, Then isn't that fine? You're really making a fuss over nothing. Go away, don't bother me. The Castellan waved his hand impatiently, then couldn't wait to lift the dancer in his arms, a lewd smile on his face. The retainer wanted to speak, but hesitated. The sharp increase in the number of caravans today, coupled with the rumors about the refugees from a few days ago, made him feel that something was not right. But looking at the Castellan's appearance, he shook his head helplessly and was about to turn and retreat. Wait! The Castellan's head suddenly poked out halfway from the expanse of white skin. Since they are newly arrived caravans, remember to keep a close eye on them for me. Don't let them find loopholes to evade taxes." After saying this, the Castellan ignored everything else and buried his head back in. Immediately after, the sounds of debauchery that made one blush began to emanate from the room. Chapter 23, Tsunade's Frustration. Strange. The Castellan's retainer walked through the streets of the slums, where trash was piled high on both sides, the pungent stench causing him to knit his brows. At the same time, he felt some confusion. The merchant caravans today looked quite large, so why would they choose to stay in a place like this within the city? For a moment, he looked at the thick, ink-like shadows deep in the alley, feeling that something was wrong, his heart filled with unease. But the Castellan's orders left him no choice but to bite the bullet and walk in. However, before he had walked many steps, shrill screams suddenly erupted from behind him. He turned his head sharply, only to see the tax officials and guards accompanying him being tackled by several dark figures. The muffled sound of blades piercing flesh, mixed with desperate cries, echoed through the eerie alley. Seeing this scene, the retainer's hair stood on end, cold sweat seeped from his back, and his heart pounded violently, as if it were about to burst from his chest. Just as he was about to shout out, a cold blade was suddenly pressed against his throat, causing him to instantly freeze, his throat bobbing violently, his voice trembling. A few warriors, please show mercy." The burly man leading them scanned his luxurious robes and said in a rough voice, "Judging by his attire, he's an official. Tie him up and take him to see the Grand Governor." Before the words had even faded, several men lunged forward. The retainer dared not resist and allowed them to bind him tightly. As he was shoved towards the depths of the dark alley, the faces of his enemies flashed through his mind, but he couldn't figure out who would resort to such ruthless measures. It wasn't until they reached the end of the alley that he realized he had been completely wrong. He saw that on the garbage dump in the slums ahead, there stood a dense mass of over 1,000 soldiers, their blades and spears like a forest, an aura of murderous intent washing over him. This. He opened his mouth, but his throat felt as if it were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, unable to squeeze out a single sound. His legs went weak, cold sweat soaked his back, and only one thought remained in his mind. How did they manage to smuggle these weapons and armor into the city? However, before he could think further, the person behind him gave him a hard shove, causing him to stumble a few steps and fall heavily to his knees. "Grand Governor, this fellow just brought a group of people in. Could our operation have been discovered?" Standing in front of the crowd, Dongfang Subaru stood tall and straight, his light armor gleaming coldly in the twilight. Hearing Yasuk's report, his narrow, phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly. "See if he has anything else on him." Yasuk nodded, pinned down the trembling retainer, searched him for a moment, and pulled a black booklet from his inner pocket. Dongfang Subaru took the booklet, flipped through it briefly, and then let out a cold laugh. "We were indeed noticed, but they aren't here to deal with us. They are here to collect taxes." As he spoke, Dongfang Subaru slowly crouched down, looking at the shivering retainer. "Tell me, what is your name, and what position do you hold in Tsukimiura?" The retainer lifted his head tremblingly, but was stunned the moment he saw Dongfang Subaru's face. The other party's face was excessively young, with refined features, even carrying a hint of lingering youthfulness. Under the moonlight, those exquisite contours appeared even more harmless, forming a sharp contrast with the murderous army formation around him. His Adam's apple bobbed. He couldn't understand how such a seemingly weak youth could command this ferocious army. But the blade pressed against his throat reminded him that this was by no means a person to be trifled with. This lord, my name is Shimizu Zeno. I am the Castellan's retainer, and I usually handle the city's administrative affairs for the Castellan." Dongfang Subaru's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He hadn't expected to catch such a big fish. He was an educated man who was also well-versed in the city's administration. With this person, his troubles would be much fewer after the matter was accomplished. "Lock him up for now and leave 2 people to guard him." Dongfang Subaru stood up and waved his hand, having someone take Shimizu Zeno away. Shimizu Zaino felt as if he had been granted an amnesty. As he was dragged away, his legs were weak, and his back was already soaked with cold sweat. At this moment, he was too lazy to think about what these people were going to do. He was just relieved that he had survived. Boom! Just as he was being thrown into the dungeon, a heaven-shaking explosion suddenly erupted from the direction of the west side of the city. Immediately following that, a crimson pillar of fire tore through the night sky, dyeing half the sky blood red. Amidst the rolling, thick smoke, countless sparks could be vaguely seen scattering like shooting stars. Dongfang Subaru's pupils contracted sharply, and he turned abruptly to look at the towering flames. Mateichi has made his move. He quickly reacted and looked at the people around him. His young face was now as sharp as if carved by a knife, his armor gleaming with a bloody, cold light under the reflection of the fire. Everyone move out. Understood. Thousands of elite soldiers responded in unison, the wave of sound causing the tiles of the surrounding brick houses to rattle. Amidst the clashing of iron armor, Yasuke, Kyuzo, and Zenpachi led their respective battalions, transforming into 3 torrents as they rushed towards the 3 great families in Tsukimiura. And Dongfang Subaru led over 100 elite soldiers straight for the magistrate's office, where the castellan was located. Meanwhile, inside a casino in the south of Tsukimiura, the sounds of dice rolling and shouting rose and fell. Tsunade was boredly turning the dice in her hand, tossing them out carelessly, watching them tumble in the bowl. For some reason, during such exciting moments in the past, Tsunade now felt a bit bored. A touch of impatience welled up in her heart, and before the dice could stop, Tsunade directly inverted the bowl. "I'm done playing." Dropping this sentence, ignoring the gamblers around her who were looking at each other, she stood up, grabbed Shizune, strode to the wine table, picked up a wine pot, and drank deeply. The spicy liquor flowed down the corner of her mouth, soaking her collar. The burning sensation in her throat eased the irritability in Tsunade's heart. "Shizune." Tsunade raised her hand to wipe her mouth, her hazy, drunken eyes carrying a rare hint of grievance. "Tell me, what is going on with Subaru? It's just building a village. Can't he leave it to the people below? He, on the other hand, just comes over in the morning to stay with me for a little while and then leaves again. I can't even catch a glimpse of him." Shizune's mouth twitched upon hearing this. She didn't know who it was that insisted Subaru supervise properly and not let people cut corners. Now she was the unhappy one. But seeing Tsunade's current state, she couldn't bear it and asked tentatively, "Since Lady Tsunade wants to see Subaru, why don't we go back to the village and take a look?" Tsunade was tempted when she heard this, but she was also hesitant. But Subaru said the village is currently undergoing renovations and the environment isn't very good, so he asked us to stay here first. He said that after a while, when the village is built, he'll give us a surprise. If we go back now, and the surprise is gone, do you think Subaru will be angry? "I don't think so, Subaru he." Shizune's words were interrupted by a deafening explosion before she could finish. She shuddered, and Taunton in her arms was so scared that it let out a squeak and burrowed into her collar. "Lady Tsunade." Shizune pointed in horror outside the window, where flames were soaring into the sky in the west of the city, dyeing half the night sky blood red. What was even more alarming was that the streets, which should have been asleep, were now in an uproar. The sound of chaotic footsteps, panicked shouting, and the crisp clashing of metal were exceptionally harsh in the night. Chapter 24, A Little Clap. At this moment, Tsunade shuddered, and the alcohol in her body was instantly driven away by the surging chakra. The light purple yin seal on her forehead suddenly lit up, casting an eerie glow. At the same time, the casino door was suddenly kicked open with a bang. A blood-soaked man stumbled in, pressed his back heavily against the door, and bolted it shut. "Quick, put out the lights." He roared, blood dripping from his forehead and trailing along the wooden floor. The casino immediately fell into chaos, as several waitresses screamed and knocked over the candle holders. Seeing the blood on the man, Tsunade suddenly felt dizzy, and the color on her forehead began to fade. "Lady Tsunade, are you all right?" Seeing this, Shizune hurriedly steadied Tsunade, whose figure was swaying, and helped her sit down. I'm fine, damn it. Tsunade shook her head and cursed under her breath. Up ahead, some gamblers had already surrounded the blood-covered man, asking anxiously, Harada, what on earth is going on outside? The man named Harada slumped on the ground, his face pale, and said with a look of lingering fear, I'm not sure either, it seems to be a mutiny. So many people have died. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. Lady Tsunade, what should we do? Shizune held Taunton and looked at Tsunade uneasily. Tsunade closed her eyes, forcing down the surging dizziness, took a deep breath, and spoke in a low, restrained voice. Go upstairs to the room first. This is not our business to interfere in. Kill. The once decadent magistrate's office had now turned into a slaughterhouse, with soaring flames dyeing the night sky the color of blood, and the rising cries of battle echoing in the courtyard like thunder. Inside the courtyard, Dongfang Subaru advanced, drenched in blood while wearing dark armor, his long blade turning into silver lightning. As the blade flashed, several guards were decapitated before they could even block, and the spraying blood traced a ghastly arc in the firelight. Behind him, the Xinwu army surged forward like a raging tide. These warriors, who had once been refugees, had blood in their eyes, and their weapons gleamed with a chilling cold. The piercing sound of armor shattering when spears thrust, and the dull thud of flesh separating when swords slashed, wove together into a symphony of death in the courtyard. Although the magistrate's office guards had the numerical advantage, they were retreating steadily before this Xinwu army, which had undergone 2.5 months of devilish training. Finally, forced to the front of the vermilion-lacquered palace gate, the guards, with nowhere left to retreat, leaned against the gate, their trembling hands barely able to hold their weapons. Drop your weapons, those who offer stubborn resistance die. The blood-soaked Dongfang Subaru stepped forward, and the blood beads on his dark armor rolled off with his movements. That sharp gaze made the guards feel as if a cold blade were sliding along their spines, the pressure nearly suffocating them. Clang! Finally, one long blade hit the ground first. Then came the second, the third. The sound of metal clashing merged into one. The guards, faces pale, retreated to both sides, clearing a path to the vermilion-lacquered palace gate behind, and then knelt on the ground one after another. Dongfang Subaru waved his hand, and the Xinwu army immediately stepped forward to disarm and detain the surrendered soldiers. He walked forward, stepping over the weapons strewn across the ground, and paused slightly in front of the vermilion-lacquered palace gate. Creak! The palace gate swung open with a boom, revealing a scene of utter chaos behind it. Tables and chairs were overturned in disarray, and delicacies were scattered all over the floor. In the corner, a few dancers huddled tightly together, shivering uncontrollably. Dongfang Subaru signaled with his eyes, and several soldiers beside him immediately stepped forward and dragged a dancer out from inside. I ask you, where is the Castellan? The dancer's face was as pale as paper, her eyes full of terror. She tremblingly extended a finger, pointing behind the curtain. Just as Dongfang Subaru was about to nod, an intense sense of crisis suddenly welled up in his heart. Without thinking, he threw himself violently to the side. The moment he landed, he heard 2 loud booms as 2 water bullets smashed heavily into the spot where he had just been standing. The dancer couldn't dodge in time and was instantly blown into a pool of blood and gore, a horrific sight. Dongfang Subaru looked at the blood and gore on the ground, frowned, and then looked up to see 2 men crouching on the rafters, wearing ninja tactical gear. On their heads, they wore headbands with the symbol of the hidden mist village, but there was a kunai scratch across the middle of the headbands. Missing Nin from the hidden mist village, are they being harbored and supported by the Castellan? Dongfang Subaru thought to himself. Judging from the chakra of those 2 water-release ninjutsu just now, these 2 ninjas likely both possessed the strength of a chunin, which made his expression somewhat grave. At the same time, at his side, the Xinwu army spread out in a fan shape, holding long swords, ready for battle. The 2 of you, how about you just retreat now? What the Castellan can give you, I can give you as well. Dongfang Subaru was now a ninja himself, so naturally, he wasn't as wary of ninjas as he used to be, but he didn't want to cause extra trouble at this moment, so he asked tentatively. Hee, we take people's money to solve their problems, we. One of the ninjas, whose face was scarred and looked ferocious, grinned, revealing a row of neat shark teeth. But before he could finish speaking, a huge fireball swept towards him. Bastard, I wasn't finished talking. The scar-faced ninja's expression changed. He cursed angrily and hurriedly jumped down from the beam. However, just as he was about to land, a thick earthen wall rose from the ground and caught off guard. The scar-faced ninja was directly sent flying. Seeing this, the scar-faced ninja's companion also reacted, quickly leaping down from the beam, his kunai flashing with cold light as he stabbed directly at Dongfang Subaru. You guys go and hold off that scar-faced ninja for me. Wait until I finish off this one first. Dongfang Subaru shouted to the Xinwu army behind him, then dodged the stab sideways and backhanded a slash. Immediately, the kunai and the blade collided, the crisp sound of iron clashing making the air vibrate. Coupled with the immense strength inherent to the Senju clan body, which surged out along the blade, the Kirigakure ninja felt his hand go numb, and the kunai almost flew out of his grip. You're also a taijutsu ninja. The red-haired Kirigakure ninja was somewhat incredulous, but the only response he got was a lightning-fast straight kick from Dongfang Subaru. Boom! With a loud bang, the sole of Dongfang Subaru's boot sank deeply into the red-haired Kirigakure ninja's abdomen. The powerful impact sent the Kirigakure ninja flying backward like a kite with a broken string, shattering the screen behind him, and amidst the flying wood chips, he crashed heavily into the scattered delicacies, curling up in pain. Just as Dongfang Subaru was about to step forward to deliver the finishing blow, another powerful surge of chakra suddenly swept over from his side. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The scar-faced ninja had actually shaken off the harassment of the Xinwu army soldiers and taken the time to cast a ninjutsu at him. It seemed that relying solely on the current Xinwu army to hold back a Chunin was still somewhat unrealistic. Just speaking of the speed of a ninja, it was not something these soldiers, clad in armor and somewhat clumsy in their movements, could keep up with. Looking at the massive, surging water dragon, Dongfang Subaru tried to dodge sideways, but it was already a bit too late. It seemed the only option right now was to take it head-on. Although the power of this B-rank ninjutsu could not be underestimated, with his physique and self-healing ability, he might not necessarily fail to withstand it. But just as the water dragon was about to descend, and a strong sense of crisis intertwined within his heart, the chakra in Dongfang Subaru's body suddenly began to flow rapidly, like a rushing river. In a flash of lightning, his temples throbbed, as if a bolt of lightning had split his chaotic consciousness, and his hands, as if guided by a ghost, slammed together in front of his chest. The moment his palms touched, the chakra, which usually required complex hand seals to form, gathered instantly. The scorching fire released chakra, carrying a vigorous yang force, intertwined crazily between his palms. Fire release, great flame bullet technique. Dongfang Subaru roared, his cheeks puffed out high, and a giant fireball containing destructive power, carrying rolling heat waves, spewed out, making even the air crackle and pop wherever it passed. Chapter 25, Tsukimiura changes hands. The two collided, and for a moment, steam and heat waves intertwined in the room, creating a deafening roar. Are you kidding me? CLS ninjutsu. The scar-faced ninja widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. At that distance, it should have been impossible for Dongfang Subaru to react in time to release ninjutsu. Yet, at the critical moment, the other party didn't even need to form hand signs, instantly completing the release of the ninjutsu. What shocked him even more was that Dongfang Subaru's fireball was like a blazing sun, and the water dragon, which should have countered the fire release, began to dissipate the moment it made contact, eventually being completely engulfed by the scorching fireball. What kind of fire release is this? What a monster! The scar-faced ninja gritted his teeth and cursed silently, instantly breaking his hand signs, and turned to run without hesitation, not even caring about his companion. HMPH, you want to run? Dongfang Subaru snorted coldly and joined his hands together again. Earth release, multiple earth-style walls. Without any warning, 4 thick earth walls rose abruptly from the ground, instantly surrounding the scar-faced ninja who had only run a few steps, leaving only a narrow patch of sky above. At the same time, several scorching fireballs whistled down from above, completely sealing off his retreat. Damn that CLS ninjutsu! The completely desperate scar-faced ninja could no longer hold back his breakdown and roared, unable to understand why such a shameless thing as CLS ninjutsu existed in the world. Boom! The fireball exploded violently within the well formed by the earth release, and a blinding light accompanied by a violent shockwave swept out. Even with the robust physiques of the Xinwu army, they couldn't help but stagger back a few steps. When the smoke cleared, the scar-faced ninja was seen collapsed in the pile of rubble, charred all over, emitting an eerie smell of scorched flesh, his breathing faint. Go and bind both of their hands with iron chains, gag them, and take them away. Dongfang Subaru pointed at the dying scar-faced ninja and the red-haired Kirigakure ninja, who had been kicked into a curled-up position on the ground and was still writhing in pain. Although ninjas are powerful and make ordinary people feel beyond their reach, they are actually quite easy to deal with. Except for a very few like Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Taijutsu specialist ninjas, you just need to bind their hands so they cannot form hand signs, and they basically won't be able to cause any more trouble. Soon, the Xinwu army took the 2 Kirigakure ninjas away. At the same time, a few soldiers lifted the curtain and dragged out the castellan who was hiding behind it. The fat castellan was trembling all over, his sparse hair plastered messily against his scalp, his luxurious official robes covered in dust, and he looked completely disheveled, shouting incessantly, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." It seemed this person was undoubtedly the castellan, but Dongfang Subaru still had the surviving dancer identify him. After all, the castellan was crucial and could not be lost. After the dancer tremblingly finished the identification, Dongfang Subaru waved his hand with satisfaction, signaling the soldiers to take him away. Then he stood with his hands behind his back, looking around the chaotic magistrate's office, a curve of certainty rising at the corner of his mouth. From this point on, Tsukimiura had basically changed hands and would be under his control. Just as he was surveying his future residence with satisfaction, urgent footsteps suddenly came from outside the hall. A personal soldier stepped forward quickly and knelt on one knee to report. Grand Governor, Commanders Yasuke and Kyuzo request an audience. Both of them came together. Dongfang Subaru frowned slightly, a faint ominous premonition rising in his heart, and immediately said in a deep voice, "Bring them in immediately." Before long, Yasuke and Kyuzo led a team of personal soldiers into the hall. The 2 were travel-worn, their armor still stained with fresh blood. They knelt on one knee and cupped their hands in salute. Reporting to the Grand Governor, "We have fulfilled our mission." Dongfang Subaru nodded slightly, but his gaze searched behind the 2, and he suddenly asked, "Where is Zenpachi?" Yasuke's body stiffened at these words, and he raised his head with some difficulty. "Grand Governor, the Watanabe family that Commander Zenpachi attacked had a hidden ninja by the time we arrived. Zenpachi had already." Before he could finish, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze. Dongfang Subaru slowly closed his eyes, a feeling of indescribable bitterness welling up in his chest. But having lived life on the edge for so many years, life and death separations had become the norm, and Dongfang Subaru had long been accustomed to it. "What about that ninja?" Yasuke immediately reported. That ninja wasn't very strong and had limited chakra. Commander Zenpachi led his troops to resist desperately. By the time we arrived, the opponent was exhausted and has now been captured by us. Dongfang Subaru took a deep breath, reopened his eyes, and a bone-chilling coldness shot from his gaze. "Leave no one alive at the Watanabe family. After the ninja is sliced into 1,000 pieces, hang his head on the city gate." By now, the night was more than half over, and the intermittent sounds of killing in the city gradually faded into silence. Tsunade paced back and forth in the room, her slender brows tightly locked, her eyes filled with anxiety and unease. She had no intention of getting involved in the messy affairs of Tsukimiura. But after returning to her room, she suddenly realized that Subaru's village was only 10 li away, and the flames of war could very likely spread there. Thinking of this, her heart became increasingly restless. No, I can't wait any longer. I must go to the village and check immediately. Tsunade slammed the table, and the entire wooden table shattered, sending wood splinters flying everywhere. But Lady Tsunade, the streets outside are covered in blood now, and your symptoms. Shizune said, holding Taunton full of worry. It's fine. Tsunade decisively took a dark-colored silk scarf from her ninja pouch. I will use this to cover my eyes, Shizune. You lead the way for me. Just as she was about to tie the silk scarf, the door was suddenly knocked upon. Who is it? Tsunade paused, looked sharply towards the door, and spoke with vigilance, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. Lady Tsunade, it's me and Yumaru. Is it one of Subaru's men? Hearing this, Tsunade felt a surge of joy and quickly stepped forward to open the door. However, when she saw the scene outside the door, her body suddenly froze. She saw Yumaru standing solemnly before the door with a team of soldiers, each wearing heavy armor and holding long swords. Although they had clearly cleaned themselves up, there were evident traces of having fought in battle, and they were emitting a thick smell of blood. What is this? Tsunade was stunned, unable to understand the situation before her for a moment. Yumaru maintained a respectful posture and said in a deep voice, By the order of the Grand Governor, I have come to escort Lady Tsunade to the residence for safety. Grand Governor? Tsunade's pupils contracted sharply. You mean Subaru? She suddenly gasped, finally realizing that the chaos in the city tonight was likely inseparable from Subaru. A nameless anger instantly flared up in her heart, and she almost laughed in anger. All this time, she had fully believed that Subaru was focusing on building their future home, yet she hadn't expected that he had secretly staged such a grand drama for her. Chapter 26, Meeting in the Front Hall. Where is he now? Too afraid to come himself, so he sent you to find me. Tsunade suppressed the anger in her heart and asked through gritted teeth. The Grand Governor has just taken over the magistrate's office and is busy with affairs. We ask for Lady Tsunade's understanding. Yumaru said in a flat tone. Heth, a fine Grand Governor indeed, to have even conquered the magistrate's office. Tsunade snorted coldly and took a step forward. Lead the way. I want to see how he explains himself to me once I see that brat. Yumaru bowed and retreated to the side, his arm tracing a respectful arc. Lady Tsunade, please. Tsunade strode out the door, with Shizune following closely behind, holding Taunton. When they arrived on the street, they found the entire road glistening with water, clearly having been deliberately washed. Not a single bloodstain could be seen. However, the smell of blood permeating the night breeze was so thick it was almost impossible to dissipate. Tsunade snorted coldly in her heart. This brat was quite thoughtful. Then she turned her gaze toward the Xinwu army currently on the street. She saw squads of fully armed Xinwu army soldiers patrolling back and forth. Their refined iron armor glinted coldly in the torchlight, and the swords at their waists were all forged from high-quality materials. Hattie. A cold smirk curled the corner of her lips. She finally knew where the 30 million she had previously given to Dongfang Subaru had been spent. No wonder he spoke so nicely and agreed so readily at the time. It turned out he was just fooling her. Compared to this, what Tsunade cared about more was where Dongfang Subaru found so many people, and how he managed to make them so devotedly risk their lives for him in such a short time, accomplishing such earth-shattering deeds. One must know that the daimyo's ruling position is as unshakable as the sun, moon, and stars. Almost everyone naturally accepts the rationality and legitimacy of the daimyo's rule. Therefore, even if ninjas fought until the sky turned dark, almost no one had ever dared to so blatantly conquer cities and seize land, challenging the iron rule rooted in everyone's hearts. Carrying heavy doubts, the group crossed the smoke-filled streets and finally arrived at the magistrate's office. The official residence before them was already unrecognizable and in complete disarray. He really was ruthless with his methods. Looking at the state of the courtyard, Tsunade's eye twitched, and she couldn't help but mourn for 3 seconds for that castellan she had never met. Without another word, she strode into the inner courtyard, only to be stopped by 2 personal guards in front of the main hall. The Grand Governor has just rested. The guard looked troubled. The Grand Governor fought intensely all night, so he is really. Huh? Tsunade laughed in extreme anger upon hearing this, her golden hair strands swaying without wind. She stared fixedly at the tightly closed partition door, her knuckles cracking as she clenched her fists. Was he truly so exhausted that he was unconscious, or was he feeling guilty and hiding from her? The answer to this question would likely have to wait until someone woke up. It wasn't until noon that Tsunade, who hadn't slept all night, was notified by the guards and rushed angrily toward the front hall with Shizune. The moment she stepped into the front hall, she discovered that it was already full of people. Familiar faces like Yasuke and Lejun were there, along with some unfamiliar faces she had never seen before. Over a dozen gazes shot toward her simultaneously, causing the reprimand on Tsunade's lips to get stuck in her throat, eventually turning into a cold glare directed straight at Dongfang Subaru, who was sitting in the main seat. Ha ha ha, everyone, look who's here. Dongfang Subaru seemed completely oblivious to that piercing gaze. He sprang up from his seat and rushed to Tsunade in a few strides. Before she could react, he grabbed her wrist and raised it high. If it weren't for my sister Tsunade, we would never have taken Tsukimiura so easily. The greatest credit for this battle belongs to her. At Dongfang Subaru's signal, the entire hall erupted into thunderous applause. Tsunade opened her mouth, only to find herself speechless. Her full fury was thus forcefully blocked in her chest, turning into an indescribable sense of stifled frustration. What kind of situation was this? She, the person kept in the dark, had instead become the greatest hero. Dongfang Subaru spread his arms and pressed his palms down in the air. In an instant, the applause stopped abruptly, and the entire hall became so quiet that a falling needle could be heard. He personally helped Tsunade to her seat. Tsunade knew at this moment that she could not reprimand Dongfang Subaru in this setting, so she could only glare at him fiercely. Seeing that Tsunade had no other drastic reaction besides her sharp gaze, Dongfang Subaru finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, then returned to the main seat unhurriedly. Today, I am announcing something. We have taken Tsukimiura, and my Xinwu army will not serve any monarch. This magistrate's office is hereby renamed the Grand Governor's Office. After speaking, Dongfang Subaru swept his gaze across the room. Seeing that everyone else looked as if this was only natural, except for Tsunade, whose expression was somewhat odd, and that no one was jumping out to lecture him on loyalty and patriotism, Dongfang Subaru nodded with satisfaction and then looked at Yasuke. Yasuke, have the casualty statistics come out? Yasuke stepped forward, nodded, and said with a heavy expression, There are 216 wounded, and 149 dead, including Zenpachi. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the hall became somewhat heavy. Tsunade, who was seated to the side, was surprised in her heart upon hearing this. She hadn't expected yesterday's battle to be so tragic. This was a casualty, count comparable to a medium-sized ninja battle. But then she shook her head secretly in her heart. In ninja wars, those who died were ninjas, and the two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Dongfang Subaru was secretly relieved. Fortunately, they had the scroll given by Tsunade, which allowed them to quietly transport weapons into the city and pull off such a surprise attack. Otherwise, if they had attacked the city head-on, who knows how many times higher the casualties would have been. Hand the wounded over to the medical department for treatment. All fallen soldiers shall be given a proper burial, and pension funds shall be sent to their families today. Everyone listened and nodded silently. Although they didn't know what this medical department was, it was clear that Dongfang Subaru had more to say. Upon hearing this, Tsunade suddenly had an ominous premonition. Next, what I am about to say, everyone must listen carefully. Dongfang Subaru suddenly raised his voice, and everyone immediately straightened their backs and pricked up their ears. Effective immediately, there will be 9 new departments within the Grand Governor's Office. Ministry of Household, in charge of household registration and civil affairs within the city. Ministry of Finance, in charge of city finances and the allocation of money and grain. Ministry of Taxation, in charge of the collection of taxes within the city. Ministry of War, in charge of the selection and appointment of military officers and the issuance of military orders. Ministry of Rights, in charge of etiquette, diplomacy, and the construction of schools within the city. Ministry of Personnel, in charge of the appointment, dismissal, assessment, promotion, and demotion of officials. Ministry of Justice, in charge of judicial administration and prison supervision. Ministry of Works, in charge of engineering construction, the forging of weaponry, and the management of craftsmen. Medical Department, responsible for establishing a wartime medical system, managing pharmacies in the city, training physicians, and medical research and development. Each department will have one minister, 2 left and 2 right vice ministers. Under each department, there will be various bureaus with directors and other staff. Chapter 27, Institutions. The terms Dongfang Subaru used were unfamiliar to everyone, but fortunately, after he explained in detail what each department was responsible for, they were finally able to barely understand. The 9-department system that Dongfang Subaru came up with was something he had recently pondered by referencing the 6 ministries and cabinet of the Ming dynasty. The slight modification he made was splitting the massive entity known as the Ministry of Revenue into 3 parts, while simultaneously adding a new medical department. The importance of the medical department goes without saying, and at the same time, this was Dongfang Subaru's way of compensating Tsunade, or rather, using it to stabilize Tsunade's emotions, lest Tsunade truly get angry, stop caring about anything, and turn around to leave, which would leave him in a bind. Not to say how perfect this system has been refined, but it is certainly usable for now. Clarifying powers and responsibilities and reasonably dividing work will prevent the administration within the Xinwu army from becoming too chaotic. At the same time, he also wanted to create a better-sounding title to instill the concept of a formal official system into the bandits below. At the same time, this 9-department system lacks a chief grand secretary or a premier above it, connecting directly to Dongfang Subaru, the grand governor, to centralize power. As for whether doing everything himself would be tiring. Either way, they currently only occupy the small town of Tsukimiura, so even if busy, it is limited. If there is an opportunity to expand in the future and the scale becomes larger, then it can be changed at that time. And outside of the civil official institutions, there would naturally be military institutions. Regarding military administration, back in the village, Dongfang Subaru had already made some improvements, and later he pondered it again, combining ancient and modern practices to establish the Privy Council to manage military orders. And military affairs are under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of War. Simply put, the Privy Council is in charge of training, fighting, troop deployments, and other such matters, while the Ministry of War is responsible for recruiting, personnel, supplying weaponry, and other such matters, dividing military power into 2. Secondly, Dongfang Subaru did not establish a position like Privy Commissioner, the head of the Privy Council. In other words, he directly oversees this institution. And the main reason for doing so is still to decentralize power, avoiding the situation where a certain subordinate general or institution has too much power. Although he believes that relying on his prestige within the Xinwu army, no one would dare to overstep, prestige is ultimately somewhat ethereal and shaky. It requires a perfect system to support it in order to be foolproof. The Privy Council has various subordinate divisions under it, commanding the various battalions of the Xinwu army, including the numbered battalions under the 4 commanders of the standing army, as well as the Imperial Guard. Among them, the Imperial Guard is directly affiliated with Dongfang Subaru, belonging to the governor's personal guard. Now that the framework has been set up, without people, everything is just empty talk. Fortunately, during last night's purge, a large portion of low-level officials and some small and medium-sized families were left behind. With these people, it is barely possible to maintain the situation, allowing Dongfang Subaru's nascent small regime to undergo a brief transition, letting the currently chaotic Tsukimiura stabilize as soon as possible. As for whether these people will serve diligently, Dongfang Subaru is not foolish enough to trust them. Every person placed in an important position will have 2 Night Walker Bureau agents, one overt and one covert, following and monitoring them. If anyone really wants to pull some tricks, those people will have to consider whether their bonds with their 9 generations of kin are strong enough. After announcing this, Dongfang Subaru began to bestow rewards upon everyone. First were Yasuk and Kyuzo. Conferred as commandants, left and right vice commissioners of the Privy Council, with an expansion of 2 battalions. Jishi, having followed Dongfang Subaru to break the magistrate's office, was credited for the achievement and replaced the former position of Zenpachi, appointed as commander, Privy Council affairs, to reorganize the soldiers under his battalion. Mateichi, appointed as chief inspection commissioner, Privy Council affairs, to coordinate the defense of the north and south gates of Tsukimiura. After the military officials, naturally, it was the turn of the civil officials. Shimizu Zaino, who had been captured at the very beginning last night, was also dragged out by Dongfang Subaru and appointed as the acting Minister of Revenue and concurrently Minister of Taxation. Upon hearing the appointment, Shimizu Zaino was completely dumbfounded. How did he suddenly become a high-ranking official of this rebel army? If the land of rice fields sends troops to suppress the rebellion in the future, wouldn't he have become a high-level member of the rebel army? For a moment, his heart was extremely bitter, but looking at the smiling yet not smiling expression of Dongfang Subaru above, he could only bite the bullet and agree. The Minister of Justice was concurrently held by Inumaru, the chief of the Night Walker Bureau. The Minister of Works was appointed to Zhengsheng, the old craftsman who was rescued from the mountain stronghold by Dongfang Subaru, who had treated him like a treasure. On the side, listening to Dongfang Subaru's series of decrees, the resentment in Tsunade's heart had unknowingly dissipated, replaced by undisguisable shock. She stared blankly at Dongfang Subaru, truly unable to understand. At Dongfang Subaru's age, where on earth did he learn these things, dividing the powers and responsibilities of each department so clearly and distinctly, building an administrative system that is vast but not bloated? It was simply mind-boggling. Just at this moment, Dongfang Subaru also looked towards Tsunade. Sister Tsunade, let you take charge of the Minister of the Medical Department. I think no one is more suitable than you. As for you, Shizune, you will serve as the left Vice Minister of the Medical Department, acting as Sister Tsunade's deputy. Shizune, holding Taunton, widened her eyes upon hearing this. How did she get involved in this too? Tsunade, on the side, subconsciously nodded upon hearing this, feeling that it was not bad. She had always been very interested in medical arts. And at the same time, when she was in Konoha, she had served as the head of the medical department, so she should be able to handle this position of Minister of the Medical Department with ease. Tsunade, who was just thinking about how to establish the medical department in the future, was suddenly stunned, then quickly came to her senses. That's not right. Wasn't she here to hold him accountable this time? How did she suddenly join in? Tsunade gritted her teeth, clenched her pink fists, and glared angrily at Dongfang Subaru. However, as soon as Tsunade agreed, Dongfang Subaru immediately turned his head away. He dared not provoke Tsunade at this time. Seeing this, Tsunade could only put her hands down indignantly, thinking viciously in her heart about how to torment this bastard kid after the meeting ended. After Dongfang Subaru appointed these departments one by one, only the Ministry of War, Ministry of Personnel, Ministry of Rights, and Ministry of Finance remained. Needless to say, the Ministry of Personnel must be held in Dongfang Subaru's own hands at this stage, and the same goes for the Ministry of War. Thus, only the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Finance were left. For the Ministry of Rights, Dongfang Subaru favored Takakairo, who had previously held the grievance meeting. He was indeed a rare talent. And the best candidate for the Ministry of Finance was naturally Luzhin. Luzhin. When Dongfang Subaru's gaze found that familiar figure, he was instantly at a loss for words. only to see Lejun today in a white robe with wide sleeves, resembling a Confucian scholar's attire. A belt tied at his waist, wearing a tiered cap, with a white brush inserted into the cap. Holding a white feather fan in his hand, gently waving it. And others also cast their gazes at this moment, their expressions becoming strange. However, facing the many gazes around him, Lejun remained unmoved, his expression light and indifferent, his eyes glancing at these crude warriors around him with a faint trace of disdain. Chapter 28. Tsunade's face flushed slightly. Over the past few days, as Lejun became increasingly comfortable with military affairs, he was finally able to carve out some time to study ninjutsu. However, when he took out his ninjutsu materials, he also unearthed the booklet that Dongfang Subaru had given him some time ago. Recalling what he had said about overseas matters, Lejun curiously flipped open a page or two, and subsequently, he found himself completely unable to stop. The magnificent rise and fall of dynasties in the book left Lejun in awe, especially the demeanor of the scholars, which filled him with yearning. The treacherous could dominate the court and manipulate the world at will. The wise could devise strategies in a tent and secure victory from 1,000 miles away. These legendary lives, full of maneuvering, statecraft, and world-shaping schemes, stirred his heart with excitement. Amidst his reflections, he also thought of the Nara clan located in Konoha. He asked himself, with the wisdom of the Nara clan, provided there was a suitable environment, they might not necessarily fail to reach the heights of the famous scholars in the book and leave a lasting legacy. Yet they were confined to that tiny corner of Konoha, revolving daily around the leader of a mere village, dealing with trivial, petty matters. It was truly pathetic and lamentable. What is this? At this moment, Dongfang Subaru pointed at Lejun, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Your subordinate observed the bearing of the Marshal Marquis and felt admiration, thus I have emulated his attire. Lejun held a feather fan, bowed in salute, and the white hair on his headpiece swayed gently with the movement. In the past, when Kongaming emerged from seclusion, he was only 27, holding a feather fan and wearing a silk headscarf, and with a laugh. Stop, Dongfang Subaru covered his forehead, interrupting him. He had told Lejun to study 5,000 years of history. He didn't know if he'd learned anything useful, but this tone was certainly a faithful reproduction. You emulate the Marshal Marquis' attire, but have you learned the Marshal Marquis' strategies? Do you know how to stabilize Tsukimiura now? Lejun, confident and composed, bowed and replied, Governor, please observe. Although the books detail the ways of benevolent governance, the commoners described within mostly care only for their own survival, indifferent to the changing of dynasties. But now, your actions, Governor, are unprecedented in the ninja world. The hearts of the people in the city are in turmoil. This cannot be pacified by benevolent governance alone. We must adapt to local conditions. He paused slightly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Your subordinate believes we should emulate the strategy of the northern tribes entering the Central Plains. First, use thunderous methods to deter the petty and punish the obstinate, then gradually bestow grace and lift restrictions. Only in this way can the commoners both fear our might and cherish our virtue, eventually becoming grateful to you, Governor. It had to be said that Lejun was a genius. He had only been studying for a few days, and his speech was already becoming difficult for Dongfang Subaru to follow. However, Dongfang Subaru understood the meaning, and his eyes lit up. He had been struggling with this headache yesterday. In the ninja world, there was absolutely no concept of our kings and nobles born with high status. The commoners were deeply rooted in servility, which left Dongfang Subaru somewhat at a loss. One must know that in his previous life, taking the recent Ming dynasty as an example, there were 136 prefectures, with an average of 11 revolts per year. Yet here, since the structure was established, for thousands of years, apart from the infighting among ninjas, other regions had been eerily calm, with no such rebellions ever occurring. To Dongfang Subaru, this seemed like a fairy tale, yet it was undeniably real. It was precisely for this reason that the resistance he faced in trying to fully control Tsukimiura was immense. Fortunately, Lejun's words gave him a new perspective. Dongfang Subaru rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, and then asked, "Luzhin, who do you think I, the governor, should use to demonstrate these thunderous methods and deter the wicked?" Luzhin bowed. The three great clans and the Castellan have been acting tyrannically in Tsukimiura for years, levying exorbitant taxes and indulging in debauchery. The public naturally hates them to the bone. We can choose them as the ringleaders, execute them publicly in the market, and this will dispel the public's resentment while simultaneously deterring those with ulterior motives. At the same time, Governor, you should also purge the city of its filth, such as gambling dens, brothels, black markets, taverns, and other places where the dregs of society gather. Tsunade, who had been listening to the strange way Dongfang Subaru and Luzhin spoke and was feeling sleepy, suddenly perked up upon hearing the word gambling den. She sat up abruptly and spoke subconsciously. Gambling dens need to be purged too. Upon hearing Tsunade's voice, Luzhin seemed somewhat displeased. He turned to look at Tsunade and frowned. "Lady Tsunade, as the governor's close kin, you really shouldn't disrupt the governor's grand plan because of your own selfish desires. Moreover, you are currently the minister of the medical department in the governor's office, holding an important position. For you to frequent such filthy places, what kind of decorum is that?" As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. Even Dongfang Subaru's mouth hung slightly open, a look of disbelief on his face. Was this really his subordinate? Why was he so brave, daring to open his mouth and lecture Tsunade? At this moment, Tsunade also wore a look of incredulity, her eyes filled with confusion. Was this Luzhin, the same Luzhin who had been timid and shrinking in front of her not long ago? Her fingertips clenched involuntarily, and in a daze, she actually saw a certain dark figure in Luzhin. That condescending attitude, that sanctimonious preaching, this was Danzo reborn. Tsunade really wanted to know what method Dongfang Subaru had used to make Luzhin skip decades of detours in just a few short months. Luzhin bowed coldly once more. "Lady Tsunade, you hold a high position and wield great power. You should lead by example. I have said all I have to say." After speaking, he let out a cold snort and turned his back. Tsunade's cheeks flushed crimson, not from shyness but from anger. Even the yin seal on her forehead was faintly glowing with blue light. Her slender fingers cracked as she clenched them, wishing she could give this arrogant brat a shoulder throw right then and there. But unfortunately, the person before her was just an 11-year-old child, and every word he spoke was under the banner of thinking for the governor, leaving her with no outlet for her burning rage. In the end, her knife-like gaze glared fiercely at the innocent, collateral damage suffering Dongfang Subaru. Feeling the tangible killing intent, cold sweat beaded on Dongfang Subaru's forehead. Good grief, he had finally managed to get Tsunade's emotions to stabilize, and in the blink of an eye, Luzhin had lit her like a powder keg. He hurriedly cast a pleading look at Tsunade, only to see her raise her pink fist and silently mouth the words, "Just you wait." Dongfang Subaru sighed in resignation and turned to Luzhin. "Continue." Luzhin bowed solemnly. "Your subordinate has 3 more strategies. First, confiscate all weapons from the civilians. Anyone caught privately storing military equipment will be punished along with their associates. Second, implement a strict curfew. Anyone found lingering on the streets at night will be immediately imprisoned without question. Third, he paused, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Governor, you can, on one hand, raise grain prices and increase exorbitant taxes, while on the other hand, open a channel where those who join the Xinwu army or support the governor's office can enjoy benevolent governance. In this way, the commoners will split into 2 factions, one conservative, clinging to their old state, and the other, your supporters, governor. With the conservative factions struggling to survive and seeing those who support you living in abundance, how could their hearts not waver? Over time, why would you worry about not winning the hearts of the people, governor? Luzhin's words were like a cold blade unsheathed, and the entire council hall fell instantly silent. Everyone looked at each other, none of them having imagined that Luzhin, a tender youth of only 11, could come up with such a strategy. Upon hearing this, Tsunade could no longer sit still. She had initially accepted reality, and had turned a blind eye to Dongfang Subaru cleaning up those nobles and underground forces. Anyway, they weren't good people. But now, for Legend to use innocent commoners as pawns to achieve his goals truly touched her bottom line. Just as she rose to object, Dongfang Subaru suddenly stood up and slammed his hand on the table first. Legend, effective immediately, I am promoting you to Minister of the Ministry of Finance and Minister of the Ministry of Rights. Within 3 days, draft the strategies we just discussed into detailed regulations and submit them to me. Chapter 29, Tsunade-nee, Will You Still Help Me? The first meeting after the magistrate's office was renamed to the Grand Governor's office came to a close. Watching Legend's robes fluttering as he walked away, Yasuke nudged Kyuzo beside him with his elbow and whispered, Do you know what was up with those strange things Legend said to the Grand Governor just now? It was so bizarre. Kyuzo stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing slightly. I know a little. The Grand Governor gave Legend a book a while ago, and he's been acting a bit strange ever since he finished reading it a few days ago. Yasuke nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. I'm going to go find Legend and borrow that book to study it. Kyuzo, are you coming? Count me in. Everyone had seen how Dongfang Subaru had appreciated Legend just now. Who wouldn't want to figure out how Legend's strange words and actions had managed to win the Grand Governor's favor? This was the so-called what the superior does, the subordinate follows. And there were far more people harboring such thoughts than just Yasuke and Kyuzo. For a moment, many people's gazes were secretly locked onto Legend and his book. On the other side, after the crowd dispersed, Tsunade finally managed to corner Dongfang Subaru alone. She crossed her arms over her chest, supporting her staggering, ample assets. Her scrutinizing gaze was sharp as a hawk's, locked directly onto Dongfang Subaru, a meaningful cold smile playing on her lips. Feeling the chilling pressure radiating from Tsunade, cold sweat already began to seep from Dongfang Subaru's back. He wailed inwardly, realizing he wouldn't be able to escape today after all. Deciding to just bite the bullet, he hung his head and lowered his eyelids, his long eyelashes casting shadows on his face. Sister Tsunade, I shouldn't have lied to you. I was wrong. His voice was low, just like a child caught in the act of doing something bad. Even his shoulders began to tremble slightly. Anyone who saw that incredibly aggrieved look would inevitably feel pity. Seeing this, the corner of Tsunade's eye couldn't help but twitch slightly. If she hadn't just witnessed Dongfang Subaru's majestic and imposing demeanor at the head of the table, she would have almost been deceived by this kid again. But even knowing that, after seeing Dongfang Subaru's pitiful appearance, the nameless rage in her chest inexplicably dissipated by more than half. How pathetic. She cursed at herself inwardly, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to continue lashing out. All right. Tsunade waved her hand impatiently to interrupt him. You even changed the magistrate's office to the Grand Governor's office. Is acting pitiful here still going to work? A flash of joy crossed Dongfang Subaru's eyes. This tone clearly meant her anger had subsided. But he still feigned nervousness and probed. Sister Tsunade, are you not angry anymore? HMPH. Tsunade snorted coldly, then suddenly remembered something, her expression turning grave. You brat, I'm too lazy to care what you did with the 30 million ryo you swindled from me. But are you sure you want to implement Legend's plan? Do you know how many people in the city will starve to death or have their families destroyed once that policy is issued? Dongfang Subaru was stunned at first, then his expression tightened, and all that grievance and helplessness vanished in an instant. At this moment, Tsunade even felt a chill radiating from Dongfang Subaru. He remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. My people will not starve to death. As for those who are not my people. Dongfang Subaru paused, took a deep breath, and at this moment, his eyes became incomparably cold and resolute. What does that have to do with me? You. Tsunade's pupils contracted sharply, and she stared at him in disbelief, her mind going blank for a moment. She hadn't expected Dongfang Subaru to say such things. Sister Tsunade, I have a question I want to ask you. Dongfang Subaru walked slowly to her side with his hands behind his back, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. Tsunade's body trembled slightly. Her gaze locked firmly on his handsome and cold face. He just looked through the window, overlooking Tsukimiura below, his deep eyes flickering with unfathomable emotions. Sister Tsunade, are you so good to me because I am an orphan of the Senju clan, and you have placed the hope of the Senju clan's revival on me? Hearing this, Tsunade subconsciously froze for a moment. She had indeed thought so at the beginning. But after spending this time with Dongfang Subaru, she found that, unconsciously, her care for him seemed to have long since exceeded so-called family responsibility. She now felt more genuine concern for Dongfang Subaru from the bottom of her heart, as well as that indescribable feeling whenever she thought of him. But how could she say such thoughts out loud? She could only grit her teeth and nod. All right then. Now that there is no so-called Senju clan in Konoha, this Tsukimiura is the new starting point for our clan, and the beginning of its revival. At this moment, Dongfang Subaru had turned his head to look straight at Tsunade, his expression unprecedentedly serious. Sister Tsunade, I'll tell you the truth. I have big ambitions. I don't want to just be a powerful ninja, nor do I want to be limited to one village or one clan. I want more. I want everything that my eyes can see. Luzhen's strategy can help me stabilize my rule in Tsukimiura at the fastest speed, so I will definitely carry it out. This might make you feel disappointed, Sister Tsunade, but I still want to ask. Sister Tsunade, will you still help me? At this moment, meeting Dongfang Subaru's gaze and seeing his resolute eyes, Tsunade suddenly felt a wave of inexplicable panic. She had long since deeply experienced Dongfang Subaru's stubbornness while living together. Whenever he made a decision, even if she opposed it, Dongfang Subaru would superficially please her, persuade her, or even cajole her, only to eventually hide it from her and firmly execute it himself. And if she were to still stop him regardless of the consequences now? She had a premonition that an irreparable rift would likely grow between them, and they might even part ways because of it. Thinking of this possibility, the Sannin Tsunade, who in the past would sneer disdainfully at any obstacle and stomp right over it, felt cowardly and shrank back. Now, having come to rely on Dongfang Subaru and gradually escaping her inner shadows, she really couldn't imagine what she would become if she lost Subaru again. Who, Subaru, don't mention my name in front of others in the future. If people from Konoha find out I'm here, you'll likely run into some trouble. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade finally spoke with a sense of relief. After a brief struggle, she had completely made her choice. Although she pitied those innocent civilians who might die tragically because of Dongfang Subaru's decision later. If it were anyone else who dared to do such a bastardly thing, she would definitely not say a word and just punch their dog head into a pulp. But unfortunately, Subaru was of vital importance to her. Since she couldn't persuade him, she could only support him unconditionally. Chapter 30, Dongfang Mao, a patriot and concerned man. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Subaru felt a sudden surge of ecstasy in his heart, knowing that Tsunade had finally agreed to follow him. However, Tsunade's words also made him somewhat alert, and his expression turned slightly grave. Indeed, as Tsunade had said, if Konoha found out that Tsunade was accompanying him in causing such a massive commotion, they would certainly send people over, and there would likely be significant trouble then. I understand. I will make sure that everyone present today keeps their mouths shut. Watching Dongfang Subaru act like he was facing a formidable enemy, the moment Konoha was mentioned, Tsunade's originally heavy mood suddenly lightened, and she found it somewhat amusing. But then, seemingly thinking of something, she raised an eyebrow, reached out a slender, jade-white finger to gently tap Dongfang Subaru's forehead, and said in a lingering tone, "You fellow, since you are so wary of Konoha causing you trouble, why aren't you afraid of me, one of the Konoha Sannin? And you spend every day thinking of ways to mess with me. It really is a waste of how well I treat you." Hearing Tsunade's slightly complaining tone, Dongfang Subaru let out two awkward, dry laughs. "Just kidding. You treat me well, and my messing with you is harmless. If you didn't treat me well and I still messed with you, wouldn't that be a death wish?" Dongfang Subaru did not reply, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the street below. Although the soldiers were still patrolling intensively, Some bold vendors had already set up their stalls and started doing business. Seeing this, his eyes rolled, thinking that since he had just shared his heart with Tsunade, and she seemed quite touched, he might as well take this opportunity to add more fuel to the fire and further their relationship. Sister Tsunade. He suddenly spoke, his tone light. Since I haven't had a chance to properly show you around Tsukimiura before, and I have some free time now, would you like to accompany me on an inspection of the territory? Tsunade was stunned upon hearing this, then felt quite tempted, but she still looked at Dongfang Subaru with a half-smile. What's this? Can our Grand Governor put down the work at hand to go shopping with me? At the meeting just now, everything that needed to be ordered has been ordered. A stroll won't hinder anything. Dongfang Subaru chuckled, then straightened his chest and said righteously, besides, this Grand Governor is going out to inspect the public sentiment with my Minister of the Medical Department. It can't be considered neglecting official duties. You brat, you can always find some strange excuses. Tsunade's eyes were now glowing with a gentle, warm light, like they were soaked in the warmth of a spring ocean. The corners of her lips curled up in a doting arc unconsciously. She raised her hand to gently rub the top of Dongfang Subaru's head, then naturally linked her arm with his. Just like that, the two of them left the governor's office together. As for Shizune, who had been left in the front hall earlier because of their conversation, she was subconsciously forgotten by them. Walking on the street, a faint smell of blood still lingered in the air. But the fresh scent emanating from Dongfang Subaru lingered by her side, dispelling all traces of the residual metallic smell. The familiar light fragrance permeated her nostrils, causing a subtle sweetness to rise in Tsunade's heart. This made her tighten her grip on Dongfang Subaru's arm unconsciously, and also caused two blushes to quietly bloom on her snowy cheeks. Oh, shall we go eat that? Just then, Dongfang Subaru pointed to a dumpling shop by the street and asked Tsunade, turning his head. I'll listen to you. Tsunade snuggled against his shoulder, nodded gently, and looked shy. The once dashing and heroic her now looked just like a young girl who had just fallen in love. This couldn't help but make Dongfang Subaru's heart flutter, his breathing hitched, and his vision blurred for a moment. But soon he came back to his senses, gave a light cough, and with a little excitement in his heart, pretended nothing happened as he led Tsunade to the front of the dumpling shop. However, compared to the hot atmosphere faintly flowing between the two, the front of this small shop was much more desolate. The shopkeeper was currently filled with panic and unease, like a frightened bird, constantly poking his head out and looking left and right. It seemed he was terrified that someone would break in the next second and smash his shop. Shopkeeper, 2 portions of dumplings. Coming right up, guests, please wait a moment. Hearing human voices, the shopkeeper's shoulders visibly tightened first, and only after casting a glance over did he obviously breathe a sigh of relief. Then, on his slightly pale face, he forced a smile at Dongfang Subaru and the other and began to busy himself. Tell me, shopkeeper, aren't these troops only targeting the Castellan and the great aristocratic families? They don't seem to be giving those of you running small businesses much trouble, right? Do you really have to be this scared? Dongfang Subaru leaned against the door frame, watching the anxious shopkeeper with great interest, and asked, Sigh, who knows? The shopkeeper just sighed lightly, his face miserable, and did not say much. Seeing this, Dongfang Subaru's eyes flashed, and he followed up with another question. Shopkeeper, if this group of troops killed those corrupt castellan and nobles from before, and then improved the people's livelihood in the city so that everyone could live a good life, what would you think? What would I think? Hearing this, the shopkeeper's hand movements paused slightly, and then he let out a cold snort with a slightly ferocious expression. Although those nobles are not good things, rebels are rebels. What kind of livelihood can they improve? Just wait, when the Daimyo finds out about what happened here, he will definitely send troops to drive all these damned rebels away. Once these words were spoken, not only did Tsunade's eye twitch, but Dongfang Subaru's face also darkened. However, he quickly controlled his emotions again, and his expression returned to calm. Guests, the 2 portions of fish balls are ready. The shopkeeper also seemed to realize that he had let his emotions get the better of him and had said too much. He hurriedly looked around, and seeing no one else nearby, he breathed a sigh of relief and handed the fish balls to Dongfang Subaru with a full face of smiles. Dongfang Subaru also took them with a smile on his face, then took out 40 ryo from his pocket and placed it on the counter. "All right, take care, guests." After leaving the dumpling shop, Tsunade glanced at Dongfang Subaru, who was calm and eating his fish balls, and asked with some curiosity, "Subaru, aren't you angry?" "It's something I expected. Why be angry? Anyway, haven't I already prepared a plan to deal with it?" After chewing the fish ball and swallowing, Dongfang Subaru raised the food cup in his hand and looked at Tsunade with slightly bright eyes. "Sister Tsunade, hurry and try it. This shop's dumplings are really not bad." Tsunade was stunned and laughed upon hearing this. "It seems that the commoners in the city are still very resistant to you. Are you sure that plan will really be effective?" Dongfang Subaru shook his head and sighed heavily. "Not sure, but it's the best way for now. I hope these people can change their attitudes because of this. Otherwise, the feeling of starving is not easy to bear, and I can't bear it either, Sai." Looking at Dongfang Subaru's appearance of being worried about the country and the people, the corners of Tsunade's mouth twitched violently. He was indeed worried about the country and the people, but as for why the country and the people were worried, one shouldn't ask too much. "P.S. My lords, please follow, please collect, please vote for monthly tickets." Chapter 31, Tsunade-nee, You Smell So Good. The episode did not dampen their spirits. Dongfang Subaru seemed to have forgotten his status as the Grand Governor, and Tsunade had forgotten her age as well. Like two children, they chased and played through the deserted Bluestone Street. When night fell, they found themselves in a quiet tavern, sharing a few small dishes and a pot of clear wine, speaking in slightly ambiguous whispers, tinged with a hint of intoxication. After eating and drinking their fill, they leaped onto the rooftop, sitting upon the tiles, leaning against each other, and gazing at the bright, clear moon in a daze of infatuation. When the night deepened, the two returned to the governor's office, still feeling reluctant to end the night. However, even as they walked to the door of Dongfang Subaru's bedroom, Tsunade showed no signs of leaving. Suddenly, Dongfang Subaru remembered something, and a bad premonition rose in his heart as he forced a smile. "Sister Tsunade, aren't you going back to your room to rest? This room of yours must have been the Castellan's room before, right? Let me see if it's impressive." With a smile, Tsunade pushed the door open and walked in. "Wait." Dongfang Subaru wanted to stop her, but it was already too late. After entering, Tsunade discovered that apart from some luxurious ornaments, the floor was spotless, clearly cleaned not long ago, having completely erased any traces of the previous owner. Tsunade nodded with satisfaction, but when her gaze shifted to the bed, the smile on her face instantly froze, immediately turning extremely gloomy. She saw that the quilt on the bed was bulging, and at the head of the bed, two delicate and pretty heads poked out, looking at her and Dongfang Subaru with fearful expressions. "Subaru, you had better explain to me what is going on here." Tsunade turned around and looked at Dongfang Subaru expressionlessly, her gritted teeth tone causing a layer of cold sweat to seep out from his back. The weather has turned cold, so I found 2 maidservants to warm the bed. That's not too much to ask, right? I suppose." Dongfang Subaru couldn't think of any excuse to bluff his way out, so he could only answer cautiously. He was naturally very self-indulgent, and not someone who would choose to suffer unnecessarily. Although he didn't want to touch these women, he still needed someone to help him dress, serve tea, and pour water. Otherwise, he had suffered bitterly when he was a mountain bandit, and if he were still suffering now, wouldn't his uprising have been in vain? But after he finished speaking, seeing Tsunade silent, her expression growing increasingly gloomy, and the air pressure around them dropping, Dongfang Subaru shivered and quickly added, "It's really just for warming the bed. When I go to sleep, they will leave. After all, even though I'm only 15, I can't resist this kind of temptation." As soon as these words were out, Dongfang Subaru felt the oppressive atmosphere around him gradually dissipate, causing him to breathe a sigh of relief. "HMPH, what do you call this temptation?" After knowing that Dongfang Subaru hadn't done anything out of line, Tsunade's expression softened slightly, though she still snorted with dissatisfaction. Afterwards, she waved her hand at the two maidservants on the bed. "Get out, both of you." "Yes." Instantly, the two of them, like frightened rabbits, hurriedly crawled out from under the quilt, answered timidly, and then fled the room. Tsunade watched until their figures completely disappeared, and after confirming that their clothes were indeed as neat as Dongfang Subaru had said, she finally felt relieved. "Hee, Sister Tsunade, now you believe me, right?" "Believe what? With such powerful Yang-style chakra in your body, how could you be afraid of the cold? I think even if you haven't turned bad yet, you're close." Dongfang Subaru hadn't expected to be scolded again by Tsunade, and he muttered to himself, "Even if I'm not afraid of the cold when I get into bed, the mat and quilt are freezing, and it's not comfortable to sleep." Tsunade naturally heard him clearly, and her eyebrows arched as she spoke without thinking. "Not comfortable, huh? Then I'll help you warm the bed, and from now on, those two women don't need to come over anymore." Then, under Dongfang Subaru's stunned gaze, Tsunade walked straight to the bed, lifted the quilt, and climbed in. "Sister Tsunade, isn't that good? How about I sleep on the floor?" Dongfang Subaru's heart skipped a beat, but he pretended to be troubled as he spoke. "What's not good about it? Or do you think the bed I warm isn't as good as those two women from before?" Tsunade frowned suddenly, a flash of anger in her eyes, and her voice rose sharply, looking like she was about to explode again. Dongfang Subaru shook his head repeatedly. "Then what are you standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and get in?" Tsunade snorted coldly, and then lifted a corner of the quilt. "I already said that even though I look young, I can't resist temptation." Dongfang Subaru muttered to himself, climbed onto the bed, and slipped into the warm quilt. Once he was lying down, the atmosphere in the room instantly became frozen. The previously aggressive Tsunade fell silent. Dongfang Subaru glanced sideways and discovered that her porcelain-white face was flushing with a stunning crimson hue. So easily shy, yet playing such a big game. Dongfang Subaru thought to himself upon seeing this. Tsunade also sensed Dongfang Subaru's gaze, feeling indescribably embarrassed, her hot, delicate body squirming in the quilt. She could only pretend to be impatient and spoke up. "You brat, what are you looking at? I've already warmed the bed for you. Why aren't you going to sleep yet?" Feeling the restless agitation of the delicate body pressed tightly against his own. Dongfang Subaru's heart stirred, and he immediately pretended to be troubled again. "Sister Tsunade, I told you just now, I can't resist temptation. I feel a bit uncomfortable right now. How about I just go sleep on the floor?" Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately realized what he meant. That's right, Subaru is at the age of youthful agitation, and with her sleeping right beside him, he probably couldn't hold back. If the two of them kept staying like this, wouldn't something happen? For a moment, Tsunade's heart trembled. Thinking of what might happen, she felt a bit panicked, but hidden faintly was there a trace of expectation. But she quickly shook her head, shaking those unhealthy images out of her mind. "You." Tsunade wanted to stop this momentum immediately, but recalling her own confident stance just moments ago about warming the bed for Dongfang Subaru, she didn't know how to speak, and the words changed flavor the moment they reached her lips. "If you are really that uncomfortable, then just hold me while you sleep. It might be a bit more comfortable." "All right, I'll try." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Subaru didn't say another word. He opened his arms and wrapped them around Tsunade's slender, soft waist, not even bothering to feign reserve. "You." Dongfang Subaru's swift and decisive actions left Tsunade somewhat dumbfounded. Then, feeling the pair of scorching arms around her waist, her ear tips became even hotter, and her toes curled up in tension, gripping the mattress tightly. However, before she could calm her mood slightly, the movement at her waist made her pupils tremble violently again. You little bastard, where are your hands going?" "Sister Tsunade, you smell so good." Why did your hand go inside?" "I'm just a little curious." "Curious my foot. Get your hand out of my clothes right now." "Sister Tsunade, your lips look so soft. Can you help me?" MMPH, Chapter 32, Bloody Suppression. The next day, Dongfang Subaru climbed out of bed and stretched with a refreshed feeling. Just then, Tsunade also slowly woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she cast a resentful look at Dongfang Subaru. Seeing this, Dongfang Subaru gave a sheepish smile. Sister Tsunade, you can't blame me. I told you yesterday that I wouldn't be able to withstand the test. Hearing this, Tsunade was filled with shame and anger again. She reached out to rub her swollen lips, her brows slightly knitted. Although she had washed them several times, she still felt a strange taste in her mouth and immediately glared at Dongfang Subaru. You little bastard, don't ever ask me to do this kind of thing for you again. Dongfang Subaru muttered to himself, if you weren't willing, could I have forced your mouth open? How did it all become my fault now? Of course, Dongfang Subaru didn't dare say this in front of the currently worked up Senju Tsunade. At the same time, he didn't respond to Senju Tsunade's words. Just kidding, between his two lives, he had only just tasted a bit of meat. How could he just abstain now? He wouldn't agree to Senju Tsunade's unreasonable request. Sister Tsunade, I'm going to the front hall for a meeting first. Having said that, he jumped off the bed, grabbed his shoes, and vanished in the blink of an eye. That little bastard. Watching Dongfang Subaru's disappearing figure, Senju Tsunade couldn't help but grit her teeth again. But after her emotions gradually calmed down, recalling the shameful scene from last night, a flush of crimson crept up from her frost-white neck to the tips of her ears. She couldn't help but look down at the plump fruits on her chest, lifted her hand to weigh them, and couldn't help but grit her teeth and whisper, "Are they that good to touch?" He held them in his hands all night and didn't let go. Walking along the corridor, Dongfang Subaru smelled the fragrance of flowers and plants permeating the courtyard, his steps light, and a comfortable smile hanging on the corners of his mouth. However, when he reached a corner, he saw Yasuke and Kyuzo approaching together. The smile on Dongfang Subaru's face instantly froze. At this moment, Yasuke was wearing a green headscarf, dressed in a green robe, with fake whiskers hanging on his cheeks. No one knew where he had gotten them. And Kyuzo was also wearing a black headscarf, dressed in a loose dark gray robe, with fake whiskers stuck to his face, walking with the stride of a dragon and a tiger. The two, dressed in such strange attire, immediately lit up when they saw Dongfang Subaru and hurriedly jogged over to him. With a bang, they knelt on one knee, cupped their hands, and shouted in unison. "Su Zhang, greetings, my lord." Dongfang Subaru's eye twitched slightly. "Get up, what are you two?" The two stood up nimbly, chests puffed out and heads held high. "Hee, I am emulating the martial saint. I am emulating the eternal marquis." Looking at these two clowns, Dongfang Subaru felt his temples throbbing violently. All right, enough with the martial saint and eternal marquis act. Dongfang Subaru waved his hand impatiently. If you have time to dress up, you'd better hurry up and confiscate those families' properties. How is the raid on those families going? Governor, it's all done, and the accounting department has finished taking inventory. As he spoke, Yasuke took out a dark blue booklet from his chest. Oh, so fast. Dongfang Subaru raised an eyebrow slightly, took the booklet, and began to flip through it. Subsequently, Dongfang Subaru saw that the seizure of the 3 main families and the 13 small and medium-sized families deeply connected to them had yielded a total of 740 million ryo in cash. About 2,890 tons of grain, worth approximately 100 million ryo. There were also 981 crossbows, 4,781 sword spears, and 931 sets of armor. Goods, cloth, tea, iron, copper, ore, salt, etc. were countless. A rough estimate put their value at around 1.3 billion ryo. Seeing this, while Dongfang Subaru was secretly clicking his tongue at the wealth of these families, he couldn't help but feel fortunate that they had infiltrated the city and launched a sudden attack. They had dealt with these families in one go. Otherwise, if they had been given time to react, it would have been incredibly difficult for him to take down Tsukimiura. At this moment, his face flushed, and then he burst into laughter. Good, good, good. You two go lead the soldiers under your command to the warehouse to collect equipment. I want every one of them to wear armor and carry swords. Yes, Yasuke and Kyuzo were immediately excited upon hearing this. Initially, only 10% of their men had armor, and 50% were equipped with swords and spears. There were even many who were unarmed. Even so, they were able to take down Tsukimiura. If everyone was equipped with weapons and armor, how strong would their combat power be? For a moment, both of them began to let their imaginations run wild. Suddenly, Dongfang Subaru thought of something. He glanced at their attire and then said, "You two go to the Ministry of Works again later, and have Zhengsheng forge a green dragon crescent blade and a serpent spear for you." The two looked at each other, couldn't help but grin and laugh out loud. "Thank you, my lord." After the two clowns left, Dongfang Subaru rushed to the Ministry of Finance without stopping. He immediately met with Luzhen. With the support of this huge amount of money and grain, their plans could be made more detailed and implemented more smoothly. In the following period, Dongfang Subaru was so busy that he barely had time to stand still. He was even too busy to return to his bedroom, simply sleeping in his office. This caused Tsunade, who had been shouting that she would no longer let Dongfang Subaru fool around, to be unable to resist coming over and hinting at when he would return to rest. Dongfang Subaru could only smile bitterly at this. How could he not want to go back and fool around with Tsunade again? But these past few days, as the policies discussed with Luzhen were officially rolled out, all of Tsukimiura exploded. It was no longer just a simple case of undercurrents. Almost every day there were riots and armed protests in various parts of the city. At the same time, many people gathered in front of the governor's office, shouting abuse. There were even some extremists who would pull out knives and commit seppuku in public, shouting loyalty to the Daimyo, before they died. This made Dongfang Subaru furious and overwhelmed. But fortunately, now that the entire Xinwu army was fully armed, their combat power had reached a new level. For these troublemakers, the light ones were thrown directly into prison, and those who dared to engage in armed riots were ruthlessly suppressed. The most serious were those who committed seppuku. Such people were definitely the biggest threat to Dongfang Subaru's rule and were directly regarded by him as a thorn in his side. Needless to say, if they liked seppuku, he would let their 9 generations of relatives go down with them to keep them company. Especially in this world, while wiping out clans happened from time to time, wiping out the 9 generations of relatives because of one person's mistake was simply unheard of. During this period, at the city execution ground, there were endless heads to be cut off every day, and the executioner's blade was chipped one after another. Cries and howls resounded here every day, blood completely stained the streets red, and the thick smell of blood hovered over Tsukimiura, difficult to dissipate. All of Tsukimiura was in a state of panic, and whenever they saw the Night Walker Bureau dressed in jet-black brocade clothes dispatched, they were scared out of their wits. Listening to the shrill wails of those being dragged out of their homes, everyone was trembling with fear. After this series of bloody purges, the city finally began to stabilize gradually. Even the diehards didn't dare to cause trouble at this time, only daring to lock themselves at home, enduring the high-pressure policies of the governor's office, and groaning in endless misery. On the contrary, others, under the temptation of Dongfang Subaru's butcher knife and the policy benefits, finally couldn't hold back, gradually breaking through the shackles of their hearts, and began to have contact with the governor's office. Although there were not many such people, it made Dongfang Subaru feel a sense of gratification, feeling that all the people he had beheaded had not been in vain. P.S. The data for the 2 chapters yesterday wasn't good. Are there any points that were off-putting? Everyone, please let me know, and I'll look into changing them. Chapter 33, Merchants from the Land of Fire. Among these people, scholars and craftsmen flocked to the Grand Governor's office. Merchants obediently came to apply for business licenses and pay taxes. The young and able-bodied chose to enlist, joining the Xinwu army. As for the commoners, Dongfang Subaru did not go door to door to check the population or register them. He simply opened a window at the entrance of the governor's office. Anyone who considered themselves good citizens under the Grand Governor's rule and voluntarily came to record their identity information and receive their new identification documents would be eligible for welfare policies. These included tax exemptions, medical care, and claiming relief grain. In this way, the 4 classes of people under the Grand Governor's office all had followers. As for those hiding in their homes in silent protest, Dongfang Subaru uniformly branded them as undocumented. At the same time, he strictly ordered that all merchants and shops in the city must sell goods at the prices stipulated by the harsh policy if the customer did not present identification from the governor's office. Dongfang Subaru wanted to see just how rich these people were and how tough their bones really were. As for whether someone would make purchases on their behalf in private, it didn't matter. They had better be able to hide it well. Otherwise, if the quantity of goods purchased didn't match up and was discovered by the Night Walker Bureau, they would all be thrown into the imperial prison, regardless of the reason. At the same time, Dongfang Subaru did not forget another group within the city: foreign merchants, especially those from the Land of Fire. These were people he absolutely could not afford to offend right now. Setting aside how powerful the Land of Fire behind them was, the drought in the area around Tsukimiura was currently severe. Trying to achieve self-sufficiency was pure fantasy. Once he offended the merchant group of the largest and most resource-rich country in the world, causing them to abandon Tsukimiura, then within half a year, Tsukimiura would be plunged into a state of total depletion. Mr. Daisuke, Mr. Kaido, I apologize for the fright you have been caused during this time. At this moment, looking at the gentle expression on Dongfang Subaru's face before them, Daisuke and Kaido, the 2 largest merchants from the Land of Fire in Tsukimiura, immediately felt uneasy. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly and waved their hands repeatedly. Grand Governor, you are too kind. Seeing the flustered and helpless expressions of the 2, Dongfang Subaru shook his head, then poured a cup of tea for each of them and handed it over. You 2 need not be alarmed. I said that I came here to apologize to you, and at the same time, I also want to purchase the remaining goods in your hands and the hands of other Land of Fire merchants. The 2 tremblingly took the teacups, but their shaking fingers still caused the tea to splash onto the table. If the Grand Governor needs these goods, we should naturally offer them first. How would we dare to accept money? Just kidding. After watching the shocking and terrifying events that had occurred in Tsukimiura over the past few days, they had long ago concluded in their hearts that this Grand Governor of the Xinwu army was a madman. How could they dare to accept money from Dongfang Subaru? I said this is a sincere purchase. Dongfang Subaru took a sip of tea, his expression calm. I will purchase your goods at a price 30% higher than the market rate, as compensation for the inconvenience caused to you all during this time. The 2 opposite him were stunned upon hearing this and exchanged a cautious look. Daisuke tentatively probed, the Grand Governor is benevolent, and we are impressed, but we wonder if the Grand Governor has other instructions. Dongfang Subaru gently set down his teacup and nodded. That is correct. Once the handover of goods is complete, I will send people to escort you out of the city. I hope that, after you 2 return to the Land of Fire, you can continue to maintain trade relations with Tsukimiura. He paused, then continued, in the future, when your merchant caravans come here, I will purchase at a fixed price 10% higher than the market rate, regardless of how the market fluctuates. What do you 2 think? Hearing this, the 2 men's expressions immediately became hesitant. If it were before, whatever Dongfang Subaru said, they would agree to. How would they dare to say an extra word? Leaving this hellhole quickly and running back to the Land of Fire would have been the right path. But Dongfang Subaru's words just now had indeed tempted them. They ran around all day, traveling long distances between the 2 countries. What was it for if not profit? Although the 10% price Dongfang Subaru offered wasn't much, one had to realize that their goods were mostly bulk basic supplies, such as grain, salt, and cloth. This additional 10% profit was already very considerable. They wished they could agree immediately, but the horrific scenes in the city from the past few days were still vivid in their minds, and they were somewhat worried. You 2 must be able to see that my actions have been a bit radical these days, but they were mostly targeted at those powerful noble families who exploited the masses, as well as the stubborn reactionaries. As for merchants like you who conduct honest business, I have always treated you with special favor." Hearing Dongfang Subaru say this, the expressions of the two men suddenly became somewhat strange. It was true that the powerful noble families exploited the masses, but how could such words come out of your mouth? You aren't just exploiting the masses, you are directly slaughtering them. Of course, as long as the two didn't want to court death, they would naturally not say such things to Dongfang Subaru's face. At the same time, their hearts were slightly moved, and they had to admit that Dongfang Subaru was right. These days, they really hadn't seen any merchants have their doors broken down by the damned Night Walker Bureau and be dragged out with their whole families. After all, merchants were best at weighing pros and cons and understanding gains and losses. Facing the threat of death, they wouldn't be like that bunch of hot-headed youngsters, repeatedly courting death on Dongfang Subaru's sensitive nerves. Furthermore, Dongfang Subaru had now completely pushed all classes in the city to the opposite side. He couldn't afford to offend the merchants, the group that had the least resistance to him. He still needed merchants to control commodity prices and carry out his administrative decrees. Therefore, Dongfang Subaru did not make many changes to the already relatively complete commercial laws of this world. He only added a business license. This made it easier for him to screen compliant merchants, manage taxes, and bring the merchant group under unified control. For the local merchants in the city, this was just a bit more trouble, with basically no major impact. Moreover, although their business had fluctuated greatly due to Dongfang Subaru's decrees, the Grand Governor's office now needed to purchase large quantities of supplies, which could go a long way toward compensating for these merchants' losses. Under the dual influence of tangible benefits and deterrence, the merchants in the city were gradually moving to Dongfang Subaru's side. Thinking through the pros and cons, the two men's expressions visibly relaxed. Just at this moment, Dongfang Subaru spoke again at the right time. "If you two still have concerns, why not send your family stewards first to test the waters and conduct some small-scale transactions? After you experience my sincerity, it won't be too late to restore your former scale of operations." He paused slightly, a look of sincere smile appearing on his face. "Of course, if you are truly unwilling to cooperate, I will not force you. After the goods are handed over, I will still send people to escort you safely out of the city." Hearing the last sentence, the two men's eyes flickered, and they exchanged a knowing look. Daesuk took a deep breath and was the first to cup his hands and say, "Since the Grand Governor treats us with such sincerity, how dare we be unappreciative? We accept this deal." Kaido immediately echoed, though he still left himself a bit of leeway. "The first batch of goods can be delivered in 7 days. We hope the Grand Governor keeps his word." Hearing this, a glimmer of joy flashed in Dongfang Subaru's eyes, and the heavy stone in his heart finally landed. He couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. "I intend to have long-term dealings with you all. Why would I break my word?" As he spoke, he picked up the teacup on the table. "Come, may our cooperation be pleasant, and our friendship long-lasting." Seeing Dongfang Subaru being so frank, the two couldn't help but nod inwardly, and the last shred of doubt in their hearts vanished for the most part. "May our cooperation be pleasant, and our friendship long-lasting." The 3 teacups clinked together in the air, and then the 3 of them drank it all in one gulp. Chapter 34, Sense of Crisis. After another satisfying conversation, the remaining goods were successfully handed over. As promised, Dongfang Subaru sent men to escort the group of merchants from the Land of Fire out of the city. Once they had left, Dongfang Subaru's expression darkened. He had occupied Tsukimiura for some time now, and it was likely that the outside world had already sensed something was amiss. Once these people returned, the news would likely spread completely. He didn't know about other nations, but his name, Dongfang Subaru, would certainly shake the entire land of rice fields. By then, he would have to face the wrath of the land of rice fields head-on. Although the land of rice fields was small, sparsely populated, lacked an independent ninja system, and was weak in strength, this was only relative to other nations. Dongfang Subaru himself felt somewhat uncertain. Even though a member of the Sannin, Tsunade, was currently staying in his Grand Governor's office. However, setting aside whether Tsunade would be recognized if she were to take action, thereby attracting the attention of the land of fire and Konoha. Just her hemophobia alone meant that she would be a mere ornament when facing a bloody battlefield. At most, Tsunade could step in when he was on the verge of defeat to save his life. Therefore, Dongfang Subaru had to find a way to deal with this crisis on his own. Fortunately, the land of rice fields had no hidden villages and no organized ninja armies. It would take time for the daimyo's court to receive the news, relay orders, mobilize military supplies, assemble soldiers, and march to Tsukimiura. Dongfang Subaru still had ample time to prepare. With this in mind, Dongfang Subaru hurried towards the southern part of the city without delay. He sought out Yoshikawa, the arms dealer from the land of iron, who was still stranded there due to the lockdown of Tsukimiura. "Subaru-kun, you really surprise me." Seeing Dongfang Subaru arrive at his door, Yoshikawa smiled bitterly. He had not expected that the youth who, a few months ago, claimed to be buying supplies for his elders, would turn out to be the mastermind behind the fall of Tsukimiura. "Hee, you flatter me, Mr. Yoshikawa. It was thanks to the large inventory you had on hand back then. Otherwise, I don't think taking Tsukimiura would have been so easy." Dongfang Subaru replied with a chuckle. Hearing Dongfang Subaru share the credit with him, Yoshikawa's mouth couldn't help but twitch. "Mr. Yoshikawa, what do you think of my proposal?" Dongfang Subaru didn't have much leisure to banter. After a brief joke, he cut straight to the point. "Of course, no problem. We can provide all the weapons and equipment you need, Subaru-kun." Upon hearing this, Yoshikawa agreed without a second thought. Who was he, an arms dealer? What did he hope for most? War. Moreover, as a merchant who traveled between the two countries year-round, he had a clear understanding of the military strength of the land of rice fields. To put it bluntly, it was truly unsightly. As for the Xinwu army under Dongfang Subaru, he had observed them from afar. They were disciplined, spirited, and an elite force. Therefore, even though Dongfang Subaru looked vastly outmatched in size by the land of rice fields, it wasn't certain that he would be crushed by their army immediately. And once the two forces went to war, or even fell into a stalemate, he could play both sides and make a fortune by selling arms to both. Naturally, he had no reason to refuse such a deal. Of course, he would not voluntarily mention the military situation of the land of rice fields to Dongfang Subaru. As a merchant, he hoped Dongfang Subaru would feel the crisis, thereby sparing no expense to expand his military and purchase more weapons from him. However, when his gaze swept to the end of Dongfang Subaru's list, his fingertips paused. Besides a large amount of weapons and armor, it also required a huge quantity of copper, iron, sulfur, saltpeter, charcoal, and a large number of craftsmen. Yoshikawa couldn't help but frown. The demand for copper and iron naturally meant that Dongfang Subaru wanted to forge his own weapons. That was nothing. The land of iron also exported large quantities of iron and copper ore. Craftsmen were also no problem. Due to the national situation, being a craftsman was almost a national profession in the land of iron, accounting for 20% of the population. However, the annual trade volume of the land of iron was limited, so it was impossible to guarantee orders and income for everyone. Therefore, he only needed to select some craftsmen from within the country who were not involved in the core technologies of the land of iron, and bring them to Dongfang Subaru. As for the last three items, they left him somewhat puzzled. The land of iron had many volcanoes and underground caves, and it was indeed rich in sulfur and saltpeter. After these minerals were mined, they were mostly processed into practical supplies like preservatives and insecticides, so Dongfang Subaru purchasing these raw materials was reasonable. It was just that the quantity requested was truly too enormous, which left him confused, so he couldn't help but ask curiously. "Subaru-kun, the demand for these three items really surprises me. If it's convenient, could you tell me what they are for?" "Hee, just for some daily reserves." Dongfang Subaru laughed it off and brushed it aside. He wanted these things naturally, because he wanted to research and create gunpowder. It was strange to say, But this world was extremely advanced in terms of technology. Both light and heavy industry were nearing modern levels. Some countries had even managed to tinker with trains. Yet, these technologies were not widely promoted or applied, making it so that while some regions of this world looked prosperous, the overall society was still dominated by an agricultural structure. Weapons were the same. Most were still in the era of cold weapons. It was unclear if this was because the higher-ups of this world trusted the power of ninjas too much, or if it was the result of someone deliberately suppressing it. However, Dongfang Subaru had no such concerns. In the past, he lacked the conditions, but now he was determined to figure out how to make guns. Of course, although the various advanced technologies here were enough to manufacture advanced firearms, Dongfang Subaru did not know the specific manufacturing methods for those firearms, so he reckoned he could only tinker with the most primitive muskets and cannons first. As for the rest, he would probably have to let the Ministry of Works accumulate experience and research it slowly. After happily reaching an agreement with Yashikawa, Dongfang Subaru returned to the governor's office. Now that matters within the city were largely handled, the rest couldn't be rushed. He could only wait for time to let things develop. Thus, Dongfang Subaru shifted his gaze outside the city. First was the group of border garrison troops from the land of rice fields behind Tsukimiura that he hadn't had time to deal with yet. Now that the threat from the land of rice fields was imminent, how could Dongfang Subaru tolerate such an armed force at his rear? Without hesitation, he issued an order immediately. He ordered Yasuk to lead 2 battalions of troops to the border and purge those garrison forces. Fortunately, although they were border troops, due to the land of rice fields' soft stance, they had little defense against the land of fire, nor was there any need for such defense. Therefore, the strength of this border army was not strong, and it didn't take much effort for Yasuk to take them down without suffering any casualties. As for the border troops of the land of rice fields, those who resisted stubbornly were naturally executed on the spot. Most of the soldiers who surrendered were thrown into the labor camp that Dongfang Subaru had just set up. After all, the prison was already so crowded it could barely hold any more people, and Dongfang Subaru couldn't afford to spend money to feed these people for nothing. It just so happened that due to years of corruption, the city walls and defensive facilities of Tsukimiura needed repairs. Furthermore, although the area around Tsukimiura was arid, the fields couldn't be completely abandoned. Dongfang Subaru threw all these criminals and surrendered soldiers to work and reclaim the land. After observing them for a period, if they performed well, Dongfang Subaru would consider releasing them and incorporating them into the Xinwu army. Chapter 35, Tian Ce. After handling the border issues, it was time for the scattered villages around Tsukimiura. There were 25 villages of various sizes in total. Originally, Dongfang Subaru wanted to adopt a conciliatory approach toward the Xiongwu, that is, the landlords in these villages. After all, in rural areas, these people had deep-rooted influence, and any carelessness could incite civil unrest, making them very troublesome to deal with. But right now, the land of rice fields pacification army was imminent, and Dongfang Subaru no longer had time to be gentle. He had no choice but to adopt the simplest and crudest method, dispatching Yasuk and Kyuzo to lead the Xinwu army directly to each village for armed suppression. Faced with the sudden arrival of the army, the villages reacted fiercely and organized resistance one after another. However, the forces these villages could muster were nothing more than the servants under the Xiongwu and a few incited villagers, totaling no more than 100 people. They were ragged, and the weapons in their hands were merely farm tools like hoes and shovels, with no combat capability to speak of. How could a mob of rabble withstand the well-trained Xinwu army? The battle had no suspense. In the blink of an eye, the resistance was completely crushed. After clearing out the resistance forces, what lay before Dongfang Subaru was how to deal with these Xiongwu landlords. Perhaps there were truly kind and charitable people among them, but with time being urgent, he had no time to distinguish them one by one. He decided to cut the Gordian knot, confiscate their property and escort them, along with their families, to the execution grounds in each village for public trial and beheading. Fortunately, these Xiongwu did not die unjustly. They had habitually oppressed the local people, exploited them with high-interest loans, and committed acts of extortion, accumulating countless evil deeds. These rural farmers were different from the residents of Tsukimiura. Almost none of them were literate. Those Xiongwu only cared about squeezing and exploiting them. Why would they bother instilling thoughts of loyalty to the country or devotion to the daimyo? In the hearts of these farmers, there was no concept of a country or a daimyo. All they thought about was how to survive. This was also the reason why Dongfang Subaru was able to so smoothly train the Xinwu army formed from that group of refugees in the desolate village outside the city. Furthermore, due to severe droughts in recent years, many farmers had harvested nothing. These Xiongwu had only intensified their efforts, bleeding them dry and forcibly seizing farmland, causing many families to be ruined. Consequently, when these Xiongwu were escorted onto the temporarily erected execution platforms at the village entrances, the watching villagers were all red-eyed and gnashing their teeth. Their gaunt faces were etched with deep resentment, wishing they could rush up and tear these enemies to pieces. This scene of public indignation was a world of difference from the situation during the public trial of the Castellan and the three major families in Tsukimiura. At that time, the execution ground had been almost silent, with no strong resentment or hatred shown toward those being executed. Even a large portion of the audience had been dragged out of their homes by the Xinwu army and forced to watch, which had made Dongfang Subaru a bit insecure at the time. Dongfang Subaru, who was in the city, felt a jolt in his heart upon learning of the villagers' feedback on the public trials, followed by great joy. After so many days of being overwhelmed, he had finally encountered a relatively gratifying piece of news. This made Dongfang Subaru inwardly lament that rural people were better after all, simple and honest. Unlike these city dwellers, who, one by one, spent their days thinking about how to cause trouble for the wise and mighty Grand Governor, they were simply rotten to the core. Subsequently, he did not hesitate and immediately ordered the Minister of the Ministry of Finance, Luzhen, to allocate funds and grain to be sent to each village, to provide relief to those villagers who were currently on the verge of running out of food and supplies. At the same time, he had the Ministry of Finance remeasure all the land in these villages. After these land holdings were sorted out, he established a new rural policy. He brought all land under the ownership of the governor's office and abolished private land ownership. Farmers could rent land from the governor's office and pay an annual land rent. After leasing, their names would be registered under the land holdings. The registered person and their immediate family members under their household registration had priority for leasing. He abolished poll taxes and other miscellaneous levies, incorporating them all into the land rent, which was uniformly collected based on the land area and the quality of the land. Subsequently, Dongfang Subaru established a village affairs office, dispatching 25 village supervisors, each equipped with 3 yamen runners composed of Xinwu army soldiers and 1 tax official from the Ministry of Finance, to be sent to each village to maintain order and supervise agricultural promotion. They would explain and promote the policies issued by the governor's office, preventing villagers from being deluded by people with ulterior motives. They would coordinate village affairs and audit daily tax grain, etc. Furthermore, within each village, a village head would be selected through villager elections and granted official status. They would be responsible for assisting the village supervisor in managing village affairs and coordinating conflicts between villagers. At the same time, they would be able to supervise and check each other among the 3 parties, the village supervisor, the tax official, and themselves, to prevent abuse of power. After doing all this, Dongfang Subaru also allocated a large number of laborers from the labor camps to be sent to each village to build roads, ensuring smooth connections between the villages and Tsukimiura, thereby strengthening the governor's office's control over the villages. They also dug irrigation canals to resist drought. Following the issuance of Dongfang Subaru's decrees, the villagers were initially somewhat incredulous. their eyes filled with wariness and vigilance. They thought these upper-class people were again thinking of some way to torment them. However, as the relief grain arrived and some short-term policies were implemented, these villagers were all moved to tears of joy. Many even spontaneously ran to the village affairs office in the village, kneeling in a row and kowtowing heavily. They didn't quite understand the relationship between the Grand Governor's office and the land of rice fields. But they didn't care. They only knew that they had finally waited for a high official who was not purely there to exploit and oppress them. Furthermore, many people, after learning about the Grand Governor's office, heard that the Grand Governor's Xinwu army was actually composed of refugees. And those refugees were previously farmers, who, just like them, toiled in the fields every day. For a time, a large portion of the young and able-bodied men in the countryside spontaneously wanted to sign up and join the Xinwu army. Looking at the momentum, it was several times more than the number recruited in the city all day long. This made Dongfang Subaru grin from ear to ear. These farm youths had no major issues to begin with, and they had little estrangement from the Xinwu army, making them the most suitable source of soldiers. Dongfang Subaru made a prompt decision and chose to accept them all. Of course, even joining the army had to follow the rules. Before coming, they all had to go to Takakairo at the propaganda department first and experience the power of the grievance-airing meetings. While things were thriving on Dongfang Subaru's side, the news from Tsukimiura finally spread to the outside world. This could be considered the biggest news since the end of the Second Ninja World War. Since the current situation in the ninja world was established 1,000 years ago, this was the first time someone dared to escalate the form of war to the level of seizing cities and capturing territory. Such blatant provocation of a country was truly shocking. Chapter 36, The Daimyo of the Land of Fields. Only managed to obtain a piece of land after negotiating with the Daimyo of the Land of Fire, establishing the Konoha ninja village within the territory of the Land of Fire. Yet, the method Dongfang Subaru used to seize territory by force can be described as unprecedented. Although the size of the Land of Rice Fields cannot be compared to the Land of Fire, the nature of the situation is the same. The Land of Rice Fields is a nation recognized by every other country, possessing an independent government. Theoretically speaking, the daimyo of the Land of Rice Fields stands on equal footing with the daimyos of other nations. For a time, this action by Dongfang Subaru sparked extremely intense discussion throughout the ninja world. Some felt that this so-called Grand Governor, Dongfang Subaru, had defied the world, capturing a city and committing such monstrous atrocities within it that his crimes were too numerous to record. Others scoffed, believing that Dongfang Subaru did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. To provoke a country based on his own strength, it probably wouldn't be long before he was annihilated by the army of the Land of Rice Fields. And there were those who had long been jealous of the Land of Rice Fields playing both sides, constantly trading with the two great powers of the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, who were secretly laughing, sitting together, and planning to watch the Land of Rice Fields make a fool of itself. Even if this reactionary force were eventually extinguished, the Land of Rice Fields would undoubtedly be nailed to the pillar of shame among all nations, subjected to wanton ridicule. However, for the most part, great powers like the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning chose to ignore such news. When this news was compiled into a document and sent to the daimyos of these great powers, most just glanced at it twice, briefly commented seeking death, and then casually tossed the document into a corner. Regardless of how the outside world evaluated the matter, once the news reached the royal capital of the Land of Rice Fields, the daimyo's court within the city completely exploded in chaos. Trash, trash, what are those people in Tsukimiura doing for a living? At this moment, in the main hall of the daimyo's court, which was covered with azure brocade carpets, the daimyo of the Land of Rice Fields, dressed in luxurious floor-length robes with a short cape draped over his shoulders, slammed his palm heavily onto the desk, his face twisted in a grimace. The rows of noble officials standing in front of him did not look very pleased at the moment either. The fall of Tsukimiura was a slap in the face to the Land of Rice Fields and the daimyo, which didn't have much to do with them. But without Tsukimiura, the large trade tax revenues and the gifts often provided by the official families within the city would be gone, which had a great deal to do with many of them. For a time, many people in the hall could not sit still. Lord Daimyo, this humble official, believes we should immediately dispatch troops to suppress the rebellion. An official stepped out to offer this counsel. Nonsense, do I need you to tell me that? The daimyo glared at him, frightening the official into shrinking his neck and hurriedly retreating back into the ranks. The daimyo stood up abruptly, his sharp gaze sweeping over the ministers in the hall. Who is willing to go to Tsukimiura and quell the rebellion? However, as soon as these words were spoken, there was immediate silence in the hall. Although there were quite a few military officers among the ministers, the land of rice fields had been at peace for too long. Their bones had long since been eroded and softened by fine wine and beautiful women. Who knew how to fight, who was capable of fighting? Seeing this scene, the daimyo's face darkened further. Just as he was about to erupt, a loud voice suddenly rang out. This humble official is willing to go. A warrior clad in armor stepped forward with large strides, kneeling on one knee, his armor clanking loudly. The daimyo's eyes brightened upon hearing this, but seeing the somewhat unfamiliar face of the other party, he couldn't help but ask in confusion. Who are you? This humble official is General Kajiro, recommended by my elder sister, Inao Akiko, and currently serving in the Grand Guard as a subordinate general. Upon hearing the words of General Kajiro, the daimyo was stunned, then recalled the concubine in his harem, who possessed a plump, curvaceous figure and skin as tender and white as milk. He secretly swallowed his saliva first, then began to scrutinize General Kajiro. Seeing that the other party was sturdy and had a somewhat imposing air, he nodded with some satisfaction. Since you are Akiko's younger brother, I will appoint you as the great general of the Tsukimiura garrison, leading 30,000 troops of the Ricefield Division. Within 1 month, quell this rebellion for me. At this moment, hearing that he had transformed from a mere division adjutant into a great general commanding 30,000 soldiers, General Kajiro's face flushed red, and he replied excitedly. This humble official will certainly not disappoint your high expectations, Lord Daimyo. As for that so-called rebellion, he didn't take it to heart at all. It was just an ignorant thief who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, daring to stir up trouble after occupying a small border town. In front of his 30,000 troops, wasn't it just a mantis trying to stop a chariot? This assignment was clearly a gift of merit. General Kajiro could already envision the scene of his return, where he would be rewarded for his merits. When that time came, he would also purchase a luxurious mansion in the city, learn from those noble lords, keep several beautiful concubines, feast every day, and revel every night. That was what a happy life was all about. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth lifted involuntarily, and even his hand gripping the hilt of his sword trembled slightly with excitement. Meanwhile, the officials on the side were somewhat worried upon hearing the daimyo so rashly order an in-law to go and suppress the rebel army. But they dared not openly oppose the daimyo's decision and could only try to ask. Lord Daimyo, this rebellion in Tsukimiura not only started silently, but we also only found out after such a long time, which suggests it is not simple. Why don't we ask the Land of Fire or the Land of Lightning to send some ninjas to help us? However, upon hearing this, the daimyo's face immediately darkened, and he stared fixedly at the official who had spoken, his eyes seemingly ready to devour someone. For a mere rebellion in a small city, we still have to go ask the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning for help. Are you worried that the joke made of our land of rice fields this time isn't big enough? Hearing the daimyo's roar, the official turned pale with fright and quickly knelt on the ground. Please calm your anger, Lord Daimyo. Calm my anger? You guys, besides telling me to calm my anger all day long, what else can you do? This time, the daimyo's outburst was so broad in scope that the officials present could not help but lower their heads. Seeing the submissive appearance of this group, the daimyo snorted with dissatisfaction, but he basically knew the character of these good-for-nothings and couldn't be bothered to erupt again. At the same time, he suddenly thought that although the 30,000 troops seemed like a sure thing if there were any mishaps, then the land of rice fields would lose face once again. Simply put, to avoid any accidents, the daimyo spoke up again. The land of fire and the land of lightning have ninjas, but does my land of rice fields not have them? This time, I will dispatch 10 family ninjas to accompany the army to suppress the rebellion to ensure everything is foolproof. That is all dismissed. Seeing that the daimyo's mind was made up, the crowd felt it was not appropriate to say anything more, so they all bowed to the daimyo and left the main hall. After seeing everyone disperse, the daimyo picked up some letters sent by the daimyos of other countries that were on the desk. Looking at the condolences between the lines of the letters, veins immediately bulged on the daimyo's forehead, and he violently flipped the desk in front of him. "Bastard, damned Tsukimiura, damned Dongfang Subaru. How dare you cause me to lose so much face? I will tear you to pieces." The daimyo roared, and the maid beside him was instantly terrified, prostrating on the ground and trembling. After a good while, the daimyo finally recovered, and he looked sharply at the maid on the ground beside him. "Go tell Akiko to clean herself up immediately." As he spoke, a flash of brutality crossed his eyes. "And tell her, by the way, I am very worked up right now." Chapter 37, Public Outrage. Now that the land of rice fields has made such a huge laughingstock of itself, it has naturally attracted widespread attention. Such a large-scale military mobilization simply cannot be hidden. Faced with this situation, most people are secretly mocking the daimyo of the land of rice fields. They can almost see the sorry state of that daimyo, furious and frantically mobilizing troops. In any case, the land of rice fields has completely lost face this time, becoming the laughingstock of everyone's tea-time conversations. However, this farce will surely end soon. After all, the army of the land of rice fields is about to launch, and that ignorant Dongfang Subaru, who dared to offend the country and the dignity of the daimyo, is destined to die. In everyone's eyes, there is absolutely no possibility that the land of rice fields operation to suppress the rebellion will fail. Meanwhile, this news also reached Tsukimiura, which was gradually opening its city gates to merchants. For a moment, the entire city was stirred up by this news. Those residents who had already claimed their new identity tokens and begun to accept the rule of the governor's office couldn't help but show expressions of worry on their faces. Could their lives, which had finally settled down with such difficulty, be plunged into turmoil again? As for another group of diehards who had always refused to compromise, they were watching the worried faces of the pedestrians on the street coldly through their windows, sneering inwardly. "You traitors who betrayed the daimyo, once the land of rice fields army wipes out that damned rebel, you'll get what's coming to you." Over this period, two distinct camps had formed among the people of Tsukimiura. Residents who had received their new identity tokens gradually took to the streets and returned to their normal lives. What surprised them even more was that under Dongfang Subaru's new policies, they found that while their lives hadn't changed drastically compared to before, the pressure was definitely much less. For a while, knowing smiles began to appear on their faces. In stark contrast were the diehards hiding in their homes. Every day, watching the happy new citizens on the street, they were filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. What supported them to keep going was only the belief that the land of rice fields would surely suppress the rebellion. Now, the moment they had been longing for had finally arrived. Almost all the diehards were hiding in their homes, moved to tears of excitement. Some were even planning that once the army wiped out the rebel forces, they would definitely suggest dealing with those new citizens who had defected to the governor's office as well. Only in this way could they vent the resentment and humiliation they had accumulated over this period. Grand Governor, the Ministry of Finance has completed the preliminary statistics. At this moment, Luzhin stood in the study of the governor's office, respectfully reporting to Dongfang Subaru. Currently, under the jurisdiction of the governor's office, there are 25 villages, with a population of about 34,000 people and 68,000 mu of arable land. Dongfang Subaru nodded slightly. According to common sense, one person needs at least 3 to 4 mu of land to make a living. Now that the drought is raging, There is less than 70,000 mu of arable land left, and most of it was firmly controlled by local landlords before. No wonder there are refugees everywhere in Tsukimiura. Continue to monitor closely. We cannot let the situation deteriorate further. Suddenly pausing, Dongfang Subaru seemed to remember something and immediately ordered. In a while, go to the prison. The Night Walker Bureau has finished training those 2 hidden mist rogue ninja. You can take them to use water release to alleviate the drought. Upon hearing this, Luzhin felt a surge of joy. With 2 water release ninja, the drought in the countryside would surely be improved, and at the same time, it would allow the Grand Governor to win over a large wave of public support. But his face filled with worry again. Grand Governor, those 2 hidden mist ninja are very strong and can only be suppressed by you. If you take them to the countryside and they suddenly rebel, what should we do? Dongfang Subaru chuckled and explained confidently. Rest assured, the methods of the Night Walker Bureau are not simple. Moreover, their legs have already been crippled. I will also send 20 members of the Xinwu army to follow. Even if something unexpected happens, they will just be sitting ducks, and the Xinwu army will execute them on the spot. Seeing that Dongfang Subaru had made such thorough preparations, Luzhin felt relieved and bowed to leave. Not long after Luzhin left, Inumaru, the head of the Night Walker Bureau, hurried over. Seeing this, Dongfang Subaru's expression immediately became serious. Tell me, how is the city now? Inumaru responded respectfully. The news has spread. People in the city are indeed restless, but for the time being, no one dares to make any small moves. Dongfang Subaru nodded. During this time, you must cooperate well with Mateichi to strengthen patrols in the city. Once any abnormalities are discovered, suppress them immediately. Understood. By the way, how are the villagers outside the city reacting? Upon hearing this, a smile involuntarily appeared on Inumaru's face, and he immediately told Dongfang Subaru about the situation in those villages. As Dongfang Subaru listened, his expression became somewhat strange. He had originally thought that even if these villagers didn't have such strong reactionary sentiments as the people in the city, they would at least be afraid and fearful when they heard that the land of rice fields was coming to attack. But he didn't expect that the villagers in these villages would not only not be afraid, but would instead eagerly sign up for the army, wanting to defend him, the Grand Governor, against the invasion of the land of rice fields. Actually, for these villagers, it didn't matter who ruled them. But with a series of measures such as Dongfang Subaru distributing relief grain, changing the tax system, reducing taxes, sending village supervisors, selecting village chiefs, and maintaining order in the villages, they felt for the first time that living didn't have to be so difficult. However, not long after this life began, they learned that the land of rice fields actually wanted to fight back, eliminate the Grand Governor Dongfang, who sympathized with them, and then send back those hateful landlords to continue exploiting and enslaving them. Suddenly, the emotions in all the villages were ignited like a powder keg. They could have silently endured the darkness, but only if they hadn't seen the light. Moreover, through propaganda, they also knew that Dongfang Subaru, like them, had once been a farmer bullied by landlords and eventually became a refugee. In the end, unable to bear it any longer, he chose to rise up. This made them even more able to empathize with Dongfang Subaru's act of resisting the land of rice fields. For a time, the villages around Tsukimiura were filled with public outrage. Countless people rushed one after another to the recruitment points at the village entrances to sign up for the army, determined to protect this Grand Governor Dongfang, who also came from a farming background and cared for them. Even many sturdy women, as well as white-haired, stooped old men, all came carrying hoes. Hearing this, Dongfang Subaru couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, but he also felt a trace of gratification in his heart. He reached out to take the roster handed over by Inumaru, and when his eyes swept over the dense list of names, his pupils suddenly constricted. More than 2,000 people. This number really gave him a shock. You must know that in Tsukimiura, which has a population of 60,000, they had only managed to recruit 800 new soldiers since they took the city, despite all their efforts. And these villages that had just settled down had more than 2,000 people eagerly signing up for the army in just a few short days. Chapter 38. Tsunade, please. Good, good, good. Dongfang Subaru laughed and said good 3 times in a row, then immediately instructed Inumaru. You must immediately go tell Takakiro to recruit as needed. Make his assembly as grand as possible. We must unify the thinking of these new recruits as quickly as possible. Then, have Yasuke and Kyuzo train these recruits into an army at the fastest speed possible. Understood. After Inumaru withdrew, Dongfang Subaru paced back and forth in his study, somewhat excited. Over 2,000 people, plus the current Xinwu army, brought the total to nearly 5,000. Such an army immediately alleviated some of the gloom and pressure that had accumulated in his heart over the past few days. What are you so happy about? Hearing the voice, Dongfang Subaru turned his head and saw Tsunade walking in from the doorway, holding a steaming bowl of medicinal soup. However, while Tsunade was reliable at making medicine, asking her to cook with care was a bit of a challenge. This was clearly Shizune's handiwork. Dongfang Subaru didn't expose it, though. He hurriedly took the medicinal soup from Tsunade's hands, placed it on the desk, and then took out the roster from earlier, handing it to her with a hint of excitement. Sister Tsunade, look. These are the new recruits enlisted from those villages recently, a full 2,000 plus people. What? Tsunade took the roster in surprise and began to look it over carefully. As the person closest to Dongfang Subaru at the moment, she naturally knew about his recent troubles. The money and grain were secured, and the source of weapons had been resolved. The only problem was the lack of new recruits. There was no need to mention the situation in the city. Although the previous batch of refugees had been properly settled, the able-bodied men among them who could serve in the military had already been exhausted by Dongfang Subaru before taking Tsukimiura. During this time, Dongfang Subaru had complained to her about this issue quite a bit. Having heard it so often, besides feeling heartache for him, her original sentiment, that Dongfang Subaru's previous methods of suppressing Tsukimiura had been too radical, began to shift. She suddenly began to feel that the people in the city were truly too ungrateful. Sometimes, she even thought about whether she should just go back to Konoha, grab a genjutsu squad, and brainwash everyone in the city. Make them obey Dongfang Subaru's every command, so they wouldn't be around to annoy her Subaru all day long. As for whether the genjutsu squad would have enough chakra, or whether they would die of exhaustion after brainwashing 60,000 people, Tsunade hadn't considered that much. However, before she could make up her mind, she received the news that Dongfang Subaru had recruited new soldiers, which made Tsunade genuinely happy for him. Subaru, congratulations. From this roster, Tsunade could tell that the villagers from these villages were genuinely supportive of Dongfang Subaru and were enlisting enthusiastically. This only confirmed her thoughts even more. How could the villagers in those villages recognize Dongfang Subaru's rule and be so supportive, while the people in the city gave him trouble every day? They were simply unruly rabble. For a moment, Tsunade felt indignant and even began to think that Dongfang Subaru's original methods had been too conservative. He should have been even more ruthless to see if they would still dare to oppose him. However, amidst her anger, Tsunade suddenly thought of another important matter and asked again. By the way, do you have confidence regarding the army from the land of rice fields this time? Hearing this, Dongfang Subaru raised an eyebrow and shook his head. Tsunade thought Dongfang Subaru lacked confidence and was about to comfort him, but unexpectedly he said, "The land of rice fields has dispatched an army of 30,000. The number isn't much, but I don't know the combat capability of their troops, so I don't have absolute certainty." Tsunade was stunned. "I was asking if you had confidence, and you're saying you don't have 10/10 certainty. Doesn't that mean you have 7 or 8/10?" But immediately, Tsunade discovered a blind spot. How do you know the land of rice fields dispatched an army of 30,000? You didn't know. This time it was Dongfang Subaru's turn to be stunned, and then he said, "You would know if you just asked the merchants who have been coming to Tsukimiura these days. According to them, as soon as the daimyo of the land of rice fields finished discussing it with his officials in the palace. The content of their conversation was known throughout the city. By now, I imagine everyone paying attention to this matter in the land of rice fields knows about it, right? Besides, it is said that the general leading the troops to quell the rebellion this time is the younger brother of a concubine of the land of rice fields daimyo named Zhang Zai. It is rumored that Zhang Zai's skin is as milky white as milk, and her touch is as smooth and greasy as butter from the frontier. Stop. Tsunade's face darkened immediately upon hearing this. Wasn't she discussing military affairs with Subaru? Why did it veer off to the daimyo of the land of rice fields concubine? And what does someone else's concubine have to do with you? Why are you paying so much attention to that? Is my skin not milky white enough? Is my touch not smooth enough? Hearing this, Dongfang Subaru snapped out of his reverie and immediately met Tsunade's icy gaze. He couldn't help but shiver, instantly shrinking his neck and laughing dryly. Smooth, smooth. Sister Tsunade, your touch is simply. Smooth your big head. Tsunade could no longer hold back and flicked Dongfang Subaru hard on the forehead. Ow! Seeing Dongfang Subaru covering his head in pain, Tsunade's mood smoothed out a bit, and then she put on a serious expression. The military intelligence from the land of rice fields is being transmitted in a way that is just too dramatic. I think you should be careful and not be deceived. Tsunade had participated in many battles, big and small, but she had never heard of intelligence being leaked in such a comical way. This made her worry whether the land of rice fields was setting a trap, trying to make Dongfang Subaru let his guard down. Dongfang Subaru took his hand off his head upon hearing this, but saw there wasn't even a mark on his forehead. Just kidding, how could Tsunade possibly hit him hard? At most, this amount of force could only be considered a caress. Although Dongfang Subaru wasn't in pain, he pretended to be in unbearable pain. This was a small, unspoken understanding and a bit of playful affection between them. Sister Tsunade, don't worry. This time it concerns the survival of my governor's office. How could I be slack? I'll continue training my troops. If the land of rice fields is truly this absurd, that would be for the best. If not, I will naturally face them in the best state possible. Seeing that Dongfang Subaru didn't intend to underestimate the enemy, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to say something else, Dongfang Subaru suddenly leaned in close, wearing an ambiguous smile on his face. Sister Tsunade, these new recruits gave me a big surprise today, making me feel a lot more relaxed. Don't you think we should celebrate? Celebrate? Tsunade was stunned. How to celebrate? Dongfang Subaru leaned in close to Tsunade's ear and whispered. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's body stiffened, and a blush quietly crept onto her cheeks. She turned her head fiercely and glared at Dongfang Subaru, saying crossly, "You call this the two of us celebrating? It's me helping you celebrate, isn't it? How is your brain wired? Wasn't last time enough? You could actually come up with these tricks." By the end, Tsunade was almost unable to speak, and she couldn't help but lower her head to glance at her own proud, towering assets. Were they really that attractive? Did they really cause Dongfang Subaru to have such a strong obsession? Sister Tsunade, please. Dongfang Subaru didn't give Tsunade any room to react and pulled her over. Tsunade was startled in her heart and then said somewhat flusteredly, Wait here. If we want to pursue excitement, we must see it through to the end. Don't worry, no one will come at this time. Chapter 39, The Divine Machine Battalion. Soon, these 2,000-plus new recruits were organized into their respective squads. Under the grueling, almost torturous training led by commanders like Yasuke, Kyuzo, and Jishi, the recruits' abilities improved rapidly. Not only did they learn to obey orders without question, but they also mastered the basics of the military martial arts taught by Dongfang Subaru, and their coordination in formation became increasingly intuitive. As the overall strength of the Xinwu army advanced by leaps and bounds, Dongfang Subaru did not neglect his own cultivation. After being assessed by Tsunade, his current strength had reached the level of a special jonin as recognized by Konoha Village. He had not only mastered various low and mid-level fire release and earth release ninjutsu. But he had also learned the forbidden technique created by the second Hokage, the multiple shadow clone jutsu. This ninjutsu significantly increased Dongfang Subaru's time efficiency. With the help of the shadow clone, his chakra refinement speed and ninjutsu mastery efficiency were significantly improved. Those tedious daily administrative tasks could now be handled by his shadow clone, allowing him to focus on his cultivation and further enhance his strength. Today, as Dongfang Subaru was training on the bed in his study, with his shadow clone handling paperwork nearby, he suddenly received good news from the Ministry of Works. It turned out that, as the supplies and craftsmen purchased from the Land of Iron arrived, the Ministry of Works, following the formula provided by Dongfang Subaru, and after many attempts, had finally successfully developed gunpowder. However, because the cannon Yashikawa had previously imitated was modeled after the chakra cannon of the Land of Lightning, and the chakra cannon utilized a large amount of special materials. Although the exterior looked similar, the internal structure was completely different, leading to issues with the size and density of the replica. Indeed, as Yashikawa had said, it could only be considered an ornament. Fortunately, the iron smelting technology in the ninja world was already mature. And with the replica as a reference, the Ministry of Works finally succeeded in crafting a cannon barrel that could accommodate the newly developed gunpowder and projectiles. Dongfang Subaru was overjoyed upon hearing this, and immediately took the newly built cannon to the training ground for a test fire. Although the cannon had an archaic design and the loading process was quite cumbersome, requiring 10 people to operate, it was rare to achieve results on the first attempt. Dongfang Subaru did not demand perfection, intending to improve it gradually in the future. Under his watchful eye, several Xinwu army soldiers poured the gunpowder bag into the muzzle, packed it down with a ramrod, and then loaded the projectile. Once everything was ready, a fuse was inserted into the ignition hole at the breech of the cannon. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly exploded, and the entire training ground trembled. A searing tongue of fire erupted from the muzzle, and thick smoke instantly filled the air. The cannonball whistled through the air, accurately striking the newly piled earth mound in the distance. Instantly, dirt and gravel scattered in all directions like a rainstorm. After carefully observing the results of the test fire, Dongfang Subaru muttered to himself. Judging by the range, this cannon was similar to the Hongyi cannons of the Great Ming era, about 1,500 meters. However, thanks to the exquisite iron smelting technology of this world, the quality of the barrel and the projectile was superior, significantly increasing both power and accuracy. Achieving such results already left him very satisfied. Zhengsheng, the Ministry of Works, has made a great contribution this time. Dongfang Subaru immediately gave the order. Start mass-producing this cannon immediately and continue to improve the process at the same time. The research and development of muskets must also proceed in parallel. Do not slack off. Yes, sir. Having received affirmation, Zhengsheng bowed excitedly to accept the order. In the following half-month, thanks to the abundant supply of raw materials and the assembly line method proposed by Dongfang Subaru, the 800 craftsmen of the Ministry of Works worked day and night, successfully casting 30 cannons and 35,000 cannonballs. Meanwhile, the R&D team also produced the most primitive musket samples. However, after inspecting them, Dongfang Subaru found that these muskets were unsatisfactory in terms of both power and range, and the loading process was far too cumbersome. In his view, the combat value of these muskets was not even as good as the existing crossbows, so they were not worth mass-producing for the time being. He ordered the Ministry of Works to continue improving and upgrading them. Subsequently, Dongfang Subaru selected 500 men from the Xinwu army to specialize in cannon loading and firing training. He named this newly formed unit the Shanci Battalion. During the training, he discovered that a person named Commander Chang Chuang stood out remarkably, quickly mastering all the operational essentials. Dongfang Subaru immediately promoted him to the rank of Commander and Privy Council member, placing him in charge of the Shanci Battalion. With the establishment of the Shanci Battalion, Tsukimiura entered a state of tense preparation for war. Provisions and supplies were being allocated in an orderly fashion, and combat personnel were being deployed with urgency. Meanwhile, the army from the land of rice fields was also closing in step by step. Report. That day, as usual, Dongfang Subaru was refining chakra in his study when he heard a knock at the door and immediately opened his eyes. Enter. With a creak, the door was pushed open. A member of the Night Walker Bureau walked in, looking tense. After catching his breath, he said, "Reporting to the governor, traces of the Tian army have been discovered 50 li outside the south gate, numbering about 30,000. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Subaru let out a sigh of relief. It seemed the intelligence previously received was accurate. He then looked at the Night Walker Bureau member. Pass the order. Have all commanders and the Privy Council prepare immediately. Also, order the head of the medical department to take charge of the governor's office and maintain order within the city." Yes. After the Night Walker Bureau member withdrew, he stood up from the bed, dispelled the shadow clone that was handling administrative affairs nearby, and was about to head out. However, he discovered that Tsunade was standing at the doorway, looking at him with a complex expression. "Sister Tsunade." Dongfang Subaru was somewhat puzzled. "Subaru, do you think I'm useless? Even at such an important time, I can't help with anything." Tsunade's voice was filled with self-reproach and a hint of helplessness. She already knew the news of the land of rice fields army's invasion, and she was terrified that something might happen to Dongfang Subaru on the battlefield. After all, war had already taken many of her closest loved ones. If she were to lose Subaru too, she really wouldn't know what to do. But she was even more aware that she could not change Dongfang Subaru's decision, so she could only turn to hating her own incompetence and that damned hemophobia. However, just as her voice fell, she suddenly felt a palm press against the back of her head, and then a warm, gentle sensation came from her lips. Tsunade's eyes widened instantly, and her brain went blank, but after coming to her senses, she slowly closed her eyes. A moment later, their lips parted. Dongfang Subaru then placed his hand on Tsunade's pert, peach-shaped buttocks behind her and gave them a firm squeeze, before comforting her with a mischievous smile. "Sister Tsunade, don't worry. With my constitution, who could possibly hurt me? Besides, if you didn't have hemophobia and went to the battlefield and were discovered, it wouldn't just be the land of rice fields. The land of fire and Konoha would both come to cause me trouble. So, you just stay here and help me watch the house properly. Don't let those people in the city take advantage of this time to run out and cause trouble for me, you hear." Chapter 40, The Mob. Dongfang Subaru's current actions caused the shame and anger in Tsunade's heart to surge, instantly overwhelming her previous unease and helplessness. She slapped away the mischievous hand behind her and glared fiercely at Dongfang Subaru. "You brat, every time you see me you're all hands. You really have no sense of propriety. Do you know that, in a sense, I'm still your elder?" However, Dongfang Subaru simply licked his lips, as if savoring the fragrance that had just lingered on Tsunade's lips, before saying, "Doesn't that just prove that you, Sister Tsunade, have infinite charm, making me unable to hold back and break the taboos?" "Pa, break what taboos? Our blood relationship is so distant now, otherwise do you think I would let you act so recklessly?" Tsunade retorted, looking slightly agitated, and reached out to pinch Dongfang Subaru's cheek. At this point, the relationship between the two was already tacitly understood. Aside from not having taken the final step, they were almost no different from lovers. Tsunade was particularly concerned about this definition, fearing that any possible misunderstanding might become an obstacle between them. "Just a joke. All right, Sister Tsunade, the Tian army has almost arrived. I need to head to the city walls first." Dongfang Subaru gave Tsunade another firm hug, then prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, just as he turned around, Tsunade suddenly grabbed his wrist. Turning his head to look, he saw that Tsunade's cheeks were flushed crimson. After struggling for a moment, she spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, full of shyness. You must come back safely. After you return, I will agree to that request of yours from before." Dongfang Subaru was stunned at first, not reacting in time, not knowing what Tsunade was referring to. But immediately after, recalling something, his eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, "Sister Tsunade, you agree to use the shadow clone." However, upon hearing Dongfang Subaru's shout, the shyness on Tsunade's face instantly vanished, turning dark. She delivered a fierce hand chop to his forehead and then gritted her teeth, saying, "Just keep it to yourself, can you not shout so loudly?" Hee. Dongfang Subaru rubbed his head and gave a dry laugh, but then his eyes darted around. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but confirm with Tsunade again. "Sister Tsunade, are you talking about the shadow clone or the multi-shadow clone technique? If it's the shadow clone, won't it be a bit fragile? Not very durable, right?" "Get lost." Tsunade's face turned bright red, and she let out a sudden roar, making Dongfang Subaru feel a piercing, murderous intent. Terrified, he immediately turned and ran. Watching Dongfang Subaru's retreating figure as he fled in panic, Tsunade felt both angry and amused. But when his figure completely disappeared from sight, the expression on Tsunade's face slightly subsided, and she stood still, falling into silence. Although Dongfang Subaru's antics had alleviated the heavy emotions in her heart quite a bit, she was still troubled by her current situation. Choosing not to help and being unable to help are two completely different concepts. She had now completely started to face the hemophobia that was clinging to her like a maggot on a tarsal bone. Perhaps that guy could help. Tsunade murmured, and in her mind, a figure with a thin frame, pale complexion, and heavy eyeshadow emerged. Dongfang Subaru had now stepped onto the south gate city wall. On the walkway atop the wall, all the cannons were already in position. The soldiers of the Shanci Battalion were also standing by the cannons, waiting in full battle array. In addition, there were 500 crossbowmen ready to strike, each with a serious and solemn expression. Seeing such high morale, Dongfang Subaru couldn't help but nod. He then cast his gaze outside the city, watching the Tian army slowly approaching like a long dragon, a vast, swarming mass. However, the sharp-eyed Dongfang Subaru suddenly noticed. Why was this Tian army marching in such a wobbly, disorganized manner? It looked vast and numerous, yet there was no momentum at all. Someone who didn't know any better might mistake them for some ragtag army. Are they trying to bluff me? Or is this Tian army really just a bunch of clowns? For a moment, a cloud of doubt rose in Dongfang Subaru's heart. On the other side, the army of the land of rice fields, under Dongfang Subaru's puzzled gaze, set up camp right where they stood. Inside the main command tent, General Kojiro stared at the walls of Tsukimiura. The black and red Zinwu battle flags standing there were snapping in the wind, and an aura of slaughter was rushing toward him. A trace of unease suddenly crossed his heart. This suppression campaign would likely not be as smooth as expected. Order the commanders of each battalion to come for a meeting immediately. General Kojiro issued the order immediately. However, when all the generals gathered in the tent and heard the commander asking for a strategy to attack the city, everyone looked at each other, speechless for a moment. Just kidding, the land of rice fields hadn't fought a war in over 1,000 years. Other nations feared the land of fire and the land of lightning standing behind the land of rice fields and dared not come looking for trouble. And if they encountered either of the two great nations, the land of rice fields would immediately open its gates wide, offer tribute, agree to whatever they said, and adopt an extremely submissive posture. Thus, they had remained stable to this day. And now you ask them how to attack a city. Who are they supposed to ask? Finally, after a deathly silence in the tent, someone finally gathered the courage to say to General Kojiro, "General, didn't the Daimyo put you in command of the army this time? You should be the one directing the siege, right? We'll do whatever you tell us to do." As soon as these words were spoken, they drew agreement and echoing support from the crowd of commanders and officers. And when General Kojiro heard this, his face suddenly turned a bit green. Damn it, he was just someone who relied on his sister's connections to go to the military camp and spend his days eating, drinking, and having fun. He hadn't read a single book on military strategy. Even now, he hadn't even memorized all the ranks in the army. So he had self-knowledge. He knew he wasn't professional and planned to delegate authority, letting these people below him take the lead so he could comfortably claim the credit. And now these people were turning around and asking him to command. And if General Kajiro's thoughts were known to this group, they would probably be dumbfounded too. It was as if to say, who among them hadn't gotten in through connections to just loaf around and wait for death? They didn't know either. At this moment, looking at the all-too-familiar look of confusion on everyone's faces, General Kajiro more or less guessed what was going on, and his whole body felt numb. So after all this, these people were just like him, all useless bags of wine and rice. His face flushed, but not knowing how to vent, General Kajiro could only order his guards to bring a military manual in front of everyone and frantically flipped through it, his face turning red with anxiety. A moment later, he slammed the book shut with both hands, scanned the crowd, and asked, "Did you bring scaling ladders?" "Scaling ladders? What's that?" For a moment, the crowd below looked at each other again, then looked at General Kajiro above with confused expressions. "Siege ladders?" General Kajiro finally couldn't hold it back anymore and roared. "This should have some right." Hearing this, everyone immediately shrank their necks and said cautiously, though their eyes were very shifty, Chapter 41, Siege Farce. Fortunately, after General Kajiro sent guards to take inventory of the military equipment and confirmed that the scaling ladders and other gear were all carried, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't be bothered to waste any more time chatting with that fellow, who was just as mediocre as himself, so he immediately issued the order to launch the siege first thing tomorrow morning. At dawn, with the first light of day, the soldiers in the Tian army camp had finished their breakfast, donned their armor, and lined up several rows of scaling ladders in front of the camp. Although these pieces of equipment looked quite old, with the Tian army's siege imminent, the Xinwu army on the southern walls of Tsukimiura was also nervously preparing for battle. Defensive tools were being continuously transported to the top of the walls. Half an hour later, the sound of drums echoed from the Tian army camp. The Tian army began to assemble, and the auxiliary troops shouldered the scaling ladders and began their charge at 10 different locations. The Tian army troops in the rear followed closely behind, holding their shields. Upon entering the range of the city's artillery, the cannons on the walls opened fire first. It sounded like a thunderclap, and after one round of shelling, the scene below was immediately filled with wailing and misery. What is this? Are there ninjas on the opposite wall? Watching the dozens of Tian army soldiers ahead who had been blown into bloody messes, the soldiers in the rear were immediately filled with fear, and their steps began to falter. Bastards, charge. Anyone who hesitates will be executed without mercy. Fortunately, after a moment of shock, the inspector from the land of rice fields immediately reacted. He drew his blade, decapitated 2 soldiers who had started to move backward, and then roared while brandishing his broadsword. Seeing this, the soldiers had no choice but to grit their teeth, raise their shields, and charge rapidly toward the city walls. But they were met with another round of shelling. These shields were completely useless against the cannonballs, as flimsy as paper, offering no resistance at all. This round of shelling tore straight through the Tian army's lines. Severed limbs and mangled corpses flew everywhere, and the smell of gunpowder and blood intertwined in the air, making people want to retch. If not for the fierce inspector in the rear, these Tian army soldiers would have been desperate to drop their weapons and flee immediately. Fortunately, after paying a heavy price, several groups of the Tian army finally managed to cross the artillery kill zone and reach the blind spots beneath the city walls. But this also brought them within the range of bows and arrows. Without hesitation, Dongfang Subaru roared, "Fire arrows." A dense rain of arrows immediately poured down from the city walls. After several volleys of arrows, the auxiliary troops and armored soldiers beneath the walls suffered heavy casualties. However, at this point, even though they were terrified, they had no way to retreat. They had to grit their teeth and manage to prop the remaining 8 scaling ladders against the walls. Seeing this, the defenders on the walls hurriedly brought over logs and boiling excrement to meet the enemy. However, before they could pour it down, a dramatic scene unfolded. The Tian army soldiers had only just climbed onto the ladders when 5 of them, due to being in disrepair for years, suddenly snapped. The soldiers climbing the ladders fell heavily from midair, their screams cut short, and then there was no more movement. The remaining 3 scaling ladders were now also teetering, emitting creaking sounds of being unable to bear the weight, as if they were about to fall apart at any moment. This comical scene not only made the defenders on the walls burst into laughter, but even Dongfang Subaru was left dumbfounded. He even began to suspect that this army from the land of rice fields hadn't come to suppress a rebellion, but rather to make him laugh. This farce completely shattered the morale of the Tian army, and the area beneath the city gate fell into chaos. Back in the Tian army camp, General Kojiro saw this and his face turned completely green. Unable to bear it any longer, he roared at the lieutenant beside him. "Why are these scaling ladders like this? How dare you not inspect such important siege equipment beforehand?" The lieutenant beside him looked blank. These scaling ladders had been sitting in the warehouse for who knows how many years. They were probably older than his great-grandmother. Now that they were suddenly dragged out for use, wasn't it perfectly normal for them to have issues? As for inspecting, when did you ever order an inspection? The lieutenant cursed inwardly, but dared not show it on his face. He could only carefully advise him. "General, since things have come to this, why not retreat first? The things that those people in Tsukimiura have cooked up are just as powerful as ninjutsu. If we let them keep bombing like this, our troops will be wiped out. By then, not only will we fail to suppress the rebellion, but we will have lost our soldiers and generals. How will we explain this to the Daimyo?" Upon hearing this, General Kojiro's heart trembled violently. He looked up at the battlefield, where the Tian army was already in total disarray, with wailing rising from everywhere. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He waved his hand violently and roared hoarsely. "Quick retreat now." Upon receiving the order to retreat, the soldiers on the front line erupted with the wild joy of surviving a catastrophe and scrambled to flee toward the rear. The scene became even more chaotic. Seeing this, the inspectors wanted to restore order, but they were powerless to do so. Thus, during this chaotic retreat, the Tian army even lost more men due to trampling. In the tent, the generals gathered together, looking disheveled and dejected, while General Kojiro, at the head of the table, had a face as dark as the bottom of a pot. "Are you all just going to stand there? Think of a way. How are we going to take Tsukimiura? If this rebellion suppression fails, I am primarily responsible, but your fates won't be any better." Hearing General Kojiro's roar, the room fell into silence once again. But this time, it wasn't because everyone was playing dead. Rather, everyone was frowning, deep in thought, trying to devise a strategy. General Kojiro was right. If anything went wrong this time, the Daimyo would absolutely not spare them. After a long while, someone finally stood up. "General, our army is truly helpless against that thing the rebels have built that acts like a ninjutsu launcher. Trying to take Tsukimiura by force is probably not realistic." "No kidding." General Kojiro was in a fit of rage and picked up his wine cup, ready to throw it. Seeing this, the man's expression changed, and he added, "However, didn't 10 ninjas from the daimyo's court accompany the army this time? We can have them infiltrate Tsukimiura and assassinate the rebel leader, Dongfang Subaru. Once the rebel leader is dead, there will be chaos in the city, and we can take this opportunity to go directly to the city gate and demand their surrender." Upon hearing this, General Kojiro's eyes lit up. He slowly put down the wine cup he had raised, pondered for a moment, and said, "Good, that's the plan. Convey this immediately to those 10 ninjas." While the Tian army was thinking of countermeasures, in Tsukimiura, the generals had gathered in the main hall of the governor's office. Everyone saw the performance of the Tian army today. Their morale was already rotten, and after the crushing defeat just now, their hearts must be in disarray. "I intend to raid the Tian camp tonight. What are your thoughts?" After hearing Dongfang Subaru's words, the few people in the room looked at each other, and then Yasuke suddenly stood up. "Governor, I am willing to go." Seeing this, Kyuzo was not to be outdone and also stood up. "Me too. Chapter 42, The Trampling of the Joint Camp. Very good." A sharp smile curled the corners of Dongfang Subaru's mouth as he pressed his finger firmly onto the spread-out terrain map. I will personally lead the elite cavalry to launch a surprise attack from the right flank. He traced his fingertip across the map. Yasuk, take your men and flank them from the left. He then turned his finger to point toward the rear of the map. Kyuzo, take your unit around to the enemy's rear and ensure their retreat route is cut off. Understood. The night breeze was cool as the south gate of Tsukimiura slowly opened under the moonlight. Dongfang Subaru, Yasuk, and the others led their warhorses out in a single file. As soon as they exited the city gate, a strong stench of rotting corpses assailed their nostrils. The bodies left behind by the Tian army during the day had not yet been cleared. Dongfang Subaru frowned, thinking to himself that regardless of the outcome of this battle, he must clean up the battlefield immediately upon returning to the city, or else a plague might break out if it dragged on for too long. Under the cover of night, the group quietly advanced to a slope 2 miles away from the Tian army's camp. Looking down from their vantage point, they saw that the Tian army's main camp was deathly silent, with only the campfires surrounding the perimeter flickering uncertainly in the darkness. The soldiers patrolling the perimeter were listless, dragging their heavy steps in a mechanical rhythm, showing not a shred of vigilance or fighting spirit. Dongfang Subaru stared at the enemy camp in the distance, silently nodding to himself. This was exactly the situation he had hoped for. "Attention, everyone," he said in a low voice. "Don your armor and mount your horses." The men behind him moved silently and swiftly, the clashing sounds of iron armor ringing out crisply in the night. Dongfang Subaru gave one final, stern instruction. "After charging into the enemy camp, you must maintain your formation and not break away without orders. If you encounter any ninja, form a defensive line immediately." The soldiers nodded silently, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes flashing with determination. The troop continued to sneak forward in the darkness. When they were within half a mile of the Tian army's main camp, Dongfang Subaru suddenly pulled on the reins and dismounted. He pressed his hands together, his black hair whipping about as his chakra surged. Fire release, great fireball technique. With a low shout, Dongfang Subaru poured most of his chakra into the technique, spitting out more than a dozen scorching fireballs in quick succession. These burning fireballs tore through the night sky, whistling toward the Tian army's camp like meteors, exploding into a sea of fire among the tents. At that moment, a chorus of agonizing wails erupted from the tents. Tian army soldiers, engulfed in flames, rolled frantically on the ground, their contorted faces looking particularly gruesome in the firelight. The soldiers who had narrowly escaped the fireballs were terrified, stumbling toward the main camp while screaming at the top of their lungs. "Enemy attack! The rebel army is launching a night raid." A cold light flashed in Dongfang Subaru's eyes as he slashed his long sword through the air, sending out a silver arc. "Xinwu army, listen up. Follow me and trample this enemy camp." He chose not to mount his horse. With his current taijutsu, a warhorse would only be a hindrance. He gathered chakra at the soles of his feet, his figure flickering like a ghost as he charged deep into the enemy camp. "Kill!" Behind him, the 300 cavalrymen roared in unison. Amidst the neighing of warhorses, the Xinwu army surged toward the blazing Tian army camp like a tidal wave. The distance of a few hundred meters was covered in an instant, and the torrent of iron cavalry crashed against the gates of the main camp. Amidst the neighing of horses, heavy iron hooves shattered the wooden palisades, the cold glint of blades reflecting against the raging flames. Every flash of silver was followed by a spray of blood, carving a tragic, beautiful arc in the firelight. The shouts of battle and the clashing of metal from outside the camp, mixed with the shrill wails of the Tian army soldiers, instantly jolted General Kojiro from his sleep. Just then, the guards outside the tent pushed aside the flaps and rushed in, panicked. "General, the rebel army is launching a night raid. They have broken in from both the east and west sides and are already approaching the main tent." General Kojiro was stunned as if struck by lightning, his face filled with disbelief. Had he not sent ninja to assassinate the rebel leader? How could he have received news of the rebels breaking in before receiving any good news? A bone-chilling cold instantly shot up his spine. Even if he were a fool, he understood that with the low morale in the army today, they must have already descended into complete chaos upon being ambushed. The soldiers were likely being slaughtered like pigs, waiting for the butcher. Quick, assemble the remnants immediately. The whole army is to retreat. General Kojiro roared at the top of his lungs, his voice filled with unprecedented panic. At this moment, he could not care about the failure of the Suppression campaign, let alone the wrath of the Daimyo. Saving his own life was the priority. However, before his words had completely faded, the tent was instantly blown away by a burst of fire. Moments later, several cavalrymen trampled through the sparks and surrounded him, their iron armor gleaming with a cold light in the fire. At this moment, a figure clad in black heavy armor stepped slowly out from the cavalry formation. His black hair danced wildly in the heat waves, and a chilling intent to kill was frozen on his handsome face. The aura of blood surrounding the figure was almost palpable, and every step felt as if it were crushing General Kojiro's heart. Under this suffocating pressure, General Kojiro's knees went weak, and with a thud, he fell heavily to his knees. Dongfang Subaru lowered his eyes to look down at General Kojiro, who was kneeling on the ground. "Are you the commander-in-chief of this Tian Army Suppression Force?" Yes. General Kojiro's Adam's apple bobbed violently, and he struggled to squeeze the words out of his parched throat. Yes. His voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, his forehead pressed against the cold ground, not daring to meet that condescending gaze. Beads of sweat the size of peas rolled down his cheeks, glistening with fear in the firelight. Dongfang Subaru suddenly threw his head back and laughed, his laughter filled with undisguised mockery. "Ha ha ha, the land of rice fields is truly blessed to have a capable general like you." This mocking remark made General Kojiro blush with shame and anger, but he dared not lash out, so he could only bite his lower lip hard. "Tie him up." Dongfang Subaru couldn't be bothered to look at this incompetent general again and waved his hand dismissively. The guards on either side immediately pounced like wolves, and in the blink of an eye, they had tied General Kojiro up like a zongzi. Not long after, an officer ran over quickly with a face full of joy, cupped his hands in a salute, and said, "My lord, the tally is complete. We have captured over 18,000 soldiers, over 53,000 auxiliary troops, over 3.4 million caddies of grain, over 40,000 long and short weapons, 20,000 crossbows, and 9,000 sets of armor." Good. Dongfang Subaru clapped his hands and laughed upon hearing this, feeling that this Tian army force wasn't here to suppress a rebellion at all. They must have seen him militarizing aggressively lately, and, fearing he couldn't hold out, came to deliver supplies. However, amidst his joy, Dongfang Subaru recalled that this camp raid had been a bit too smooth, so he turned his head to look at General Kojiro and asked curiously, "When you set out on this campaign, didn't the Daimyo send a few ninja to help you?" "This." General Kojiro's eyes flickered, and a fine layer of sweat seeped from his forehead. Dongfang Subaru gave a look to the guard beside him. The soldier understood immediately and stomped his foot hard onto General Kojiro's palm, the sound of crunching bones making one's teeth ache. I'll talk. General Kojiro's face twisted in pain. And when Dongfang Subaru learned from General Kojiro that the enemy had actually sent 10 ninja to sneak into Tsukimiura to assassinate him, his pupils constricted, and his face instantly turned as dark as ink. He spun around abruptly and shouted sternly, "All troops listen up, return to the city immediately." His heart was filled with a sense of urgency. He truly couldn't imagine how much destruction 10 ninja could cause in Tsukimiura. Chapter 43, Lady Shanci. After a rapid journey, when they arrived at the city gates, Dongfang Subaru felt a slight sense of relief upon seeing that the city was not in the chaos he had anticipated. He rode into the city and headed straight for the governor's office, only to find it brightly lit. Lejun, Tsunade, Shizune, and others were all gathered in the front hall. "What is going on here? Did you encounter an attack by ninjas?" Seeing this, Dongfang Subaru quickly reined in his horse, dismounted, and asked aloud. Upon hearing this, Tsunade proudly puffed out her chest, a smug smile curling the corners of her lips. Lejin also stepped forward, his eyes crinkling as he smiled, and explained to Dongfang Subaru. A group of thieves did indeed infiltrate the governor's office just a moment ago. Fortunately, Lady Kyan, Tsunade's alias, discovered them and has already captured the fanatics. However, the Night Walker Bureau is still interrogating them, and fearing they might have accomplices, we have temporarily gathered here as a precaution. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Subaru cast a surprised glance at Tsunade, feeling a sense of annoyance in his heart. Because his impression of Tsunade's hemophobia was so profound, he subconsciously always viewed her as a delicate woman. He had completely forgotten that in the eyes of enemies without intelligence, she remained that Sanin Tsunade who could shatter mountains and split the earth with a wave of her hand. To think he was worried that a few trash-tier ninjas, who might not even possess Jonin-level strength, could infiltrate the governor's office and cause trouble under Tsunade's very nose. He truly had been foolish. It really is thanks to Lady Kyan. Otherwise, the governor's office would likely have suffered heavy losses this time. At this moment, Dongfang Subaru's heart finally settled completely, and he quickly smiled and complimented Tsunade. As for a reward, Tsunade lacked nothing, so he would just have to pay her back with his own body later. Hearing this, the officials on the side also smiled and complimented Tsunade one after another. Tsunade, for once, had a rare slight blush on her cheeks in front of everyone. She had heard such compliments countless times while in Konoha, and they usually left her unmoved. But faced with these officials, who shared Dongfang Subaru's aspirations, devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their official duties daily, and strove to support this governor's office. Their affirmation made her feel quite gratified, giving her an inexplicable sense of satisfaction she had never experienced before. By the way, how many of the assassins did you capture this time? Dongfang Subaru thought of something and added this question. Reporting to the Grand Governor, Lady Kyan captured a total of 9 criminals. Upon hearing Lejin's words, Dongfang Subaru's brows immediately furrowed. This time, that Tian Kingdom general dispatched a total of 10 assassins to kill me. Since one person escaped, they were likely scared off by Lady Kyan. However, we cannot let our guard down. In Yumaru, the Night Walker Bureau must strictly monitor the entire city over the next few days. There cannot be the slightest negligence. Yes, I will obey. Inumaru cupped his fists and accepted the order. After Dongfang Subaru finished his arrangements, Lejin suddenly stepped forward. The Grand Governor mentioned the Tian Army General just now. Could it be that this trip out of the city? Indeed, Dongfang Subaru strode towards the main seat with the gait of a dragon and tiger, slammed his hand on the table, and laughed loudly. This Grand Governor has captured the Tian Army's commander alive on this trip out of the city, achieving a complete victory. Yasuk is currently escorting the prisoners of war and captured supplies back to the city. They are expected to arrive by daybreak. Once these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent for a moment, followed by an expression of visible ecstasy on everyone's faces. We congratulate the Grand Governor. Dongfang Subaru smiled and raised his hand to signal, saying loudly, "Congratulations to us all. This great victory is entirely due to everyone's painstaking efforts and strategic planning in recent days. Once Yasuk returns with the prisoners of war, I will certainly reward everyone according to their merits." After finishing, Dongfang Subaru turned his gaze to Tsunade beside him. At this moment, she was wearing a brilliant smile, genuinely feeling happy for him. Without any warning, Dongfang Subaru suddenly reached out and pulled Tsunade into his arms. Tsunade's smile froze instantly, her body stiffened against his chest, and she widened her eyes in disbelief. We are in full view of everyone right now. What is this little bastard trying to do? Dongfang Subaru just smiled at her and then turned to the officials. That this foundation could be established is largely thanks to Lady Kyan's wholehearted assistance back then. Today, I confer upon her the title of Lady of Benevolence and grant her the rank of Meritorious Minister of Assistance. Does anyone have any objections? We have no objections. greetings to Lady of Benevolence. The officials responded in unison, each keeping their eyes on their noses and their hearts on their minds, maintaining solemn expressions, and turning a blind eye to the two people above who were embracing in public. Even the Minister of Rights, Luzhin, dared not jump out at this moment to accuse them with a "what is the meaning of this?" Only Shizune stole glances upward from time to time, watching Tsunade, who was squirming uneasily in Dongfang Subaru's arms, and could barely suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth. Meanwhile, Tsunade was both embarrassed and annoyed, but it was also accompanied by an indescribable sense of pleasant surprise. After all, the intimacy with Dongfang Subaru had previously taken place in private, causing their relationship to be extremely vague in the eyes of others. Many people even subconsciously assumed she was merely an elder to Dongfang Subaru. However, now that Dongfang Subaru had almost openly declared their relationship in full view of everyone, making it crystal clear to all. This couldn't help but give rise to an indescribable sweetness in Tsunade's heart. However, she still feigned anger at this moment, glared fiercely at Dongfang Subaru, and complained in a voice only the two of them could hear. "You little bastard, you're always like this. In the future, can you tell me beforehand if you're going to do something so I can have some mental preparation? Also, this title of Lady of Benevolence, isn't it too ugly?" Hearing this, Dongfang Subaru was instantly left between laughter and tears. "I am praising your kind nature, your saving of the world, and your noble medical ethics. What does that have to do with whether it sounds ugly or not?" Upon hearing this, the corners of Tsunade's mouth curled up slightly. She immediately accepted the title in her heart, but still chided him on the surface. "Aren't you going to let go of me yet? How much longer do you want me to lose face in front of everyone?" While Tsunade was happy inside, she was also extremely embarrassed. If not for considering Dongfang Subaru's face, and being held in his arms feeling weak and unable to muster any strength, she would have broken free and run away long ago. Dongfang Subaru caught a glimpse of Tsunade's flushed ear tips and knew she had reached her limit of embarrassment. If he continued any further, his multi-shadow clone technique package would likely really go down the drain. He gave 2 dry laughs and sensibly let go of his hands. Tsunade immediately flashed away, forcing herself to stay calm while tidying her messy robes. But her flushed cheeks and drifting gaze exposed her embarrassment completely. Seeing that the two above had finally settled down, Luzhin lightly waved his feather fan, stepped forward, stroked his non-existent beard, and said with an undisguised smile on his face, "The Grand Governor has returned with a great victory. After this, all hidden worries for our city are removed, and our foundation is secured. In the future, we can retreat to hold our territory and stand against the Tian Kingdom, or advance to pursue the victory and plot greater things." Chapter 44, The Economy Within the City. Luzhin and this Grand Governor think alike. Since everyone is here, let's discuss how we should proceed next. Dongfang Subaru waved his hand, signaling everyone to take their seats, then asked, "Grand Governor, I believe that now that the Xinwu army has won a great victory, our military momentum and morale are at their peak. We should press our advantage and expand as quickly as possible before the Tian Kingdom can react. Oh, why not rest and reorganize to develop the people's livelihood? The city is currently in need of reconstruction." Hearing Luzhin speak, Dongfang Subaru asked subconsciously. Luzhin gently waved his feather fan and said sternly, "Not to mention that under the current government decrees, the commercial system in the city has suffered a huge impact, and it will take a lot of time to recover. Even if it recovers, the commercial taxes, tariffs, and even the field taxes of Tsukimiura are difficult to support the huge expenses of the Xinwu army, not to mention the research funding for the engineering department and medical department." He paused, closing his fan. Once the money and grain confiscated and seized are exhausted, the development of the governor's office will stagnate. By then, the Tian Kingdom, which views the Grand Governor as a thorn in its side, will naturally not let it go. It may even ask the Thunder Kingdom and Fire Kingdom, with whom it is on good terms, for help. At that point, the situation of the governor's office will be precarious. Therefore, I propose that we should strike out as soon as possible. and even take the opportunity to seize territory at the fastest speed while the Tian Kingdom has not yet reacted. Dongfang Subaru's pupils shrank sharply upon hearing this. Although he had been busy improving his own strength and training troops, he had also considered the economic problems within Tsukimiura. Using his strategic vision from his previous life, he had started some novel commercial methods, such as department stores, milk tea shops, fast food restaurants, etc. But don't forget, no matter how good the business model is, it needs people to consume. Currently, due to Dongfang Subaru's policies, a large part of the people in the city could not engage in normal commodity transactions and could not consume normally. This caused the local commerce in the city to suffer a great impact, and the same was true for Dongfang Subaru's own shops. As for banking, finance, bonds, stocks, etc., without the trust of the grassroots people, they simply couldn't work, so they were out of the question for now. In fact, most of the commerce in the city was currently sustained by the massive procurement of the newly established Grand Governor's Office. So, the Grand Governor's Office seemed to have just won a great victory and was infinitely glorious. But was it actually crumbling in secret? It seems that it is indeed necessary to follow Lezhen's advice and seize more territory as soon as possible. Absorb more population, supplement military strength, and at the same time, obtain a larger labor force and consumer group to revitalize the current decadent economy and achieve a virtuous cycle. Dongfang Subaru's face darkened slightly at this moment. He stroked his chin with his fingers, paced back and forth in front of the desk, and then stood still abruptly. Does anyone have any objections to what Lezhen said? We second the motion. No one present was stupid. They could naturally see that Dongfang Subaru's mind was made up, so how could they be blind enough to jump out and sing the opposite tune? Very well, after Yasuk and Kyuzo return triumphantly, we will immediately hold a military council to discuss the grand plan for sending troops. After the meeting, Dongfang Subaru dragged his exhausted body back to his bedroom. Guarding the city during the day and raiding the camp late at night, even with his powerful constitution, his spirit had reached its limit at this moment. The multi-shadow clone technique package he originally planned to redeem from Tsunade would have to be postponed. He looked at the bed, wishing he could fall asleep immediately. But just then, a light knocking sound rang out. Master, this servant is here to serve you. Dongfang Subaru frowned slightly, about to scold her away, but then thought that being covered in blood and filth was indeed uncomfortable to sleep in, so he had to force himself to say, Come in. Creak. The door opened slightly. A delicate-looking maid with apricot eyes and peach cheeks walked in with a wash basin. Dongfang Subaru turned his back to the maid, spread his arms, waiting for the other party to remove his armor. But suddenly, noticing that the maid's footsteps behind him seemed a bit more urgent than usual, his slightly closed eyes opened wide. Turning around, looking at the maid walking slowly towards him, Dongfang Subaru's narrow phoenix eyes narrowed dangerously, and the fatigue from just a moment ago vanished. Chun, how is your sister doing lately? Is she feeling any better? Dongfang Subaru asked softly. Chun was stunned for a moment, then a forced smile appeared on her face. Thank you for your concern, Master. My sister's illness is already almost. However, before she could finish speaking, Dongfang Subaru, who had been leaning against the bed, suddenly erupted. He flashed in front of the maid like a ghost. Before she could react, his iron clamp-like hands had already gripped her arms that were holding the basin. Ripped! Amidst the sound of flesh tearing, 2 arms were actually ripped off alive. Fresh blood sprayed onto the floor tiles like a fountain. Ah! Chun collapsed on the ground, her face twisted as she let out a heart-wrenching wail. Transformation jutsu, ha! Dongfang Subaru casually threw the 2 twitching severed arms onto the ground, watching coldly as the person on the ground's face melted and changed like wax, finally revealing a strange, pale face, and sneered immediately. You are that fish that escaped the net, aren't you? However, the response to Dongfang Subaru was still that miserable, piercing scream. But Dongfang Subaru didn't really care about the other party's rudeness. He turned around and shouted sharply outside. Someone. Immediately, 2 guards appeared at the door. When they saw the bloody and cruel scene in the room, their hearts skipped a beat, and a chill rose up their spines. The turmoil of the ninja attacking the governor's office tonight had not yet subsided, and seeing this scene, how could they not understand that an assassin had snuck into the Grand Governor's room? For a moment, cold sweat seeped from their foreheads, and they quickly knelt on the ground. "We have been derelict in our duty. Please punish us, Grand Governor." Dongfang Subaru waved his hand when he saw this. The means of a ninja were inherently impossible for ordinary people to guard against. Even he, if he hadn't been familiar with Chun's usual footsteps, might have been caught in that state of mental exhaustion just now, so how could he blame the 2 guards? Drag this person away, hand her over to the Night Walker Bureau, and after the interrogation, expose her corpse on the city wall to warn the world. "Yes, sir." Hearing that the Grand Governor did not blame them, the 2 breathed a sigh of relief and quickly dragged the screaming female ninja away. At the break of dawn, the gates of Tsukimiura slowly opened amidst the roar of the hinges. Yasuke and Kyuzo, covered in morning dew, led the winding, dragon-like triumphant army slowly into the city. Behind them, the prisoners of war connected by iron chains, and the captured ordnance and grain carts were like a giant python, endless at a glance. The city walls and the tea houses along the street were already crowded with onlookers. Those new citizens who had received their new identities were now cheering and jumping, rejoicing in their choice, while their sense of identification with the Grand Governor's office reached a higher level. "P.S. Dear Lords, please give me monthly tickets. Please keep reading. Please add to your collections." Chapter 45, The Target, Eastward Advance. After those diehards learned that the land of Ricefields' army had been wiped out by the governor's office in a mere single day. Those who had been pontificating just a short while ago about what kind of fate would befall the governor's office, once the land of Ricefields suppressed the rebellion, were suddenly struck as if by a thunderbolt. They collapsed in their homes one by one, beating their chests and stamping their feet, weeping until the sky turned dark. It truly carried a hint of the sorrow found in the lines, "The tears of the displaced run dry in the barbarian dust. Gazing south, another year passes waiting for the royal army." After weeping, most of them stumbled out of their homes with ashen faces, like walking corpses, moving mechanically toward the Grand Governor's office to apply for new citizen status. They had long been suffering under that extremely unfair treatment. What had kept them going all this time was the hope in their hearts for the land of Ricefields. Now that the land of Ricefields' army had been soundly defeated, they also began to accept reality and bow their heads to life. However, a very small minority remained deeply trapped in the old dreams of their former country, unable to break free. They ultimately chose to commit seppuku in their homes. They would rather die than become subjects under the Grand Governor's office. For such people, Dongfang Subaru naturally had nothing to say. He directly ordered their residences to be confiscated and their property seized. Their bodies were wrapped in straw mats and tossed like stray dogs into the mass grave outside the city, left for jackals to gnaw on and crows to peck at. Now, there were almost no stubborn bones left among the city's residents, after seeing the fate of those who were loyal unto death to the land of Ricefields and the Daimyo. They felt a chill run through their entire bodies, and one after another began to speak of matters concerning the land of Ricefields with great reticence. With the liberation of this group of people in the city, Tsukimiura finally calmed down completely, and commerce and agriculture were gradually recovering. However, Dongfang Subaru had no time to concern himself with matters inside the city at this moment. Inside the governor's office, Dongfang Subaru stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the large map hanging on the wall. This was a hand-drawn map of the entire land of Ricefields, with precise proportions and detailed particulars. It not only marked mountains, rivers, forests, and terrain, but also recorded in detail the most representative produce and resources of each region. His gaze was currently fixed on the upper right of the map, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. That was the southwest direction of the land of Ricefields, one of the few plains in the land of Ricefields, with fertile land, abundant grain, and rich produce, producing 30% of the country's annual grain output. However, Dongfang Subaru suddenly sighed again, a flash of regret crossing his eyes. The southwest border of the land of rice fields bordered the land of lightning. Now that he had caused quite a commotion, the neighboring land of fire could send troops and ninja to support the land of rice fields at any time. Under these circumstances, he naturally could not rashly develop westward to provoke the land of lightning and add unnecessary trouble to himself. Subsequently, he cast his gaze toward the east of Tsukimiura. These eastern areas, looking at them on the map, were somewhat unsatisfactory. Mountains were intertwined, the terrain was steep, and the produce was sparse. But there was a very special place here. On the map, a trade route outlined in vermilion extended eastward from Tsukimiura, winding like a red dragon for over 500 li, completely penetrating the continuous mountains. This trade route was built jointly by the land of fire and the land of rice fields, with dozens of prosperous towns scattered along the way like stars in the sky. As the main channel for trade between the two countries, one could see an endless stream of merchant caravans from the land of fire here all year round. And the towns along the trade route, having long served as stopovers for merchants, were built on quite a large scale and were densely populated due to the prosperity of trade. If he could fully control this trade route and the towns along it, Dongfang Subaru would not only be able to seize the economic lifeline of the land of rice fields, but he would also be able to pocket the huge profits from this vital trade route, providing continuous financial support to maintain the Xinwu Army's massive military expenditures, as well as for various research investments in the medical department, the engineering department, and so on. Most crucially, at the end of this trade route lay a towering mountain range, acting as a natural barrier that completely isolated the hinterland of the land of rice fields from the east. Between the mountains, there was only one extremely narrow official road passable, forming a natural pass that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. If this strategic stronghold could be captured, Dongfang Subaru's army could drive straight in, and the wealthy hinterland of the land of rice fields would be completely exposed under the edge of his blade. This pass was like a key. Once in his grasp, it could open the door to the heartland of the land of rice fields. Having clarified his strategic thinking, Dongfang Subaru immediately determined the next stage of his military objective: advance the army eastward. Regarding the potential anger of the land of fire that seizing the trade route might trigger, Dongfang Subaru had long since weighed the pros and cons. Although the land of fire was incomparably powerful, its national defense system relied too heavily on Konoha village. This Konoha village monopolized over 80% of the land of fire's military power. And right now, Konoha had just experienced the Second Ninja World War, having been ganged up on by Aimgakure and Sunagakure. Although they achieved victory, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Konoha had sent out 80% of the village's elite ninja, and few had returned. They were severely wounded and were currently licking their wounds. More crucially, the relationship between the land of fire and Konoha was not a simple master-servant relationship. Konoha village possessed a high degree of autonomy, much like an independent feudal domain. Even if the Daimyo of the land of fire were furious, Konoha would never blindly comply. At most, they would weigh the pros and cons and send 100 or so ninja to make a gesture. And 100 or so ninja for the governor's office, which was already making headway in the development of artillery and muskets, would definitely not be particularly difficult to deal with. One had to know that the gap between ninja and ninja was very large. There were only a few monstrous ninja who possessed world-destroying power, and some were even just brats right now, with barely any hair on their bodies. Where would they have the time to bother with this messy bullshit in the land of rice fields? And those ninja below these monsters were, at most, just ordinary people with some special abilities. When their stamina was exhausted, they would get tired. When they bled, they would feel pain. When their heads were chopped off, they would die. Furthermore, the conventional ninjutsu that ninja practiced only had an attack range of between 2,100 meters, while the range of muskets was at least 200–300 meters. Not to mention artillery, which generally had a range of 1,000 meters. Furthermore, every member of the Xinwu army was now practicing military physical arts, which had been renamed by Dongfang Subaru as the Konoha Whirlwind. Even if those ninja disregarded casualties and charged through the hail of bullets, facing the Xinwu army would definitely not be so easy. Combat simulations showed that a well-equipped 30-man combat team was fully capable of exhausting a Chunin to death through tactical coordination. Zabuza was even beaten down by a few thugs. Although it was a situation of severe injury, it also proved that ordinary people dealing with ninja was not unsolvable. So a fully armed squad practicing physical techniques dealing with a Chunin was not unreasonable, right? Therefore, the anger of the Land of Fire was currently completely within the acceptable range of the governor's office. It could even be said that now was the best opportunity for Dongfang Subaru to break the current world order and rise to power. The two great neighbors nearby who could help the land of rice fields. One was Konoha Village, which had just experienced the Second Ninja World War and had been ganged up on until they doubted life. The other was Hidden Cloud Village, which had not been idle during the Second Ninja World War either, having fought Iwagakure until their dog brains were beaten out. Their situation was similar to Konoha, and they were currently recuperating. Externally, they were basically in a state of having the intention, but lacking the power. And most of the other countries were also in a semi-crippled state. The land of rice fields was temporarily isolated and without help. If he did not take this opportunity to intensify his expansion, once other countries caught their breath and had spare power, they might really send elites to wipe out this anomaly, him. If by that time he did not have the strength to contend with them, then all his efforts would have been in vain. Chapter 46, Ceding Territory and Paying Reparations. Although Dongfang Subaru had decided on the strategy of moving east, he did not immediately send out his troops, but instead ordered the entire army to rest for 1 week. During this period, he meticulously arranged a grand ceremony to reward the army. On the drill ground, Dongfang Subaru personally presented awards to the meritorious soldiers. In addition to the standard money and grain, he even bestowed the previously confiscated residences upon those with outstanding military achievements. When these soldiers, for whom even living in a thatched hut had been a luxury, saw chests of money and stacks of land deeds being handed to their comrades, the drill ground instantly erupted. Heavy breathing rose and fell, and countless bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at the platform. It was unclear who first let out a wolf-like howl, which then triggered a response like a tsunami. Dongfang Subaru stood on the high platform with his hands behind his back, looking down at the fanatical scene with satisfaction. For those who achieve merit and establish a career, wealth and honor are within easy reach. As soon as these words were spoken, the three armies roared like thunder. "We are willing to die for the Grand Governor." Their shouts shook the heavens, and even the clouds on the horizon were cleared away. With morale at an unprecedented high, Dongfang Subaru's smile did not fade, and he became even more confident in his subsequent strategy for the eastward advance. After rewarding the three armies, Dongfang Subaru's gaze fell upon the nearly 20,000 prisoners of war. He had no intention of throwing these captives into labor camps. Tsukimiura was only so big, after all, where would there be so many opportunities for labor? Considering the upcoming eastward expedition, it would certainly not be as easy as capturing Tsukimiura. It would inevitably involve brutal siege warfare. As the elite force Dongfang Subaru had meticulously cultivated, every single member of the Xinwu army was his precious treasure, and naturally, they could not be easily expended in siege warfare. For this reason, Dongfang Subaru decided to reorganize these prisoners of war into the Xingxi army. These 20,000 men were divided into 8 regiments, with 2,000 men per banner. Each regiment was divided into 5 battalions, with 400 men per battalion. Each battalion was divided into 4 companies, with 100 men per company. Elite soldiers were drawn from the Xinwu army to form supervisory teams, with 10 men stationed in each company. These 10 men would have the power of life and death over the Xingxi army and could dispose of them as they pleased. Dongfang Subaru would not ask for the reason. They would strictly control their units, strictly prohibiting the private possession of weapons, and all equipment would be issued uniformly during wartime. At the same time, a collective punishment system for cowardice was implemented. If one person fled during battle, the entire company would be executed. While Dongfang Subaru raised the power of the supervisory teams to such a level, he also gave a guarantee to the Xingxi army, allowing them to gain promotions by achieving military merit. For example, those who were the first to scale the city walls or those who beheaded 5 enemies would all be allowed to have their status elevated and join the Xinwu army. Those with special military achievements could receive additional rewards. This set of strict yet promotion-oriented systems not only ensured the combat effectiveness of the Xingxi army, but also maximized their desire to fight. While being oppressed to the extreme by the supervisory teams, they would surely go mad with the desire to establish merit, rising from being enslaved to becoming those who enslaved others. After everything was ready, under the auspices of the Ministry of Rights, Luzhin, Dongfang Subaru held a sacrifice at the square in the south of the city. At the first light of dawn, the tall bronze altar was already filled with sacrificial offerings. Dongfang Subaru, dressed in a black battle robe, stepped slowly onto the altar along a scarlet carpet, with 12 black-based, red-patterned Xinwu battle flags fluttering behind him. By now, the childishness on his face had long faded, and his handsome, flawless features, forged in iron and blood, were filled with sharpness and coldness. A cold glint flickered in his narrow phoenix eyes, and with every step he took, the pressure emanating from his body grew heavier, causing the officials below the altar to involuntarily hold their breath and lower their heads. He took the bronze wine cup offered by Luzhin, flipped his wrist, and poured it onto the bluestone slab in front of the altar. Subsequently, the Tian army commander, General Kajiro, and his lieutenants, who were chained below the altar, had their collarbones pierced by iron hooks and were dragged onto the sacrificial platform like dead dogs. Today, with the blood of enemy generals, I sacrificed to my Eastward expedition banners. As Dongfang Subaru raised his sword high, more than a dozen generals' heads rolled off the altar. Fresh blood flowed along the grooves of the floor tiles, staining the entire altar a dark red. At high noon, the gates of Tsukimiura swung open. War drums beat within the city, and the Xinwu army was the first to march out, the cold light reflected by their iron armor forming a silver torrent. The people along the street, whether voluntarily or coerced, gathered in large numbers, cheering and shouting the name of Grand Governor Dongfang Subaru. Daimyo's court of the land of rice fields. What did you say? Failed. The daimyo stumbled down from his main seat, clutching the collar of the guard who had come to report, his eyes crimson and vicious, as if he wanted to devour someone. Yet beneath this ferocious face, a deep fear was hidden. One must know that the land of rice fields had been playing both sides between 2 great powers, and as there were no wars, they had never particularly cared about their army. The nobles and officials, high and low, would embezzle military funds whenever they had the chance. Consequently, their military preparedness was ruined, and the 30,000 troops sent out earlier already constituted nearly half of the land of rice fields' military strength. He had only been willing to mobilize such a massive army for the sake of face, yet the result was that he was now being told the entire army had been wiped out. Inside the daimyo's court of the land of rice fields, the air seemed to have frozen. SC, scoundrels. This unprecedented disastrous defeat completely panicked the daimyo, who spent his days indulging in wine and women. He abruptly released the guard's collar, stumbled toward the officials in the hall, and roared with a trembling voice. "You bunch of trash, hurry up and give me an idea. How should we deal with that damn rebel army?" The hall fell silent instantly. The ministers, who had been arguing endlessly just a moment ago, now lowered their heads, wishing they could bury their faces in their collars. "Speak." The daimyo's face had turned liver-colored, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Usually, you can argue for 3 days and 3 nights over a little money, so why have you all become mutes now? Under such aggressive pressure, someone finally stepped out trembling. Reporting to the Daimyo, your humble official thinks, why not send an envoy to negotiate peace with that Dongfang Subaru? Cede Tsukimiura and the surrounding areas to his rule, establish a covenant between the two sides, be friends forever, and no longer invade each other. These words express the inner thoughts of everyone present. Previously, they had strongly advocated for suppressing the rebellion, only because they were unwilling to part with the benefits that Tsukimiura provided every year. Now that they had witnessed the power of the rebel army, these pampered nobles had long since been scared out of their wits. Rather than making a big fuss, it would be better to sacrifice a small profit in exchange for peace. In any case, the loss would only be the meager income from the borderlands. Anyway, the border between their land of rice fields and the land of fire was so long, they wouldn't miss just one Tsukimiura. The daimyo was stunned upon hearing this, then calmed down, held his chin, and paced back and forth in the hall, as if he were truly seriously considering this problem. The daimyo paced back and forth in the hall, his expression uncertain. His inner thoughts were actually not much different from the thoughts of the officials in the hall. Giving up Tsukimiura might be a good choice. However, the consequences of this decision made it difficult for him to let go. Chapter 47. Several cities captured in succession, Kasumi town. Once he chose to abandon Tsukimiura, how would his subjects view him as a ruler? And how would the nobles of other nations gossip about him behind his back? Just imagining the mocking smiles those people might wear made his blood boil, and his hatred for Dongfang Subaru deepened further. But hatred could not be transformed into tangible power, and it was impossible to curse Dongfang Subaru to death from thousands of miles away. The reality was right in front of him. He had to make a decision. First, send an envoy to contact Dongfang Subaru and ascertain his attitude. The daimyo stopped in his tracks and issued the order in a deep voice. If he is willing to be on good terms with me, then giving him Tsukimiura is fine. But if he insists on being my enemy... A flash of ruthlessness crossed his eyes. Immediately send someone to the land of fire to ask for reinforcements. Even if they are severely weakened and cannot send any ninja, dispatching some regular troops shouldn't be a problem, right? Yes. Seeing that the daimyo was finally no longer stubborn, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They immediately went to arrange an envoy to head to Tsukimiura. However, 7 days passed, and there was no news of the envoy. Just as everyone was waiting anxiously, a sudden piece of news arrived, causing the entire great hall to fall into a dead silence. My daimyo, it's bad. According to the latest intelligence, that Grand Governor Dongfang Subaru has led his Xinwu army straight through 300 miles of the eastern region, taking Songfeng, Yingchuan, Yingli, Inari, and other cities in succession. Now, the main army has arrived at the gates of Xia town. At that moment, looking at the panicked messenger, the daimyo's face turned deathly pale, and his body trembled. Are you joking? Dongfang Subaru has already fought his way to Xia town. How could it be this fast? My daimyo, please look into it. Cold sweat beaded on the messenger's forehead, his voice trembling. According to the urgent report, Dongfang Subaru did not carry any food or supplies on this expedition. The entire army traveled light and advanced rapidly. Their march was like lightning, unstoppable. Upon hearing this, the daimyo slammed the table and stood up. Impossible. There is no reason to go on an expedition without food and supplies. His voice stopped abruptly as he suddenly realized the truth, and his face instantly turned ghastly white. The granaries of those captured cities were likely providing supplies to the Xinwu army at this very moment. Thinking of his own subjects being forced to provide for the enemy army, and how these resources would turn into swords pointed at him in the blink of an eye, the daimyo felt the world spinning. He stumbled and grabbed the table to steady himself. The officials in the hall were in chaos upon seeing this, and several high-ranking officials hurriedly stepped forward. My daimyo, we must stop Dongfang Subaru as soon as possible. Xia town is not far from Tsurumi Pass. If he takes control of Tsurumi Pass, the consequences will be unimaginable. As soon as these words were spoken, all the officials in the hall turned pale. Everyone knew that Tsurumi Pass was the throat of the land of rice fields. Once it fell, the enemy could drive straight in, and by then, even the daimyo's court might be in danger. For a moment, the originally noisy Great Hall fell into a sudden silence, where even the sound of breathing could be clearly heard. These powerful figures, who usually schemed against each other, now all wore the same look of horror on their faces. Yes, we must stop him. We cannot let him seize Tsurumi Pass. The daimyo propped his hands on the table to steady his swaying body, then suddenly looked up and shouted, "Quick, go to the land of fire and request Konoha Ninja." As an important transportation hub connecting the eastern and southern regions, Zia Town was bustling with merchants and travelers, its streets flourishing. But now, in this city, black smoke rose in curling wisps. The elite soldiers of the Xinwu army and the tens of thousands of troops of the Xingxi army poured into the city like a tide, driving the terrified commoners out onto the streets. Anyone who dared to resist was met with a flash of cold light, and blood splattered on the spot. This important eastern town of the land of rice fields was now plunged into an unprecedented military disaster. Facing tens of thousands of the Xingxi army and thousands of well-equipped Xinwu army troops, the city fell without putting up any decent resistance. The beauty and prosperity of the past vanished into nothingness on this day. In front of the magistrate's office, dozens of corpses dressed in luxurious clothing lay sprawled across the steps. They had once been the most prominent nobles of this town. Now, these headless corpses and the blood-stained ground wove together into a horrifying scene. In the square in front of the magistrate's office, hundreds of four-wheeled carriages were neatly lined up, fully loaded with grain, salt, iron, cloth, weapons, and other supplies looted from Zia Town. Having learned from the previous lesson at Tsukimiura, Dongfang Subaru had realized that no matter what he did after capturing a city, the city would remain in chaos and filled with condemnation against him. Although the subsequent governance was effective, it took too much time, and Dongfang Subaru did not have the time to sort things out slowly now. Since that was the case, he simply decided to be more ruthless and make the city even more chaotic. Therefore, he began to indulge his soldiers in looting after entering the city, especially the wealthy and powerful households. However, to ensure that the situation would not spiral out of control, Dongfang Subaru appointed supervisors, ordering that soldiers could only keep 5% of what they confiscated, with the rest to be turned over to the public treasury. Violators would be executed immediately. In this way, not only did it ignite the ferocity of the Xinwu army, boost morale, and ensure combat power for subsequent wars, but it also achieved a very powerful deterrent effect on the citizens within the city, making their fear outweigh their hatred. Of course, regarding another group in the city, the merchants, Dongfang Subaru continued the soft policy from the Tsukimiura period. He did not touch a hair of the main merchants, who were the cornerstone of the city, especially those merchants from the Land of Fire. As for the Land of Fire, Dongfang Subaru gritted his teeth. If he offended them, so be it. But he really could not touch this group of merchants. After all, his current territory was so barren that it could almost smoke. It relied entirely on the trade with these Land of Fire merchant caravans to maintain the most basic circulation of supplies. If this economic lifeline were cut, he would truly be left with no tears to shed. And when the city was thrown into a complete mess, Dongfang Subaru stepped forward again to uniformly distribute the daily necessities to the citizens in the square. The wealth of Zia Town was not just talk. Dongfang Subaru took out 30% of what was confiscated. After being distributed equally, the living conditions of the original poor actually doubled. Meanwhile, the originally wealthy families plummeted. Those poor people, having received Dongfang Subaru's favor, naturally would no longer speak ill of him. As for the wealthy households, seeing those formerly poor, lowly people eating, drinking, and having fun with money that originally belonged to them, they naturally transferred their resentment toward the Grand Governor's office onto those original poor people. This caused the two sides to start opposing each other, and when the officials dispatched from Tsukimiura in the rear arrived, They could then begin to settle the people's livelihood. Having experienced the chaos of war and re-understanding the value of stability, the people naturally would no longer have any special resistance toward the Grand Governor's office. As for those diehards, there was nothing to say. Let them go down and be loyal to their land of rice fields. P.S. Seeking monthly tickets, seeking collections, seeking follow-up reads. Chapter 48, The Land of Fire's Reaction. Although this simple and crude approach might have some potential drawbacks later on, it was the most appropriate method for now. After all, Dongfang Subaru couldn't stay in Xia Town forever, leisurely sorting out all these problems within the city one by one. His goal was, after all, Tsurumi Pass, which was 200 li away. A day later, having arranged all matters properly, Dongfang Subaru took a short rest before listening to Yasuk's report on the military situation. Commander, the Xinwu army currently has 7,964 troops, with an increase of 81 this time. The Xingxi army has 36,741 troops, with an increase of 1,863 this time. Dongfang Subaru nodded slightly upon hearing this. During this period, although both the Xinwu army and the Xingxi army had suffered losses. But by rewarding merits based on achievements, he promoted the Xingxi army soldiers with outstanding combat records into the Xinwu army. At the same time, he incorporated the surrendered soldiers and the able-bodied men from the captured cities into the Xingxi army to replenish the troops. This caused the overall size of the army to not only remain undiminished from when they set out, but actually expand. Tell the soldiers to rest quickly and prepare to set off immediately. In addition, select 200 men from the Xinwu army to garrison Xia Town. Have them wait for the officials who will arrive later to take over the city. During this period, if anyone causes trouble, kill them without mercy. Yes. Yasuk replied respectfully. Meanwhile, the news of Dongfang Subaru defeating the Land of Ricefield's Suppression army and marching east was like a huge rock thrown into a lake, creating ripples in the outside world. Those who had originally mocked this matter were now dumbfounded and speechless. They repeatedly confirmed the incoming intelligence in disbelief. The Land of Ricefield's regular army was actually so vulnerable that they were routed across the board as soon as they clashed. What was even more shocking was that this Dongfang Subaru, who had already defied the world by forcibly occupying the city, not only did not stop while he was ahead, but instead intensified his efforts and continued his eastern expedition. Does he really disregard the daimyo of the Land of Rice Fields? Such a question emerged simultaneously in the minds of the powerful figures of various countries. For a time, intelligence on Dongfang Subaru was quickly presented to the desks of powerful figures in various countries. These rulers examined the background of this audacious fellow seriously for the first time. However, upon discovering that Dongfang Subaru was merely the leader of a band of mountain bandits chased out of the Land of Fire, and that the Xinwu army under his command, which had sent the Land of Ricefield's regular army fleeing in terror, was formed by training a group of starving refugees, the powerful figures of all countries were stunned. After the shock, feelings of contempt and disgust arose spontaneously. A dignified nation being humiliated by bandits was truly disgraceful. But beneath this contempt lay a hint of indescribable anxiety. They began to worry that someone under their rule would imitate Dongfang Subaru's actions. This madman who dared to challenge the inherent legitimacy of the daimyo's rule had, in the blink of an eye, become a thorn in the side of the powerful figures of all countries, whom they were desperate to get rid of. For example, the Land of Fire. Dongfang Subaru's actions finally alarmed the daimyo of the Land of Fire, who had originally dismissed the matter. This ruler of the Land of Fire was extremely furious. Whether it was seizing cities and land, openly challenging the daimyo's authority, or encroaching on the trade routes that the Land of Fire had painstakingly operated in the Land of Rice Fields, any one of these touched the bottom line of the Land of Fire. And this anger spread at an astonishing speed, reaching the desk of the Hokage in Konoha village in less than half a day. Puff. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep puff from his pipe. Amidst the curling smoke, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter as he read the anger between the lines of the document. Dongfang Subaru, a mountain bandit by origin. He read this intelligence softly and couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, aside from being shocked by this person's audacity, he couldn't help but feel little resentment in his heart. Once upon a time, ninjas were merely tools in the eyes of the daimyo and nobles. It wasn't until ninjas demonstrated world-destroying power that those high-end mighty powerful figures had to lower their stance, gradually forming the current cooperative relationship of interdependence. From this perspective, Dongfang Subaru's act of provoking the daimyo's authority actually made Hiruzen Sarutobi feel a trace of satisfaction. Perhaps it could make his own daimyo, who was always nitpicking about funding and finding ways to torment people, restrain himself a bit. Moreover, Konoha was truly too busy to attend to other matters right now. The smoke of the Second Ninja World War had just cleared. Almost every household in the village hung white funeral banners, and the sound of wailing continued from dawn until late at night. At a time like this, to intervene in other people's affairs would truly be having nothing better to do. However, he couldn't directly refuse the daimyo's order. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep puff from his pipe. Amidst the curling smoke, his eyes suddenly flashed, and he nodded slightly to the Anbu at his side. The Anbu vanished instantly and returned shortly after with a blond young man. The young man was dressed in a dark green Jonin vest. Beneath his brilliant blonde hair was a handsome face as gentle as jade, with a smile that made people feel like they were bathed in a spring breeze. "Hokage-sama, did you call for me?" His voice was clear like a spring. Sandaime gazed at the Minato Namikaze before him, a look of gratification appearing in his eyes. This was the proud disciple of his beloved student Jiraiya, and also his grand disciple. This young man was exceptionally talented, and the turmoil in the land of rice fields was a good opportunity for training. "Minato, there is an important mission I want to entrust to you." Hiruzen Sarutobi tapped his pipe on the edge of the desk, shaking off a few specks of ash. "Please instruct me." Minato immediately straightened his back, his gentle smile turning into a stern, serious expression. "A rebellion has broken out in the land of rice fields, and the daimyo is very angry." Hiruzen Sarutobi pushed the document toward the edge of the desk. "So I want you to go and pacify the rebel leader." "Yes." Minato didn't even think about it and accepted immediately, then reached out to take the document and check the information. When he saw the information about Dongfang Subaru's strength, Minato's eyebrows couldn't help but rise. Knows ninjutsu, but never displayed it while in the land of fire. Has practiced for no more than half a year, and strength is estimated to be between a genin and a chunin. He read it silently in his heart. After thinking for a moment, Minato looked up again, scratching his head in a slightly embarrassed manner. "Hokage-sama, can I take my students with me to execute this mission? Those children are pestering me every day, wanting to go outside and see the world." Hiruzen Sarutobi was taken aback. He pondered for a moment, thinking that although the daimyo attached great importance to this matter, the target of the mission was, after all, only a genin or a chunin. With Minato's strength, assassination would not be too difficult, and taking a few children along for a stroll wouldn't be a big deal. So he nodded and said, "You may, but those children are the new sprouts of Konoha, the hope for inheriting the will of fire, so you must take good care of their safety." Minato nodded solemnly upon hearing this. "Please rest assured, Hokage-sama." Minato immediately knelt on one knee. "I will definitely take good care of them." Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded with satisfaction. "Good go." After Minato bowed respectfully and left, Sandaime gazed at his retreating back. The light in the pipe flickered on and off. He had long since seen this young man's character and talent. Perhaps, after he returns from this mission, he could try teaching him the Flying Thunder God technique, which no one except the inventor, the second, has been able to successfully master. Chapter 49, The City Falls. Matsuo Town, less than 30 li from Tsurumi Pass, was the last fortified city before the pass. The setting sun was like blood, and the bricks on the city walls shimmered with a cold light in the twilight. The veteran Kame-kichi kicked at the gravel at his feet in boredom, then looked at his comrade, patrolling the wall beside him, and grinned. "Urahara, I heard you fled from Zia Town. Is the Zinwu army really as terrifying as they say?" The Zinwu army. Upon hearing this, Urahara's pupils trembled and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. "Look at how scared you are. You're really spineless," Kame-kichi said, looking at him with disdain. Hearing this, Urahara retorted, unconvinced. "That's because you haven't faced the Zinwu army and don't know how terrifying they are. When they attack a city, they first bring out rows of pitch-black tubes, which seem to be called cannons. These things are like organized ninja. Every shot sounds like thunder, and the power is like a powerful ninjutsu. After rounds of bombardment, the city wall becomes tattered, and then the Zinwu army begins their charge." As he spoke, Urahara paused, as if recalling something, and his body trembled again. Those Zinwu army soldiers aren't like normal people at all. They're like lunatics. They don't let go even when they're shot into hedgehogs by arrows, and they keep climbing even with their intestines hanging on the scaling ladders. At this point, Urahara pointed to the city wall in front of them. Imagine a huge crowd of people, like evil spirits, knowing no pain, stepping on the corpses of their companions, scrambling to climb up from below. Hearing this, Kame-kichi imagined the horrifying scene. Thinking that Matsuo Town was also a target of the Zinwu army and that he might soon face such a terrifying force, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Stop trying to scare people with your alarmist talk." He forced a smile and patted Urahara on the shoulder. "Don't worry, the Daimyo has already dispatched elite reinforcements to Matsuo Town. We will definitely be able to hold off the Zinwu army." It was just unclear whether Kame-kichi was saying this to Urahara or to himself. "Let's go, it's about time. Let's go down and eat." At this moment, Kame-kichi felt his back soaked with cold sweat. He kept feeling as if an army of thousands might appear at the edge of his vision outside the city at any moment, making him feel panicked. He hurriedly pushed Urahara, wanting to walk down the steps. However, just then, boom, booms, boom. A dull sound of drums came from afar, each beat like the heartbeat of a ferocious beast, making one's chest go numb. Immediately after, at the edge of the dim horizon, countless torches suddenly lit up, like a prairie fire, rapidly approaching. Amidst the clashing of iron armor and the thunderous sound of hooves, Kame-kichi and Urahara looked bewildered. However, when rows of pitch-black steel tubes were set up in front of the formation, Urahara's legs went weak, and his face turned deathly pale. "Cannons, those are cannons." At this moment, Kame-kichi finally reacted, stumbling to the back and roaring at the people below. "Enemy attack, the Zinwu army is here." Outside Matsuo Town, in front of the Zinwu army formation, Dongfang Subaru looked at the brightly lit city not far away. 30 li behind the city was the location of Tsurumi Pass. As long as he could take that natural barrier, the heartland of the land of rice fields, the country's largest plain, would open its gates to him. On those vast, fertile plains, there would be no way to use natural barriers to build any fortresses. By then, in the land of rice fields, who would be able to withstand his military might? For a moment, Dongfang Subaru's heart burned with heat. He suddenly raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Cannons ready, fire." Boom! In an instant, the earth trembled, and dozens of cannons fired in unison. Fiery tongues of flame tore through the night, and cannonballs smashed into the city wall like falling stars. Bricks shattered, smoke and dust soared into the sky, and the city garrison soldiers who had just gathered were instantly submerged in the deafening explosions. After one round of shelling, the city wall was filled with thick smoke, making it impossible to see the specific situation, but Dongfang Subaru did not hesitate and waved his hand again. "Second round ready, fire." As the shout fell, another overwhelming, violent roar erupted. After 10 consecutive rounds of shelling, the city wall was finally visibly tottering. Seeing this, Dongfang Subaru's eyes flashed. "Scaling ladders and battering rams ready, charge with me." If Dongfang Subaru were an ordinary person, he would naturally stay safely in the rear, commanding the battle, and would not joke with his own life. But now, he had already gained a preliminary understanding of the 3 secret techniques personally taught by Tsunade: chakra-enhanced strength, creation rebirth, and the strength of 100 technique. These were originally ninjutsu that Tsunade had tailored for the special physique of her own Senju clan. But Dongfang Subaru's physique was superior to Tsunade's in terms of body density, strength, and self-healing ability. So much so that these ninjutsu were even more effective on Dongfang Subaru than on the creator herself, like adding wings to a tiger. These mere swords, spears, and arrows were no threat to him. Naturally, he wanted to lead the charge personally to boost military morale and also to elevate his own prestige in the army. This would avoid the awkward situation of having nothing left to reward him with, or his achievements overshadowing his superiors. After all, he was the one with the highest military achievements himself. Killed! Dongfang Subaru roared like a thunderclap. His warhorse reared up, and the long blade in his hand drew a cold, icy arc in the night sky as he charged toward the city gate like an arrow released from a bowstring. Seeing this, the thousands of soldiers behind him were instantly fired up, erupting with earth-shattering cries of battle. However, halfway through the charge, the garrison soldiers on the city wall who had been scattered by the cannons regrouped. Aiming at Dongfang Subaru, who was charging in the front, they roared and poured down a rain of arrows. Looking at the dark mass of arrows, like a torrential downpour, Dongfang Subaru showed no fear. Without dodging or avoiding, he clasped his hands together on his horse. Earth release, multiple earth-style wall. Boom! Several curved earth walls rose from the ground, layered upon one another. The arrows clattered as they struck the stone walls, failing to harm Dongfang Subaru behind them in the slightest, and even a portion of the Xinwu army was covered by them. It's ninjutsu. Seeing this, the garrison on the city wall fell into another commotion, and many began to show expressions of despair. However, it wasn't over yet. Dongfang Subaru suddenly flipped off his horse, leaped onto the rock wall, and clasped his hands together again. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. 6 fire dragons immediately roared out from his mouth, rushing straight toward the city wall, circling and exploding. Bricks exploded, the arrow tower turned into a torch, and the garrison soldiers fell from the battlements, screaming. The air was filled with the acrid smell of burning human fat. At this point, the distance to the city wall was no longer an obstacle. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beneath the city gate and leaped to the side of the battering ram. Battering ram ready. As he spoke, his right fist suddenly glowed with blue chakra. Bang! A punch infused with monstrous strength struck the city gate simultaneously with the 1,000-catty iron hammer. Amidst the splattering wood chips, the 3-inch thick ironclad city gate shattered like paper. Chapter 50, Minato, the Three Little Ones. The moment the city gate exploded, a violent blast of air, carrying wood splinters, swept through. The door-locking bar, as thick as a bowl, was instantly pulverized, and Kichai along with over a dozen guards were thrown several yards away like ragdolls, crashing heavily onto the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Kichai struggled to prop up his upper body, spitting out blood mixed with broken teeth. Amidst the ringing in his ears, he saw countless armored soldiers flooding into the gate passage like a tide, the dull thuds of iron boots shaking the ground slightly. The garrison was in chaos, screaming and fleeing in all directions like headless flies. Kichai looked desperately toward the city gate, only to see a slender figure walking steadily over the scattered limbs. The hem of his black battle robe was soaked in dark red blood. Under the firelight, his blood-stained face appeared cold and bewitching. The man swung his blade casually, and the heads of 3 guards who were holding up their weapons in a desperate attempt to resist flew into the air. Amidst the spraying rain of blood, he grabbed a still-twitching head and shouted, raising his arm. "Those who surrender and kneel shall be spared." Kichai's pupils constricted suddenly, and he tremblingly grabbed his spear. He was afraid of death, but he knew clearly that he was a citizen of the land of rice fields, a soldier of the land of rice fields. Even if he died, he had to die for the land of rice fields. His heart burned with the conviction to fight to the death. but before his spear tip could even be raised to waist height, he suddenly felt a chill at his throat. Gas erg. Kamekich widened his eyes and slowly knelt, blood gushing from his throat. In his final moments, his vision was filled with the indifferent gaze of the Xinwu army commander, and the black flag with red characters Xinwu behind him, snapping in the night wind. Outside the north gate of Tsukimiura, the main road that was once crowded with refugees was now devoid of any displaced people. Although the environment was still harsh, and one could see many withered branches with stripped bark, tender shoots were beginning to emerge in the surrounding fields, reviving with vitality. At this moment, on the main road, within a 4-person team accompanying a Land of Fire merchant caravan, a girl in simple attire looked at this scene, a flash of curiosity in her eyes, and turned to look at the tall, yellow-haired young man in the team. Minato-sensei, didn't the intelligence say that Tsukimiura was suffering from a drought and had many homeless people? Why does the situation seem different now? As soon as these words were spoken, the 2 boys beside her also turned their gazes toward Minato. Minato scratched his head upon hearing this. Sorry, Rin, I don't. However, before Minato could finish his sentence, 2 voices suddenly rang out one after another from the fields nearby. Water release, drizzle technique. Hearing this, the expressions of the 4 froze, and they turned their heads sharply to look. There, in the furrows of the field, 2 men wearing hidden mist rogue ninja headbands were being held hostage by a group of people in black robes, with sharp blades pressed against their throats. The 2 rogue ninjas were full of indignation, but the hand seals they were performing did not stop, and their chakra transformed into gentle streams of water that seeped into the parched soil. Surrounding them was a group of ragged farmers who, seeing the land nourished by the water release, raised their hoes, cheered loudly, and started dancing. Those are hidden mist rogue ninja headbands, but how could they? Abido exclaimed in shock. Although Kakashi was wearing a mask, his widened eyes revealed that he was not calm inside either. This Grand Governor Dongfang. Minato's mouth twitched slightly. He had already guessed that these 2 ninjas must have been the retainers of the nobles in Tsukimiura. And after Tsukimiura was captured, they were taken prisoner. Minato just hadn't expected that Dongfang Subaru would actually use the water release of these 2 ninjas to solve the drought in Tsukimiura. It was truly an eye-opener and provided him with a new perspective. But upon reflection, this approach seemed a bit useless. His country was the Land of Fire, and the Land of Fire had a spring-like climate all year round. It almost never suffered from natural disasters, and the countryside enjoyed bountiful harvests every year. There was absolutely no need for such an eccentric method. Shaking his head, Minato shifted his attention back to those from the Nightwalker Bureau. Judging from the ninjutsu they had just released, he could determine that they were at least at the level of Chunin. Yet, such ninjas were being held hostage by the Nightwalker Bureau without daring to resist, remaining completely submissive. This also proved that this Dongfang Subaru, who could capture 2 Chunin, might not be as simple as the intelligence reports suggested, both in terms of his own strength and the strength of his subordinates. For a moment, Minato's expression became somewhat grave. Rin, Abido, Kakashi, we are about to reach the territory under the rebel army. After entering the city, you must follow me closely and absolutely must not act on your own, understand? Seeing Minato's serious expression, the 3 nodded heavily. Understood, Minato-sensei. After entering the city, Minato and his group arrived at an inn to rest. What he had seen and heard along the way made Minato realize that the intelligence he held might not be entirely accurate, so he needed to get a better understanding. As soon as they entered the inn, there was a deafening roar of noise. Minato led his 3 students to a seat and heard the people at the next table holding a newspaper and discussing heatedly. The Grand Governor is truly incredibly brave. He marched hundreds of miles east and even took down a major city like Zia Town. He is simply the reincarnation of Amaterasu. Your Tsukimi daily is already a few days old. You're still talking about Zia Town. I estimate that the Grand Governor has probably already taken Matsuo Town. The daily should report it tomorrow. You're thinking too small. Your perspective is too narrow. I think the Grand Governor has probably already taken Tsurumi Pass and is preparing to march into the Daimyo's court. That makes sense. If it's the Grand Governor, it's not impossible. These people became more and more exaggerated, even saying that Dongfang Subaru had already turned his spear around, invaded the Land of Fire, captured the Daimyo's court, and was currently lingering in the Daimyo's harem. The expression on Minato's face suddenly became very colorful. However, at this moment, a person at another table suddenly slammed their wine glass heavily onto the table, turned their head, glared fiercely at those guys spouting nonsense, snorted coldly, and then stood up and left. Hey, this guy. Forget it, don't mind him. The Grand Governor has killed so many people, yet there are still idiots like this. Since he wants to court death, don't stop him. It's just a pity for his 9 generations of kin. That's true, you say, this 9 generations of kin thing. How did the Grand Governor invent it? Are you interested? Then you can take your 9 generations of kin to find the Grand Governor and ask him. You're such a jerk. Hearing this, Minato's eyes flickered, and he immediately signaled to the 3 youngsters beside him. The 3 immediately understood, followed Minato, and pursued the person who had just left in anger. All right, legends, that's it for today. If you're ready for the next chapter, smash that like button and flood the comments right now. Remember, we've got 3 days to prove this story needs to continue. Subscribe so you don't miss the drop, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.